Reincarnated as an Ogre in the Demon World War. Volume 5, by Mogi Suzu, translated by Tiger. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 268. I'm back, I shouted as soon as I entered the village. That being said, no one came out to greet me. They weren't that kind of people. And so it was a little embarrassing to be essentially talking to myself. But then again, it didn't matter if no one was listening. And so I walked down the empty street. Golan, what happened? As I walked, I came upon an old woman from the village. My first encounter. Well, it was my village. I came back because the war is over. How have you been? And how is the village? Nothing's changed at all. I see, that's good to know. Yes, no one cared about an ogre village like ours, which was on the outskirts. Aside from the occasional merchant, it was almost as if time had stopped here. I continued on my way and met 2 and then 3 other people. Their reactions were all the same, and so I answered them in the same way as well. I slowly walked to my house and entered. I'm back, I said, but there was no answer. It would take a little longer for my comrades to return to the village. After my audience with Lesser King Melvis had ended, General Farnez announced that the army was being disbanded. But when I tried to gather my subordinates so we could return to our village, they were nowhere to be found. They had received rewards for their achievements in battle. I had awakened after it happened, and so they had gone out to go and spend what they had earned. That's why none of them were nearby. It could not be helped. I did at least meet Rig, and he was able to return to me the deep-sea dragon sword and the hexagonal club. After talking with Rig for some time, I learned that most of the ogres had gone out to the shopping district. They had gotten quite drunk and caused a scene, and eventually even getting arrested. Yes, business as usual. Given how they were on a normal day, it was only natural for them to start brawling once they drank. But while that was fine on the battlefield, doing it in town would result in arrests. When I asked Rig, he said plainly, "Did I go and fetch them?" "No, I have not." As they were getting into trouble nearly every day now, he felt that it would be best to have them cool their heads in the cells. That was Rig for you. And so I decided to leave them to their devices and start my return journey without them. Rig, the non-combatants and the Reapers wanted to come with me, but as I was worried about what the other unreliable ogres would do, I asked them to stay and travel together. I wanted to return quickly to make sure that there was no trouble in the village. There was no need for the others to come with me. Besides, they wouldn't really need to monitor the ogres if they were in prison, and so they could enjoy their time as they liked. I hinted at this, but they answered, "We don't know what they will do and will be too anxious to rest at all." Painy, the Reaper, even added something rather frightful. If they all started fighting without restraint, there would hardly be anyone here who could stop them. Surely not? Hell, the Reapers would be able to do it, right? Besides, the ogres weren't that stupid. No, I was indeed worried. But I better not think about it. As for my own reward, there were a number of things. It seemed like they were rewards for past achievements included, and now I was getting them all at once. First, I had gone up in the army. I was not General Farnez's adjutant. As I had been no more than a commander for an independent corps, it was quite the jump up. Being a general's adjutant meant I could give orders to corps commanders. I had a higher rank than them. And if the general was absent, I might be given complete authority. Adjutants could have their own subordinates if they wanted. And there were adjutants like Felicia, whose work was entirely clerical. Of course, Farnez's expectations for me did not lie in that direction, and so she would take me into consideration when restructuring her army. I would likely be given charge of a decent number of soldiers. Also, I could increase the number of subordinates as I pleased. There was some freedom there. On the other hand, I had a responsibility to not die on the battlefield. If I'm the highest-ranking officer on the battlefield, the army would collapse the moment I died. And so adjutants who worked within the army were usually chosen based on how unlikely they were to die. So, was I really a good choice? I've been on the brink quite a lot. As for the other rewards, I did receive a town. Well, it wasn't official just yet. My guess was that it would be the town that Nair used to govern. It was currently being governed by the general, and so it would likely just be passed down. And when that did happen, all of the residents would be under my rule. This meant the orb of control, of course, so I would be strengthened based on the number of people who lived there. I could choose to stay and rule it myself or leave a representative there. And since it seemed like too much trouble, I intended to leave it to someone else. Aside from this village, my other villages were also managed by representatives. As the orb of control connected us, there was no fear of estrangement or rebellion, which made things easy. They could still challenge me to Gecko Kujio, but there was no one in the ogre villages who would do it, aside from the idiot siblings. But they were exceptions. The others looked like they were ready to obey my every order. I had no interest in governing, but also felt that I would accept the reward anyway. As for the rest of the rewards, there was a variety of impressive armor, weapons, gold, and silver. They were given to me as a catalog, which I just handed to Rig. I would distribute them among my men later. Apparently, there were superior officers who did this gladly, and some who did not share their rewards at all. Of course, this was something that affected morale. My own men seemed like they would be satisfied as long as they were allowed to fight, but it wouldn't hurt to give them something extra. So my reward was rank, land, and wealth. And while they weren't quite as valuable, there were also great gifts of rare wine and lots of food supplies. Now that I think about it, I'll have to make a stable. As I had also received horses, I decided to keep them in the village. It would be useful to have something to ride during emergencies. I should have a few kept in every village. Not only would they be useful for emergency communication, but they could be used for the transporting of supplies as well. Ogres were just as strong as horses, but they were not ideal methods of transportation. Well, I would not be able to prepare everything immediately and would have to take things slow. Besides, this was the village where time had stopped. All right, I think I'll go fishing. Even though I had returned home, I had nothing to do. Well, I actually did have a lot to do, but didn't feel like doing it. Surely I should be allowed to stretch my wings a little on my first day back home. And it wasn't as if there was anyone here who would complain to me, I think. They weren't exactly the most respectful either. It was with such thoughts that I grabbed my fishing rod and left the house. Chapter 269. I'm bored. It was the second day after coming home, and I already had too much time. Surely I'm not that much of a workaholic. This was strange. Back in my past life, I just moved between the dojo and my house. I had no hobbies to speak of, and even after I was reborn as an ogre, I lived a plain existence. So there was no reason for me to feel this restless after just 2 days. Is it because my days have been so eventful recently? That was the only reason that I could think of. Perhaps the battlefield was in my blood now. Come to think of it, I heard something about soldiers returning from the Vietnam War experiencing similar things. It wasn't just soldiers suffering from PTSD, but there were a lot of suicides as well. I saw a special about it on TV. While some became reclusive, there were others who could not stand their boring, everyday life and went out searching for new thrills. I did believe that peace was a good thing. However, in my case, it seemed that stimulation was something I needed. Who would have thought? Perhaps I could check the other villages. I could have stayed idle for a little while longer, but I was bound to find it unbearable soon enough. Tomorrow. Or the day after that. Unlike my days as a human, my body was now tough, and I could be a little reckless. Resting is important, but moving a little is good for getting rid of the fatigue. It sounded like a dumb excuse, but I was sticking to it. And so I prepared for my journey and left early the next morning. Now this is a quiet village. It was the 4th day since I departed, and I had arrived at my second village. The first was only half a day's walk away, and I finished my business there quickly. But as for the second village, it was quite deep into the mountains. Like the mid-slope of the mountain had been cut open. As it was inconveniently located, they had little contact with the other villages. And just a short scan of the place made me think that time had stopped here even more so than in my own village. The houses looked like they were made of fallen trees. I suppose there was a kind of charm to it, but I wondered if I should tell them to make something more substantial. Is there anything you need? I could have it delivered, I said to the representative. It's fine, was the reply. Was it really? They lived off the land, entirely independent. As they had everything they needed, no merchants visited them. It was a very primitive lifestyle, but ogres were tough when it came to injury and disease, so this was nothing to them. I'll stay for 2 to 3 days, so let me know if you think of something later. As they appeared to be satisfied with the present situation, I thought it best not to try and sell them on anything. I had now seen different parts of the demon world, and the living standards were always quite low when it came to meatheads. Larger towns tended to have more intelligent races living in them, and the difference was staggering. Some towns were similar to Western medieval towns in terms of development. On the other hand, ogres and other meathead races were like farmers from the Heian era. Not that I've ever seen any Heian era farmers, but that was my imagination. Clothes, as long as the important parts were covered. Food, as long as it's edible, something like that. There was no grace, only roughness in the way that they lived. As someone who knew what modern Japan was like, I sometimes thought, wish I could do something, or that could be improved. But I knew that even if I did, they would just change it back later. So I kept my mouth shut. Since there was someone in the second village who challenged me, I lightly made him roll. It wasn't Gecko Kujio, but just training, and so I didn't injure him. Besides, it was also good training for me. I needed to learn how to hold back. I realized then just how ridiculously strong Seifo and Bika were from the beginning. Sometimes when we trained, I would think, did I accidentally kill them? But they would always get right back up. Because of this, I started to forget how to hold back. It's a good thing I moved the ogre standard away from the idiot siblings. Otherwise, skulls would be crushed in one hit, and great holes would open in torsos. All right, I'll visit again if I'm in the area. I left the second village and headed towards the next one. As I was taking a different route this time, it felt a little bit fresh. I started to think that this really wasn't a bad idea. I should go visit other villages whenever I feel bored. But this means I can't live in a town. I finally realized it. If I lived in a town, I might die from boredom. Besides, there was something more calming about villages. In truth, I found the battlefield to be the most calming these days, but I didn't want to admit it. If I did, I felt that something important in me would break. Ah, Sir Galen. It's an honor to have you come to our village. An old ogre came out to greet me. You seem to be doing well, Ginida. Yes, the others are starting to complain and ask me how long I intend on living. Well, it's rare to see an ogre living for so long. You should tell them to try and beat your record if they don't like it. I see, indeed. I will do just as you suggest. Ginida was over 70 years old. I had never seen an ogre so old. But that's because most of us fell in battle or died from wounds inflicted during hunts. And while ogres were tough, that only made them more reckless. Anything happen in the village? No, things are as quiet as usual, but now that I think about it. What is it? We've recently started to trade with lamias from the cave. Is that all right? Oh, I don't really mind, but what are you trading? The lamias lived in the underground lakes. They hunted animals that came to drink and caught fish. They also made clothes by weaving sea plants and their own hair. In a way, they were similar to ogres in that they were self-sufficient. We've mostly been giving them ironware. And also some wood crafts. Every ogre village had a furnace, and they used primitive techniques to make iron. I see. The lamias do live in swamplands. It is so. And in return, they give us medicine. I realized it during the plague with the red rats, but they are quite intelligent. I won't interfere with your trading. You should do as you like. Yes, thank you. Medicine, eh? I knew that there were plants in the water with beneficial effects. Because the lamias were so big, I generally thought of them as warriors, but they were actually more suited to delicate work. Maybe I should go and visit them too. Now that I thought about it, it had been a while since I last saw them. Chapter 270. Previously, this town had suffered an incident involving red rats. Rats that carried a plague had spread throughout the village, and it was the lamias who realized this immediately after I told them. After all, the red rats were the hated creatures who were the cause of their exile. Since they had studied them for a long time, they had a wealth of knowledge. And in the end, the rats were exterminated, and great losses were avoided. I shudder to think about what might have happened without the lamias. Residents of the demon world were strong when it came to diseases. That being said, it also seemed like the diseases were stronger. It was the same with the red rats. Aside from them, I had heard stories from merchants about towns being wiped out from other diseases. Most people here did not have any knowledge about illness. They could not tell if something was serious or not. Sometimes they would assume that a little rest was all that was needed, and things would just get worse. And if it was especially contagious, then it would quickly spread throughout the village. As the Lamias had prevented such a catastrophe, they were welcomed by the Ogre village. And now I was going to meet them for the first time in a while. I went up the gentle slope and headed for the highlands where the swamps were. I suppose they are all in the caves. Water grass covered the area, and it was hard to see anything in the distance. As you continued farther in, the lands turned into bogs and your feet would sink. The center of the swamplands was a great lake, and it was connected to the water source from the caves. I then entered the cave. Once I was quite deep inside, I sensed the presence of the Lamias. "Hey, it's been a while." KKSSHH. I tried to greet them, but they were cautious. The Lamia seemed quite young. It thrust out both hands, showing me its claws. But why was it being hostile to me? I needed to do something about this misunderstanding. Now, wait a minute, I'm Galen. Don't you remember me? I could hear my voice echo in the cave. Me. The Lamia tilted its head and stared for a while. Then it finally seemed to calm down. It really was nothing. It just hadn't recognized me at first due to my evolution. From the Lamia's point of view, I was a combat-type person with a lot of mana who had suddenly entered their cave. It must have assumed I was here to attack them. As one of them stood there and tried to stop me, the other had gone to call for backup. It might have led to a battle. Now that I thought about it, the Lamias were not connected to my mana. They had fled from another country and were still not a part of this one. In other words, they were like a group of rootless trees. For instance, even though I had evolved, the ogres of the village would be able to tell who I was. Even if they initially thought, "Who are you?" A closer inspection would show the connection to our orbs of control, and they would be able to guess who I was. But since the Lamias were not from this country, they could not tell who I was. If my appearance changed, they would not know. "I thank you for what you did during the Red Rat Plague, and I hear that you've started to trade with the village." "Yes, weapons we need, and armor." I was now talking to Dalmia the Lamia. She hadn't changed at all. Before, the other Lamias all treated me the same, but now that I had evolved, it was like we were back to square one. As Dalmia had been the one to talk with me first, it seemed that role had been pushed onto her again. Was that weapon also acquired through trading? Yes, it's good for hunting. Dalmia was carrying a long spear. As the Lamias were uniformly quite large, it appeared small. But it was also the right length, so they could still swing them around in the caves. I had thought that Lamias fought with their claws and fangs when not strangling things, but it turned out that iron weapons were also very useful when hunting wild animals. It's a good spear. When it came to the high-ranking races, there were times when iron weapons were not enough to inflict damage, so this would be strictly for hunting. Still, it was impressive considering where it was made. I had no idea they were capable of this. It was probably because ogres did not use weapons very often, and it also took skill to wield one. And so many ogres felt that using their fists was quicker. But if they could make fine weapons like this, perhaps I should put together a unit of spearmen. As I thought of such things, I noticed that Dalmia was staring at me suspiciously. "What is it? Is there something on your mind?" "When?" "The evolution." "Evolution? It just happened naturally while I fought on the battlefield. It's easy for ogres to evolve. And even easier to die. Wait. Hi. In the backs, they are calling me," Dalmia said, and then she disappeared to the back of the cave. Calling who is calling? Before leaving, Dalmia had put a hand up to her ear, but I had not been able to hear anything. Perhaps it was at too high a frequency. As they could not talk to each other underwater, perhaps they used sonic waves to communicate their will. I waited for some time, and then Dalmia returned. "We finished talking. My people will become subordinates." "You're saying that the Lamias will become my subordinates?" "Yes." So Dalmia had been called back to discuss that matter. "Why now?" "For our people." "Hi." Perhaps because they had lived in the water for so long, but I found it difficult to understand Dalmia. But with some patience, I learned that the Lamias had decided to make this country their final resting place. This experience of persecution and having to flee their country had made them very cautious when choosing who they would serve. Now that I thought about it, she had said something about wanting to live quietly when first coming here. They had just wanted to live here without being subordinate to anyone, and they asked for my permission, and I had agreed to this wish. In the meantime, the Lamia had been trying to determine if I and the surrounding villages could be trusted. And so you decided that we could. Yes. It likely had a lot to do with how they were accepted by the village after the Red Rat Plague. And then, today, they saw me in my evolved form, and they had made their decision. When I thought back on it, I had only met with them as an ogre, and I suppose they were not enthusiastic about putting their whole population under the control of an ogre. I understand. And I welcome you. Good. And like that, it was decided that all of the Lamias would be connected to me through the orb of control. We would like to call the others who are still in the other country. I don't mind. Some of them had not been able to cross the border and were hiding in the mountains, and they wanted to call them here, and the Dark Lamias as well. Dark Lamias? I had never heard of them before. They are large and dark. I see. So they were just Dark Lamias, and they were also longer. Differences in environment could give birth to different types within a race. This was especially true for magic beasts, as there were different types in every location. Yes, bring anyone you like. If they want to live here, they should come. Thank you. According to her, the Dark Lamia had also suffered persecution in different lands. The Dark Lamia were sometimes called horse drinkers, as they were known to swallow horses from villages. Well, that wasn't something you should do, and apparently they couldn't actually do it, but they did eat a lot to earn that reputation. Anyone can come if they want, but if they cause trouble, they will be judged just as harshly as anyone else. If they did cause any mischief, I might have to set the idiot siblings on them. Yes, that would straighten just about anyone out. After my talks with Dalmia were finished, I took half a day binding the Orb of Control contract with all of the Lamias. In all, there were over 300 of them. Wasn't that more than before? Had more of them arrived? Or did they lie about their numbers? I wasn't sure. I didn't bother to ask them about it. The important thing was that they were now part of my fighting force. Not that I planned to fight in any wars, but it was good to know that they would be there if I needed them. Now, as long as the Dark Lamias didn't cause any trouble. If others appear who want to join, contact me through the Ogre village at the bottom of the mountain. I said, and then left the Lamia village behind me. After that, I finished my round of the Ogre villages and returned home. Chapter 271. The day after I returned to my house, there was a lot of excitement in the village. Rig and the others had returned. Everyone seemed disinterested when it was me. There had been no excitement at all. Could it be that they didn't think much of me? Even when I was in my house, I could hear all the clamor and voices coming from outside. Well, their families are back from the battlefield. I suppose they would be excited about that. Many soldiers had been drafted from this village, and so their families were overjoyed to see them return. Gaya gaya gaya. Still, they really were loud. I could hear many voices. Hey, settle down. When I stepped outside, I saw the usual crew, Rig, Painey, Sappho, Bika, and for some reason the vampires as well. So they were the reason that it was so noisy. Sir Galan. We have returned. Ah, Rig, welcome back. That's good, but why are the vampires here? General Farna's town is in the other direction. Yes, but they insisted on coming to this village. Apparently, the young vampires had come to my village in order to train and improve themselves. Why weren't you all shut-ins? Though they had been born with high-spec bodies. While their parents were first-rate soldiers, the next generation had turned out to be quite worthless. That's why they were forced to become a part of my corps in order to train their spirits. And like that, we were sent to Demon King Troutsard's lands. They gained a lot of experience there, and I thought they would be confident now, and yet they still wanted to train. Besides, whoever heard of vampires going to an ogre village to train? Was this some kind of joke? They've trained with Sir Sappho and Madame Bika and have experienced being thrashed to an inch of their lives. All of them. Oh, I'm surprised they survived that. Those two did not know how to hold back. I suppose they healed quickly because they were vampires, but I'm surprised that they weren't discouraged. Since they wished to train, I thought the training regimen you created would be perfect, Sir Galan. I think that should be the first thing they undergo. Residents of the demon world relied on their physical ability a little too much, and they often didn't try to improve, and so I had never expected a whole group of them would want to. It is quite effective, and it will be good for the next battle, but vampires, eh? If they weren't careful, they might turn into meatheads as well. My training regimen was brutal. You had to be able to move as a group, and so I had called reapers and ogres from the other village. I suppose vampires could be added to the mix, but it would probably be best to discuss the matter with General Farnez first. Very well. Leaving that aside, you know the reward I was given at the castle. Yes, I've brought it with us. I want you to distribute it among the soldiers who fought in the battle. You should make a list so that you know what you gave to who. Understood, I will do that. That was my adjutant. He always answered briskly and never argued. Though, there wasn't anything to really spend money on in an isolated village like this. But I suppose there would be merchants again. They could use it then. Rig left immediately. He always acted as soon as he was given an order. Hey, Gollin, I'm feeling very different today. Exactly. Yes, completely, totally different. Ah, the idiots are here. Well, they were here the whole time. They had probably been waiting for the right moment to enter the conversation. You really worked us over last time. And so we must pay you back. Ah, yeah, let's just get it over with then. We were in the village, so I could work them a little harder than usual. After all, it would be very annoying if they came at me every day. I would need to make them lie low for a while. Hey, Gollin, if we're going to fight now, why not? Just shut up and follow me. We're going to the village square. It was in the center of the village, where we held festivals. I took Saipho and Bika to it. You can both come at once, but don't regret your actions. You don't have to tell me that. Then I'll join in. It wasn't just the villagers that gathered around. The vampires were also watching us with curious expressions. And so I gently, carefully, and thoroughly dealt with the idiot siblings. Hurt them all over, patted them, and then finally let them go. They would likely stay in bed for a few days. It was good that I now knew the limits of their physical strength. Yes, I had no regrets. Hey, someone clean this mess up. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. The vampires displayed impressive salutes. They were almost completely different people from when I had first met them. Lesser demon King Nayir's country, Nayir. So that's why I just don't understand. What do you think it is? Nayir asked. Legras shook his head. Nayir had returned after a long absence, and his body was in a terrible state. From his back to his feet, there were multiple lacerations, and they were not healing. No matter what kind of wound it was, Nayir was supposed to heal almost immediately with mana. And so this should have been impossible. Legras wondered at first if it was due to Nayir's lifespan, but then he learned it was from an attack charged with an incredible amount of mana. And now, the mana used for healing was being blocked. I did not know that you had such a weakness. Well, neither did I either. We are just a bad match for each other, or it is skilled or has too great a power. But really, what do you think it was? I don't know. If you were attacked in Great Demon King Dalm's country, then it was either Dalm himself or one of his men. You would think so, wouldn't you? However, there was no follow-up attack. As Nayir was obviously not Dalm's subordinate, he would attract attention. But if he was seen as an enemy and attacked, surely they would have tried to find the corpse and confirm he was dead. Nayir had to crawl on the ground, slowly dragging himself to where there was cover so that he could heal. It took many days of travel while avoiding enemies, and he finally reached his home country. Just a little longer and all of his wounds would be closed. Now that he could relax a little, he started to think about his attacker. It was clear that he had been targeted. In other words, someone had found him without Nayir noticing and decided that he was an enemy. But there was only one attack. No follow-up attack. No confirming that he was dead. As he was moving through another country, he knew that there was a risk of being attacked, and so that in itself wasn't a surprise. However, he didn't know who and how. As no one had shown themselves after it, the mystery only deepened. Well, never mind then. There is something that I want to do once all of my wounds heal. Nayir said innocently. Again, Legras asked with a look of distaste. Chapter 272. Now that the idiot siblings were back, they would want to challenge me daily again. And so I took care of them very carefully. I would at least have some peace until their wounds healed. Still, their defense ability has gone up quite a lot. I had also fought them before going to Kyuka's main camp, and it had been much the same. Ah, I might have killed them, I would think, but then they would get right back up. Some of those attacks might have killed those of the high-ranking races, and yet they came straight back to the battlefield. They aren't just getting hit. It's like they learned a new trick. I knew that they had learned to take hits in a way that naturally reduced damage. They had been able to parry for a while now. It was a rare thing for residents of the demon world. And so I would attack them so that they couldn't do it. Doing this repeatedly seemed to have strengthened them. Also, their judgment has improved. After all, they were starting to understand how much strength was needed for each opponent. If they were hurled into the middle of an enemy army now, they would likely survive. "Hey, Rig, did you learn anything interesting over there?" I asked Rig once the loud people were gone. While fighting was entertaining and all, Rig was a capable adjutant. Surely he had a good story or two to tell me. Right. While it is not directly related to us, there was some information concerning General Chalart that I heard before we left the castle. Oh, I'm sure you know that General Chalart was sent to watch the border and keep the small countries to the south in check. Yeah, the soldiers were replaced recently, weren't they? And I suppose General Dardaroth is in the castle now. Yes, General Farnez has headed to town in order to heal what remains of her soldiers after the battle in the north. Currently, only the castle and the south are being guarded. It was just a short while ago that the north of this country was important. But now that lesser demon King Kyuko was gone, there was no reason to keep soldiers over there. The north was now in a state of civil war. Not only did they not have the power to invade us, but they seemed to be on the verge of splitting up into multiple countries. And so what happened in the south? A group of Cyclopes moved north from Great Demon King Baibashini's country. It seems like they lost during a power struggle and were exiled. Great Demon King Baibashini, eh? That's quite far south. South of Great Demon King Dalm, isn't it? And they headed north. You're saying they moved towards us. Yes, the small southern countries are fighting each other. They seem to have slipped through during the chaos. Cyclopes were giants, meaning they were incredibly big and strong. They had a lot of stamina and magic resistance, making them very difficult to defeat. They traveled through many countries to get here, and yet they were defeated in a power struggle. Clearly a lot was happening in Great Demon King Baibashini's country. Our own General Chalart happens to be a Cyclops. Oh, he is, isn't he? Is that why they came to him for help? No, I heard that they fought. From what I knew, Great Demon King Baibashini was very old. He had little interest in governing and left everything to his subordinates. And there were stories of successful Gecko Kujio. Perhaps there had been some fight over the position of general, and the Cyclopes were somehow driven out as part of the fallout. I suppose their superior, who was a giant, was killed, and they ran away. If your superior was killed, you were supposed to become the subordinates of whoever took his place. However, there were times when people chose to leave instead. It wasn't too unusual. They lived hidden somewhere and saved their strength while observing the country, and when the time was right, they may choose to join that country. The Lamias were a good example of this. But those who constantly moved from one country to another would soon grow used to it and develop strange habits. Still, everyone wished for a place to settle down and looked carefully for a country they could belong to. It was kind of similar to searching for the right job in my past life. Some people decided based on the salary and how many days they could take off. Others wanted a company that was right for them, a place they could work until they retired. But this was the demon world. If you made the wrong decision, your entire tribe could be destroyed. There was no internet here, and while rumors were an important source of information, they were not completely trustworthy. You had no way of knowing unless you lived there. So, what were the results of the battle? They were defeated. General Chalart beat the enemy leader in a duel and absorbed the subordinates. No surprise there. General Chalart had risen after Gorgodon's death. Up until then, he had acted as General Gorgodon's corps commander. That army had a lot of giants, and so they were incredibly dangerous, in spite of being fewer in number compared to the other armies. Having some Cyclopes join them would only strengthen them even further. However, they say that General Chalart did not come out unscathed. I see, the damage must have been great with the two of them fighting. When fighting in the demon world, there were race combinations that were no good at all. But when you were both of the same race, it was simply a matter of all-round strength. Usually the person with more mana would win. Though, because you were both chipping away at each other's mana, it rarely became completely one-sided. So it was no wonder that he also took a lot of damage. Well, Chalart had still won the duel. He had distinguished himself in battle. Surely that earned him a good rest. I thought rather carelessly, not realizing the aftershock of the event would soon hit me. Chapter 273. Lesser Demon King Nayer's Country, Nayer. Long ago, Nayer was the subordinate of a certain lesser demon king called Jiddu, who owned land to the southeast. It was south of Great Demon King Bybashani's land and west of Demon King Legard. A Great Demon King and Demon King to the north and west. The moment he tried to expand his lands so that he rose to Demon King, he would be crushed. It was completely clear. The power map of the demon world changed drastically every time someone rose to Demon King, and those two would not turn a blind eye. And so Lesser Demon King Jiddu could have no ambitions when it came to his lands. If the right opportunity comes, then I will attack. That was all he could say. This is so very boring. Nayer was not at all pleased at how small Jiddu's lands were. He wanted to do something interesting. He wanted something that was stimulating. If he were a lesser demon king, he would rise to Demon King and then Great Demon King. And if he were a Great Demon King, the demon world would be so much more interesting. However, there were several problems preventing this from being realized. One of them was related to his race. Vampires were among the high-ranking races in the demon world. Still, he was inferior in every way when compared to demon kings and great demon kings. While Nayer had especially impressive healing ability, both his attack and defense ability were not up to the level of similar vampires. And so he was sure that no matter how hard he tried, he would not be able to land a lethal blow to a demon king. There was one other problem. Nayer did not have much time left to accomplish anything. Indeed, Nayer looked young on the outside, almost like a child. However, this was due to his healing ability, and he was in fact much older than he looked. Even when considering the lifespan of vampires, he knew that he did not have enough time to rise to the rank of Great Demon King and enjoy his new life. But he had a plan that would take care of these problems. Evolution. A vampire could evolve into an elder vampire. However, there was only one person who had ever succeeded in doing this, and the requirements were unclear. However, if he did succeed, both his power and lifespan would be greatly increased. Well then, I will do it. Nayer decided, and then he challenged Lesser Demon King Jiddu to Gecko Kujio. After successfully defeating Jiddu, Nayer left the country to his adjutant, Legres. Lord Nayer, but why? Why did he not rule the country himself? Legres did not understand. I'm going to travel around the demon world so that I can become an elder vampire. Take care of things while I am gone. But as you wish. And so Nayer left his country to Legres, and he led a party of soldiers around the demon world and wreaked havoc across the lands. It was the birth of the wild hunt. In the end, I wasn't able to find someone who had evolved. He had worked his mischief in countless countries and searched for someone who had evolved into an elder vampire. However, he was unable to find anyone. Not only that, but there was also no one who had any information on evolving. I suppose there is only one place after all. Nayer groaned. While he had not been able to find any other elder vampires, there was one place in the demon world that Nayer was actively avoiding. I'll have to go to Melvis after all. But I'd really rather not go. Melvis, the feared Great Demon King, was the only vampire known to have evolved into an elder. But he was also known to have an extreme temperament and would turn enemies who came close into dust. At the very least, you would not want to meet him as a foe. Never, so I'll have to become a subordinate. He would make contact with Melvis and work for him, and through him, find out how to become an elder vampire. It would be a very difficult mission, but he no longer had any other choice. And so Nayer searched for information on Melvis country and discovered that one of his generals was a vampire. It would be best to work under her and watch before making my move. Nayer put his plan into action, thinking himself quite clever. But luck was not on his side, and he entered during the time that Melvis had gone into his long sleep. Damn it, now I will have to wait. And while he did consider leaving and then returning if Melvis awoke, he doubted that he would be allowed to do that. Who knew how Melvis would react if he heard? It would all be over if it made him angry. Melvis was not someone he could beat in a fight. He wanted to avoid any action that would result in hostility. And so Nayer spent his days carelessly under Farna's command. And now, he was reminded once again how limited the time he had left. Now, I will just have to fight a demon king directly. There were demon kings who served great demon kings. However, it was obvious what would happen if he dared attack one of them. No great demon king would forgive him. It would be all-out war between their countries. In that case, he had to attack a demon king who was the ruler of their own country. Out of the 9 top demon kings, Demon King Bardodo had died during the invasion from the celestial world, and so there were 8 left. I don't know much about the kings in the east. Nayir's investigations had not reached the east of the demon world, where Trinidodo, Fanera, Milha, and Jara ruled. He didn't know their strengths or special abilities. As for the demon kings in the west, Gidman and Janius were currently at war, and so were Troutsard and Legard. Nayir was thinking of targeting a western demon king. Among them, Troutsard will probably be the easiest to defeat. Troutsard was the oldest out of those demon kings, and the report said that she resembled an old woman. In that case, her power had likely waned with age as well. With everything considered, Troutsard seemed like his best bet, and so Nayir made his decision. All right, and it won't just be the wild hunt. I'll take Legras with me this time. Yes, the whole might of his country would be behind this attack. And if he won, Nayir would be able to evolve into an elder vampire. His lifespan would increase, and he would gain greater power. I'll do it. Attack with my entire army. Nayir decided. Chapter 274. A messenger arrived from General Farnez. I assumed that it was related to the vampires who had come to my village, but I was wrong. The general's orders are that you are to take your men and head for Demon King Troutsard's country at once. What? To Troutsard's lands once again? Me? Why? This messenger wasn't making any sense, surely. She said that she understands that you are resting and regrets having to tell you this. My emotions must have really been showing on my face as the messenger looked at me apologetically. The general said that she is sorry for sending you back to work so soon. Well, that's fine, but why? Losing my time off was one thing, but I could not comprehend why I would need to return to Troutsard's land. The core we had been exchanged for had already returned, and Melvis was awake now. Surely there was no point in being involved with them any further? It was an honest question, and so I just asked it. A short while ago, a messenger came from Troutsard's land. Apparently, it was soon after I left. As Melvis had awakened, Troutsard was probably curious as to finding out what kind of mood he was in. The messenger had come with a great amount of gifts, which worked as a reminder of how much Troutsard had suffered in the past. Melvis's awakening had put so much fear into her. Of course, the messenger also made confirmations regarding the prior trading of troops. The soldiers that had been sent were General Meralda's close guards, including some who were as strong as generals and some ordinary soldiers. It was a known truth that it was they who had defeated lesser demon King Leninoth. Normally, our debt to their country would be too big to repay. However, while we had been seen as useless, we were ultimately able to contribute to a surprising degree, and the outcome seemed closer to even. After some discussion, they decided that it was indeed a fair trade of fighting forces. It was rather hard for even me to believe. General Meralda was said to have sent her very best. As for us, we were the leftover scraps. While it ended with good results, it didn't seem 50-50. Well, never mind that. If that's what our superiors decided, then there is nothing for me to say. So, what happened then? The past is fair. But as for the future, they would like to continue to maintain a friendly relationship with this country. That was obvious, given the amount of gifts that were brought. But that could just be a way of making us owe something to them in return. So, I suppose we have to give them a gift as well. Yes, initially, General Chalart or his men in the south were going to be sent. The messenger hesitated. The matter of the Cyclopes. Yes. The general fought one of them and was wounded. It was not a light wound, and his adjutants were also wounded. It would be unwise to split them up and weaken our fighting force now. And there is also the castle defenses to consider. The castle, General Dardaroth was currently guarding it, but surely losing him would not be too big of a deal. If the enemy did attack, then Melvis himself could face them. No, perhaps not. When Melvis moved, it wasn't just the enemy who died, but his own men would suffer as well. Hell, this was someone who could destroy whole countries. No, it would be best that Melvis did not fight. Dardaroth should be the one guarding the castle. In that case, only General Farnez remained. And General Farnez is currently reorganizing her army, I suppose. Indeed, neither she or her adjutant can leave now. That is why the duty has fallen to you, Corps Commander Galen. Really? Everyone was busy with important work, and I alone was off on vacation. I really was the only one who could do it, damn it. Those Cyclopes really chose a bad time to come. So, I'm to take a thank you gift and deliver it to Troutsard. Yes, exactly. They probably thought things would go more smoothly with me specifically. I was acquainted with not just Demon King Troutsard, but General Merelda as well. After all, we had fought together. While I was just going to deliver something, it would still be better to have someone who knew them. Very well. It looks like I have no choice. I'll start to make preparations at once. Thank you, and there's more. It seems that Demon King Troutsard and Demon King Legard have started fighting again. There are reports of great armies moving near their borders. That will be dangerous. It was bad timing. When it came to battles between demon kings, the size of their mobilized forces was always great due to the number of races they had. In comparison, the battles between lesser demon kings looked very small in scale, and so when demon kings fought, the damages spread far and wide. General Farnez asks that I be careful. She was telling me to avoid getting involved in fights that had nothing to do with me, or maybe she doesn't want me to antagonize either side. Apparently, General Farnez had not finished the sentence. Perhaps that made it more all-encompassing. Got it, I will try to be careful. You will try. I will try, but there are times when things happen that are out of my control. I said heavily, and the messenger was silent. Now that it's decided, we should move at once. After the messenger left, I put Rig in charge of organizing the corps. That being said, I intended to take everyone who wanted to come. General Farnez would pay for all of our supplies, and the gifts were going to be sent to the border ahead of us. We just had to carry it to Troutsard's country. It was just a simple little errand. All right, we'll be able to fight again. I can't wait. The idiot siblings were living up to their name. I told them that this was an errand, and yet they still thought they were going to fight. I had thoroughly hurt, patted them down, and yet they had recovered in just a few days. It showed that their recovering ability had gone up considerably. I would have to be careful. Preparations were completed promptly, and we departed from the village. As we were going directly to the border this time, we would not stop at the castle. We would restock on supplies on the way and unite with the other corps. I don't know, it seems like the duration that I get to rest is becoming shorter recently. But most residents of the demon world seemed like they didn't care about such things. It was as if I was the only person who lived in the moment. Maybe it was just me. Along with the vampires, who had recently turned into meatheads, we crossed the border. We then headed for the town where Demon King Troutsard lived. There was always a messenger sent out ahead once we were in Troutsard's land, and we didn't stop at any towns in order to avoid friction. This repeated over and over. And 10 days later, we arrived at our destination. It's rather nice to be back. I muttered in a cheerful mood. One of the gatekeepers looked at me and let out an odd shriek. Perhaps I had met him before. Regardless, I had returned. Chapter 275. Rejoice, for I have returned to your town. I just thought it would be fun to say that. There was no real meaning behind it. We already sent word ahead. And so we should head straight to the castle. That's right, you're well prepared. Rig said, ignoring my announcement. Perfectly prepared, sir. I have told them that we will be waiting in front of the castle. I see. Yes, this was an adjutant who knew what he was doing. Last time I came, I had been made to wait for several days. I had to take a room at an inn until I was granted an audience. But this was how different things were when Rig was with me. Preparations were already complete by the time we were in town. It was amazing. I did know that he was moving a little frantically around the time we passed the previous town, but what did that matter? If he had arranged things so that we would arrive in this town just in time, well, it was almost too good to be true. Maybe I should start calling Rig Too Good. Well, that name was already taken. What about the gifts? My men have them. I even checked them yesterday. And a list of the items was already submitted, so there should be no problem. I see, no need to worry then. Yes. When Demon King Troutsard's messengers came to our country, they came bearing an extravagant amount of gifts. It was her way of saying, let's continue this friendly relationship. However, they were a great country, while we were small. And so if there was no return gift, then we would end up owing them a debt. And since we did not want them to ever ask for a favor in return, we had come here to deliver a gift as well. I suppose it was our way of saying, we don't owe you anything. Of course, while they may just feel that what had been given had been returned, they could also take it as, now our debt is paid. The next time we meet, it will be on the battlefield. But this was Traltsard, so I doubted things would take such a dark turn. The people who were in charge of such diplomatic matters in this country were likely of the non-combat races, and they would know of Traltsard's will. So surely, nothing bad would happen. I hoped they would accept the gift without issue. I had recently memories of magic attacks being launched at me during a first encounter, but I wouldn't think about that now. We walked down the main street of the town. It was a large town, and there was quite a distance to walk until we reached the castle. It looks like reconstruction has been going well. The damage to this area was pretty bad. This was where the residents of the celestial world had wreaked havoc. As a barrier had been set up, the area outside of the town hadn't been affected much, but inside, it was a disaster. Still, the restoration was going smoothly by the looks of it. It was proof that they had laborers who were properly disciplined. Now, as for this expedition, it was the usual members. While many had died during the war, we brought in new people to make up for the loss. Also, the Lamias were a new addition. The Lamias had a strength that was similar to the high-ranking races. And while they were probably better fits for civil servants, they were still tough and were great in combat. When I really stopped to think about it, my corps was made up of a pretty impressive bunch of soldiers. The ogres were well-trained, then we had high-ranking vampires, though they were now meatheads. And then we had the Reapers and Lamias, who were both intelligent and powerful. Then there were the idiot siblings and me, who had undergone special evolution. Hey, Rig. Don't you think that with this lineup, we might be able to take over a country? Sir Gallen, your voice is too loud. I had meant to address Rig, who was right behind me, but apparently I was too loud. Maybe it was because my body was so big. My voice just boomed. While I mused on such things, I realized that the townspeople were now looking at me with pale faces. I even saw a few of them start running towards the guard house and castle. Hey, it's not as if we came here to declare war. Like I said, Sir Gallen, your voice is too loud. Please abstain from mentioning war, Rig said with an angry look. Rig was quite cold towards me recently. We continued on our way without incident. However, it was just as we reached the castle that we were surrounded. So, which one of you declared you were going to conquer this country? Oh, Gallen. The person standing in front of the castle gates with folded arms was none other than General Merelda. It's been a while, General Merelda. So, Lesser Demon King Melvis wishes to fight my lord. General Merelda said with a dark expression. No, not at all. There was a misunderstanding. For some reason, it was now up to me to explain myself in front of the castle gates. You never change, Gallen, always causing trouble. I was now alone with Merelda, in a waiting room in the castle. As I had been able to resolve things, we were allowed to enter. My men were in a different, larger room. I was going to have an audience with Traltsard as a messenger from Melvis. Never chain. I don't remember causing any trouble before. My presence was the embodiment of peace itself. In fact, it was rare to see intellectuals like me in the demon world. I was so calm that people were bound to start calling me Gallen the Cat. Well, if that's what you say, then we'll pretend that it is the case. General Merelda said with some hesitation. More importantly, you've returned, eh? The West is not stable yet, but this country is not likely to take any more damage for now. Even if the Western countries formed an alliance, they would no longer be able to antagonize such a large country. They had fought each other for too long and their strength was depleted. Because of this, General Merelda had time to return to the castle. You were originally fighting in the south, and on your way back, you went east to our country. Is that right, General? Yes, and then we fought in the west, but I'll be working in the castle for a while now. I see, then it was no wonder that General Merelda was here. Also, that incident earlier, I was just muttering some joke. Don't you think the reaction was a little extreme? Surely it should take more for a powerful country like this to start shaking. Do you think so? I do think so. It's like the entire castle here is on edge. So it's that obvious then. Well, it seems that Legard is getting very serious recently. A number of independent corps were sent to attack us. Independent corps, huh? That does sound bad. According to Merelda, Legard's soldiers had crossed the border in secret, and Troutsard had only found out about it after the damage was done. They were currently investigating the scale and objective of the enemy. Not only this town, but other towns sent out scouts as well, and they were calling for any information about the enemy. It was no wonder that the townspeople and castle soldiers were on edge. From their perspective, we were outsiders who were not connected to their orbs of control. And we were a large group, mostly made up of combat races. On top of that, I had to run my mouth with ominous words, and so someone had run ahead and warned the others. Yes, they were right to act as they did. Still, it was a little overblown. We knew that lesser demon King Melvis had sent friendly messengers, and now the misunderstanding has been resolved. So the matter had been dealt with then. Thank you. I was here as a messenger. The last thing I wanted to do was to fight in the castle. But what was the most scary to think about was that even though we couldn't take a country with our current lineup, I felt that we could go pretty far. There is no need to thank me. Ah, Her Majesty will see you now. Someone entered the room. Apparently it was time for my audience with Troutsard. Then I will go. I will go with you. And so General Merelda and I stood up. Chapter 276. General Merelda and I dropped to our knees in the audience hall and waited. After some time, soldiers appeared from the back. They were probably ensuring that the room was safe and leading the way. Last time I was attacked immediately, but it seemed that I would be spared this time. Right? I glanced over to General Merelda. Goo! The general thrust out her fist towards me. Her thumb was set between her index finger and middle finger. It was a lewd gesture. What the hell was she saying? Well, she was probably trying to communicate to me that everything was okay. It's been a while. A powerful voice sounded. Thanks to the general's playfulness, I had missed her entrance. It's an honor, Your Majesty. And you are here too, Merelda. You may raise your face. Unlike last time, Demon King Troutsard was very calm. I slowly raised my face and looked at the Demon King. Yes, this was a Demon King. The amount of mana that enveloped her was completely different from everyone else. In the past, I would have been very afraid and wonder what kind of being a great Demon King was if they surpassed her. And yet Melvis was. The pressure I felt from Melvis was stronger. If Troutsard was strong, then Melvis was some kind of monster. Gollin, I had received the gifts. I am grateful to you for delivering them to me. Thank you. But Troutsard was still imposing. There was a clear, powerful aura. So, how is King Melvis? Yes, I knew that she would be very curious about that. Indeed, I find it hard to imagine how you could win. Hi. When meeting him in the Orb of Control, I had known that even with the two of us together, we had no way of beating him. His mana is immense, and he has many magic abilities at his disposal. He will not refrain from using them if you try to attack at a distance, and being hit just once should be enough to end the fight. You will have no choice but to use speed and try to fight him as close as possible. After that, I tried to think of a way to beat Melvis, and my answer was to fight in close quarters and with chain attacks. If you were so close that you were nearly touching, then you might have a chance. And then it will be just a matter of chipping away at each other's mana. Of course, my mana level was vastly inferior, so I would dry up first. It wouldn't even matter if I changed into the other me. The results would be the same, and so, even then, I believe that victory will be out of your reach. When I finished, Troutsard was shaking like a leaf, and her eyes were filled with tears. Why you? That was not what I was asking you. You, Troutsard's shriek echoed through the hall. It was so loud that the guards dropped their spears and the officials fell to the floor. How dare you make Her Majesty cry? General Merelda struck me. I looked to Troutsard, who was nodding as the tears started to fall. Wait, she wasn't asking me how she should fight him. Wild Hunt Nair. After leaving the country, the members of the Wild Hunt banded together and marched out with Nair in the lead. They were still in Demon King Legard's country. Nair was trying to pass through in secret. Lord Nair, the Shadow Runners will reach their limit soon. I see, they don't last as long as I thought. There are so many of us this time, so it cannot be helped. But I think we will be discovered if we rest here. There is a town to the north, so perhaps we should go down south a little farther. Indeed, I will leave it to you, Legras. Certainly, The only reason that Nair and his men were able to move through enemy territory safely was due to the cooperation of the Shadow Runners. Shadow Runners had the special ability, Shadow Hide, which allowed them to move while hiding their own existence. And among Shadow Runners, there were some who had the special ability, Hide Together. It was the group version of Shadow Hide, while an individual's power determined how many people they could hide. If you had enough Shadow Runners, you could conceal an entire army. However, they continued to consume mana once the ability was activated, and so it was difficult to use it for a long time. Since there were so many of them traveling this time, it took about an hour for their mana to be depleted completely. And they needed dozens of Shadow Runners to move without being caught. How far were we able to go? We are about halfway through Legard's country. It's still far away then. That's annoying. As they had to avoid towns and roads, they took longer while making less progress. Normally, Nair would have been patient, but recently, so many things were going wrong, and before he knew it, he was feeling very stressed. After all, the plan he had taken so much time with had crumbled. There had been so many steps to get there, only for it to end in failure. He had moved so carefully, but things always seemed to flip over right before fruition. After this much failure, he could not help but lose heart. And so when the scouts sent out during the night returned the next morning, he made the wrong decision. It's too much trouble. Let's keep going straight. According to the information from the scouts, Legard's army and Troutsard's army were battling. Their borders were constantly in a state of tension. Normally, it would have been best to travel up north once and enter Great Demon King Bybashani's lands, and then go to Troutsard's country. But Nair suggested they go straight through the border. Are you certain? We'll go through a place where we won't draw attention, and even if they do see us, we'll annihilate them. Very well. It would be best if they could reach the town where Troutsard lived without any casualties, but crossing the border in its current state would be difficult. They would likely be discovered at some point. A battle or two could not be avoided. Nair was currently passing through lands where no one should be, so no one would be looking. But the borders were a place that was watched, as an invasion was expected, and they were moving towards it in a large group. If the enemy discovered traces that hadn't been there half a day earlier, they might come after them. That being said, it would be difficult to move without leaving traces. Legras clicked his tongue and cursed this untimely war. However, while Nair had been acting in secret all this time, he was suddenly becoming very bold. Was it that he couldn't wait any longer, or that he didn't have any time left? Legras did not know. Still, he was a subordinate and could do nothing but support his lord to the best of his ability. Thinking this, he kept his mouth shut and obeyed. The wild hunt was about to enter Troutsard's territory. Chapter 277. Troutsard was angry with me, very angry. Can I beat him? That was what I thought she was asking, but I was wrong. Troutsard started with, "What the hell are you thinking?" and continued with, "Don't ever fight him, and don't even think about fighting him. It would be fine if I just fought him, died, and that was it. But if Melvis were to be put in a bad mood, and he took it out on his neighbors." Troutsard tried to persuade me with tearful eyes. But she really didn't need to get so angry. What was it that you wanted to know? She should have asked me more clearly. What? I wanted to know about King Melvis's mood, of course. Of course, I didn't realize. It was like the day's weather. It was only natural for her to want to know how he was feeling now. As for Lesser Demon King Melvis's mood, he was relatively calm, but there was definitely a chance of moodiness. One should be prepared for thunder magic in the evening. Something like that. But well, I doubted anyone would even feel like fighting once they witnessed that overwhelming presence. I can only tell you what I felt. He didn't seem to be in a bad mood, but I don't know what he is usually like. Though, the others in the castle did not seem to be particularly afraid. I see, so King Melvis isn't grumpy when waking up. I suppose so. There was something that I was wondering about. King Melvis is a lesser demon king, right? It really is hard to believe, isn't it, given the amount of mana? Troutsard said with a grin, "Yes, how can that be? Who knows? I don't understand it myself. He used to be a great demon king, and now he is a lesser demon king. I think that perhaps something has made his mana levels difficult to accurately measure. So it isn't being measured accurately, I see. The tablet of control was in sync with the orbs of control within our bodies. If a lesser demon king died, their names vanished from the stone tablet. And you could tell when a lesser demon king rose to demon king, as the position of their name would change. And it was said that your position on the tablet was determined by how much mana you had. So, what about Melvis's case? His overwhelming presence was proof that he had enormous amounts of mana. It was too much for the confines of a lesser demon king. But then why wasn't this reflected on the tablet of control? It was my opinion that Melvis's chains were the cause. According to Melvis, they were invisible to everyone else. I could see them, but we would set that aside for now. I did not know what those chains were for. However, what if they were also the reason that the tablet of control couldn't properly measure Melvis's mana? The chains were apparently put on him by Hera during the battle with the celestial world. Hera's goal was to bring back Zeus, and she would have been conducting research for that. Could those chains be a result of that research? Thanks to King Melvis's return, the surrounding area should become more peaceful. Troutsard muttered thoughtfully. Yes, if 2 or 3 of the surrounding countries disappear, then the young lesser demon kings will definitely take the hint. I agreed. Troutsard looked at me with clear annoyance. Perhaps she thought I was suggesting that hers would be one of those countries that disappeared. Now that I thought about it, we were neighbors. And they had been attacked relentlessly before Melvis went into his sleep. Yes, I was starting to think that this country would be destroyed. I hope not. I have acquaintances here now, and it was a good country. Galan. Did I say that out loud? Damn it. But there was no malice behind it at all. Troutsard was shaking visibly now, and Merelda was patting her on the back. The demon, king, and general. It was like they moved in harmony. And Galan. I have something that I want to ask as well, said General Merelda, who had been silent all of this time. What? I really don't know any details. What does King Melvis intend to do now? After all, it might greatly affect the future of the demon world. Indeed, while he may be called a lesser demon king, he was still really a great demon king. Like an adult who resembled a child. And so she wanted to know how he would move next. I can't even imagine. However, King Melvis has not given up his search for King Yamato, so I'm sure that he will go flying off as soon as he finds something. If he was going to do anything, it would be to continue his search for the lesser High King. After all, he had ordered me to search for leads as well. I see, that cannot be predicted, and so we cannot move carelessly. General Merelda chuckled with a troubled expression. I'd like to ask you something as well. How are things in this country? According to what I had heard on the road, they were still fighting demon King Legard. Not only that, but there were stories about a particularly large battle happening near the border. Our armies are currently having a staring match at the border. While the scale of this war has increased, it's still the same old fighting. I think they will withdraw after they've had their fill of it. General Merelda said without much interest. So that's how it is. But many soldiers would fight, and many would die. And yet it had been going on for so long that it was seen as mundane now. In that case, we should be heading back before we get involved. I did not want to be roped into this battle with Demon King Legard's army. When I said this, Troutsard and Merelda both nodded. However, they assured me that I need not worry, as the battle was unlikely to reach this place. Wild Hunt Nair. Huh. Is something flying? Nair exclaimed as he saw something flying in the distance. It must be a scout. Perhaps there is an enemy army nearby, replied his adjutant, Legras. Nair and the Wild Hunt were currently moving through Demon King Legard's lands in order to reach Demon King Troutsard's country. We have confirmed its identity. Lord Nair, it is one of Legard's scouts. They are searching through the area. After a while, more flying people could be seen in the sky. There were dozens of them, and they all appeared to be the same race. Let's stay put and wait for them to leave. Understood. As long as the Shadow Runner's special ability, Hide Together, was active, they would not be discovered. However, when moving as a group, dust rose into the air. As would smoke if they cooked. They made noise when walking through grass, and the trodden grass would be proof of their presence. In other words, just because they could not be seen, it did not mean that they were completely safe. And so Nair and the others waited there without making a sound. Are they gone? Yes, they must have moved to someplace else. Nair scratched his head. This is getting very tiresome. Maybe we should just crush them. There are flying scouts ahead of us as well. Even if we take a few down, they will likely just send more of them. Yes, that's true. Ah, and here they are again. Nair and the others looked up to see something especially large flying in the sky. It's a thunderbird, a high ranker, not someone who would usually be put on scouting duties. If someone like that is scouting the area, wouldn't that mean that the Demon King's main camp is close by? Surely they wouldn't. No, it is possible. Perhaps Demon King, Legard himself, is leading them. Legras thought the idea was ridiculous at first, but both Legard and his subordinates could fly. While this was difficult terrain, it wouldn't matter if you were in the air. It was more likely because this was a place you wouldn't want to bring many soldiers. If it is Legard, maybe we should attack. No, Lord Nair, I don't think that would be wise. It wasn't like storming a castle. Attacking an army on the battlefield, and a Demon King's army, no less. They did not have enough men. I see, then we'll cross the border as planned. Had there not been a war, they would have passed through this place easily. Thinking about that made him increase their speed. Both sides were currently watching the border, and it was there that the members of the Wild Hunt would pass through. Chapter 278. Wild Hunt Nair. They were near the border, between Demon King Legard and Demon King Troutsard's country. The Wild Hunt chose areas that were thickly covered with trees as they advanced. Had they been moving with smaller numbers, they would have been able to travel 3 or 4 times faster. But this was different. Nair had a whole army of soldiers with him. Of course, this was all to defeat Demon King Troutsard. In order to accomplish his goal, he had to suffer the extra baggage and increased travel time. Lord Nair. We should stop here for the day. After some time, Legras suggested that they set up camp. Have we crossed the border already? Yes, the river that we passed an hour ago should have been it. I see. I suppose we can rest here then. Now that we are in Troutsard's lands, I would like to start gathering information. We'll find a nearby village that we can attack. As long as they killed everyone who lived there, they would not be discovered until they moved again. They could stay in the village and send out scouts. They would move after they found out where Troutsard was and the locations of her armies. Legras nodded at Nair's words. If Legard's main army is here, then it's possible that Troutsard will come here as well. And if that's the case, maybe they will take each other down. Perhaps, and the more chaos there is on the battlefield, the easier it will be for us to move. Understood. We will start gathering information on Troutsard's army tomorrow. Yes, good. We will prepare to camp here then, Legras said, and then disappeared. Phew, what is going to happen? A Demon King would not come out so easily, but it would be a nice surprise. Nair thought of such things. He was a lot more relaxed now that they had crossed the border. And so was Legras, who was giving out orders to the others. That was why they did not notice. Notice that the Shadow Runners hide together was no longer activated. We're under attack. Someone shouted. At the same time, the thunderous sound of something cutting through wind came from above. Huh. Have we been found? Nair looked up at the sky. 2 thunderbirds were shooting down towards them. Legard's army is here already. They had not expected Legard's soldiers to cross the border, and so they had not been cautious about their rear. And then he finally realized that hide together was no longer activated. Well, it cannot be helped now. Let's kill them. Nair's nails grew out, and he danced up into the sky. And like that, he slashed at one of the thunderbird's wings. The thunderbird lost its balance and plunged to the ground. There are more of them. This is bad. He didn't know where Legard's main army was, but at least one of them would have returned in order to make a report. So he could not rest safely even if they killed everyone there. Legras, let's move. We only have to kill those who chase after us. Understood. If their position was already exposed, there was no point in sticking around. Killing them all would be nothing but a temporary measure. And so Nair and the Wild Hunt decided to relocate while only concentrating on the enemy that pursued them. This turned out to be an effective tactic, and by the time the sun had set, they succeeded in destroying all of the thunderbirds. Damn it, how troublesome this is. While the thunderbirds were gone, they had been replaced by black butterflies. Nair clicked his tongue with annoyance as he watched them flying in the sky. While the black butterflies could not fight, it was difficult to see them in the night, and so you would not notice if they were chasing after you. It was clear that they had been sent now that the sun had gone down. We should cover as much ground while we can. They were able to hide together again, and so the enemy would not be able to see them. This was their chance to go deeper into Troutsard's territories. Thinking this, they moved without sending out any scouts. But luck was not on their side, and Nair and his men found themselves in front of another army. Had Legard managed to go around them? He wondered at first, but they were clearly different from the soldiers he had seen before. These were groups of nightmares, sky devils, and kugas. All of them were able to see in the dark. Ah, they are likely from Troutsard's army. Nair lamented. He stared at them carefully and tried to determine whether or not they could stay hidden. But it was clear that the enemy were suspicious, and so Nair made his decision. Legras. Let's annihilate them. Understood. Understood. As they had rushed into Demon King Troutsard's land so quickly, he wasn't sure where they were. But judging by the fact that there were soldiers patrolling the sky, there must be an army nearby. Don't let a single one escape. Go! Legras shouted, and like that the midnight battle began. Demon King Troutsard's castle Galen. I had come back to Demon King Troutsard's castle after a few days. It was only yesterday that I requested an audience, and I was invited to come today. Thank you for agreeing to meet me. Well, I have my own reasons, so what is it, Galen? I'm going to return to my country now, and thought I would come to bid you farewell. I see, so you are leaving. Yes. I have men that I want to train. Indeed, it might be dangerous. No, I'm sure that you will be fine. Troutsard hesitated. Had something happened? Is there any reason to believe the road will be more dangerous now? Yesterday, Legard's soldiers crossed the border in great numbers. We are in the middle of striking back, but there are other problems as well. So Demon King Legard has invaded this country, and what else? There is another, unidentified group that has entered the country. They fought some of my men who were on patrol. I think it is very likely that they are the Wild Hunt who caused so much trouble recently. Oh, could you tell me more about what happened? We don't really know more, as they fled shortly after the fight. But the corpses that were left behind match what we know of the Wild Hunt. The Wild Hunt was led by Nair. I could not ignore it. Where did you encounter them? It was near the border with Legard at first. We've seen them 2 times after that, here and here. Troutsard said as she pointed to locations on the wall map. They were getting closer and closer to this town. Could it be that? Well, I just remembered that I have other business, and will have to delay our return. Is this about the Wild Hunt's leader? Meralda told me about him. It is, I have to crush him. Nair had used me as a pawn and made a fool of me. He had gotten in my way, but we were enemies now. Personal grievances aside, I could still not leave him be. And I had so wanted to kill him all of this time, but he was coming to me now. It was perfect. I would go at him in full force. And kill. So you two have a history. Well then. I will tell you as soon as new information comes in. Thank you. I had only come to say farewell, and ended up receiving important information. Nair would constantly appear and disappear without warning, and so it was impossible for me to find out where he was. But it was a different story if he was coming to me. Yes, I would prepare to meet him and wait. He shouldn't know that I am here. I laughed mockingly. Galen, you are starting to take after King Melvis. Troutsard said, with a look of displeasure. Surely that wasn't true. Chapter 279. I'm going to be staying in this town for a while. I said. Rig's reply was simply, I understand. It was awfully straightforward. Aren't you going to ask me why? Rig wasn't the type to go against my decisions unless he had a really good reason to. However, he always asked me why I was going to do something. He wanted to know my reasoning for making such a decision. I can tell just by looking at your face, Sir Galen. Something interesting is going to happen, isn't it? I have rarely seen you look so enthusiastic. How did he see me, I wonder? He said I was full of enthusiasm, but I didn't know what that looked like. What if my whole body was bobbing up and down? I see, well, you may just be right. Nair is leading his army towards this town, and I intend to fight him no matter what. I had already declared publicly that I would defeat Nair, so this was little surprise to Rig. Indeed, sir. Then it would be best for you to continue to hide the fact that you are here. That's true. There was no need to let him know that I was waiting for him. It would be more impactful and effective if I appeared when he least expected it. Should I tell your men to follow suit? Yes, no, I will tell them myself, and perhaps I should put on a disguise. There was no doubt about it. Nair was here for the Demon King's orb of control. That was the only explanation, according to what Melvis told me about his evolution. And so Nair would not come charging into this town without a plan. He would have likely had his men, and maybe even merchants and mercenaries, infiltrate this place in advance. A disguise? What kind of disguise? Well, and so I told Rig what I was thinking of. To be precise, it involved the kind of sparkly suits that old comedians wore and a bow tie. Also a bowler hat, swirly glasses, and a beard. And what about those whistle things that extended in 3 directions when you blew? That way, no one will recognize me. Indeed, but I think it will look so suspicious that the guards will arrest you. Right, well, I wasn't really serious. I've fought Nair's men a few times now, and they've seen me fight. So they will likely recognize my face. That's what we need to consider. I believe they will be keeping their eyes on the castle, so you may not draw any attention as long as you stay in town, of course. That is as long as you keep quiet. So that's what it comes down to. If I went out to gather information, I would draw attention. Nair would surely hear of it if I walked around town and asked people about the wild hunt. I think that you and your men should abstain from doing anything that might get noticed. Yes, Rig was always right. I couldn't help but think that. And so I gathered my men together and told them that our return journey would be delayed, and that since Nair was close by, we would wait for him here so that we could kill him. Upon hearing this, not only the ogres, but even the vampires became very eager. They did not think well of Nair, who had tricked and betrayed their vampire leader, General Farnes. As for the ogres, they didn't really care about old grudges. They simply liked the prospect of another fight. It would be best if they didn't know that we were here, and so don't get in any fights. Save your strength. I said, "What? Are you serious?" they shouted. All of them were itching to get into action. Still, I forced them to be quiet and insisted that they stay indoors as much as possible. This was all so that we could annihilate the wild hunt. Listen, if any of you disobey my orders, I'll break at least 3 of your bones on the spot. Got it, I said, and the discussion was over. Wild hunt Nair. Nair and the wild hunt avoided any of the main roads as they made their way to Troutsard's town. While it was possible for them to use the roads while concealing themselves, they had already given up stopping at any villages. It seems like word has been spreading, and I would rather avoid leaving any more traces than we already have. That would be wise. It seems that not only towns, but the villages have also been warned. They had stopped once in order to gather information, and found out that soldiers were coming and going from all the towns and villages in the area. Even if they killed all of the residents of a village, patrolling soldiers would discover them in the morning. And if they killed the soldiers on patrol, then the enemy would notice that they hadn't returned. If they continued to do such things, the enemy would realize what their aim was. And so they had avoided stopping at any towns or villages on the way. For this expedition, Nairo had brought 350 of his best fighters, as well as 50 who specialized in scouting. And then there were 20 who carried the baggage. He even thought about just taking those who could fly and leaving the others behind. But if the enemy discovered them, they would be annihilated. And it would not do if the captured ended up leaking information about Nair to the enemy. Because of this, Nair had no choice but to move with the others. It's unfortunate that you no longer have spies in Troutsard's town. Nair was about to nod at Legris's words, but he remembered something and shook his head instead. I called them back as soon as the assassination attempt on the tactician failed, and that's why the damage was minimal. We had no choice. After that, there was the invasion from the celestial world, which resulted in the deaths of those still in the town. What survivors there were used to deliver the stone. Then it was just retreat after retreat. He had not had time to send more men to infiltrate the town. But still, surely we should stop somewhere and gather information. That's true. Maybe we should just make the forest our base. I don't know. There is also the problem of food. While we won't have much time, it is possible. Food, eh? What should we do? If they stayed too close to Troutsard's town, the plan would fall apart the moment that they were discovered. It would be best if they could make their base a day or half a day's distance away when flying, or 2 to 3 days when running. In that case, they could spend 10 or more days gathering information. While they still had food, they would not have enough for the return journey if they weren't careful. In any case, there were so many of them this time, and so they needed space, both when traveling and when setting up camp. Very well. While it won't be as extensive, we'll gather what information that we can in a short while. So we will stay in the forest. Yes, we'll attack as soon as we can confirm Troutsard's location. Even if you don't have information on the people who will be protecting Troutsard. While we could wait for when the time is ripe, I would rather just attack quickly, so they won't be able to react in time. Surely that is possible with our breakthrough ability. Very well, I will prepare things for that end. Yes, do that. And like that, Nayer's plan was decided. Chapter 280. Tonight, it was part of the outer gardens of Troutsard's castle, in a corner that no one came close to, a place covered in shadow that was dark even during the day. There was a small, usually unused building at the end of a narrow pathway between two buildings. Stifled laughter echoed from the building. When it was night time, this place would be shrouded in complete darkness, so even if someone scaled the lanternless walls, no one would notice. In the first place, this area was unknown to most of the people who worked at the castle. When the sun had sunk completely and the surrounding area was dark, someone appeared from within the building. And without hesitation, it walked through the alley and looked up at the wall. There was a small window in the castle wall. It then started to climb, as smooth as a lizard, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the small window and disappeared inside. Some time passed. I see. A satisfied voice could be heard, and then the shadow left once again. The place that the shadow left was a neighbor to the room where Demon King Troutsard and tactician Satri held their secret talks. Demon King Troutsard's castle, Troutsard. I see, so Legard has invaded. Troutsard's eyes narrowed at this report from the south. This war between demon kings was becoming more severe. As the damage to her army would be great, this was not an enemy to fight lightheartedly. Unless they were desperate or intended on taking it to a decisive battle, every clash would have to be considered carefully. Of course, there were some demon kings who didn't care about such things, but Troutsard knew that Demon King Legard was not that type. Now that the Demon King has come out directly, the others will only be able to slow him down at the most. That is true. Damn that Legard, what is he planning? Troutsard cursed with irritation, but Satri was calm. I believe that it has to do with our fights in the southwest. This was Satri's opinion. If Troutsard was to invade Legard's lands, what reasons for it would be the most likely? Of course, it would be when Legard became more active in an attempt to rise to Great Demon King. In that case, the most obvious course of action would be to eat Troutsard and grow. The moment that Legard showed signs of doing this, Troutsard would make the decision. Now was the time. While Legard and Troutsard shared a border, there were also many other small countries in the area. If Legard wanted to rise to Great Demon King, he would first try to swallow up at least 10 of them first. And with that increased strength, he could challenge Troutsard. On the other hand, in order to stop this ambition, Troutsard would attack Legard's castle while he was busy invading the smaller countries. While Legard tried to increase his strength, Troutsard would chip away at it. Do you think that this action is him showing his ambition to become a great demon king? It is likely. Troutsard thought about it. She had actively sent soldiers to the west and east. She had even fought the armies of the northern demon kings. However, Troutsard only fought back when antagonized, but how would it appear from the outside? It might look like she was making enemies in every direction. And so perhaps Legard had felt that he was in danger and decided to strike out. That was what Satri was suggesting. So that is why he's come out in person. Regardless of the reason, he must be defeated. That is true. How very troublesome this is, so Satri, do you have a plan? The measures we take will depend on Legard's aim. But there are several ways we can deal with him, if this is simply an invasion that he is leading. Indeed, we just have to meet him on the battlefield with full force. However, if he just intends to weaken us, or to challenge you directly, or even to lure you in, well, we do not know yet. Lure me in. It is possible. Up until now, you have sent men to the west, east, and north. Perhaps Legard wants you to go south now, so if you attack him, he might retreat into his own lands, hoping that we would chase him across the border. Perhaps he has prepared a trap in order to wipe out your army. While it was easy to calmly make decisions while sitting at your desk, it was different on the battlefield. You often chased after fleeing enemies, and even if you realized there was a trap, you may not be able to retreat. This was especially true for dragons, who did not stop until they had annihilated their enemies. They could not stop. And so it was quite possible that they would be lured into a trap. Indeed, what should I do, Satri? We don't have enough information yet. However, I do believe that this is a good opportunity to strike Legard. So, we should intercept him all the same. Yes. However, I think you should leave soldiers in this town as well. Because of the wild hunt. Exactly. Perhaps you could leave General Merelda here to protect the castle. Then I will take my direct subordinates with me. In that case, I will make arrangements so that you can unite with reinforcement at one of the towns on the way. Yes, that is good. After that, Demon King Traltsard and Tactician Satri continued to iron out the details of the battle. Traltsard would set out with her men and travel down south through the main road. If they continued to march, they would be able to arrive at the fortress city of Gesto in 3 days. There, they would meet with their reinforcements. That was the plan, and so began Traltsard's military expedition. Chapter 281. Demon King Traltsard's country, Traltsard. The news that Demon King Legard had crossed the border had now spread throughout the country. Traltsard and Legard were currently at war. As a fellow Demon King, Traltsard was the only one who could face Legard. And so if Traltsard went on the attack, the two Demon Kings would fight. Everyone expected this. In fact, Traltsard had already made preparations and left her town. This time, she took only 500 of her best soldiers. However, she would unite with about 300 others at a fortress city on the way. An army of about 800 would then head towards the border. And the battle between the two countries would be fought. The common folk talked of nothing else but this upcoming clash. On the second day of Traltsard's march, things were going smoothly. At this rate, we'll arrive at the fortress city tomorrow. Perhaps it was due to all of their training, but Traltsard's army was the embodiment of order. And so they marched with confidence down the road. There is a field up ahead, and preparations have been made for our camp. Said her adjutant. I suppose we'll stop there for the day then. As they were in Traltsard's own lands, no one would stop their advance, and they had places secured for their camp. People had been sent ahead in order to set everything up. They marched until sundown and then reached the campsite without incident. If people from other countries could see, they would be quite impressed at this performance. Even their marching was faster than usual. The march of an army was different from any other kind of travel. It could not be helped if your speed dropped by half. The smallest thing could cause the front to stop, and then there would be quite the traffic jam. However, Traltsard's army had anticipated everything and planned so that they would be able to travel at a normal speed. It was a shocking degree of discipline. Once they are finished eating, have them guard with 3 shifts. I'll leave the rest to you. Understood. It was according to schedule. They would arrive at the fortress city in the evening of the following day. As for what route they would take after that, it depended on how Legard moved. Traltsard recalled the plans that Satri had devised and considered which of them she would use. By the time everyone was finished eating, the whole camp was enshrouded in a thin darkness. As for the fact that they were being watched, even the scouts that Traltsard had sent out did not notice. And like that, the watcher left without making a single sound. Wild Hunt Nair. Nair sent out scouts, who confirmed that Traltsard had set up camp. He knew this would happen. It was all according to what his spies in Traltsard's castle had said. It will be easiest to attack them now. It was the second day since they had left. As they had entered a town on the first day, he could not ambush them. The advantage of an ambush was that the enemy didn't see you coming, and that you knew exactly where the enemy was positioned. However, this would not be the case if the enemy were inside of buildings. They would have to walk around and search for Traltsard. Besides, you could not launch an ambush with decent numbers in the confines of narrow buildings. And so, it was no good that they would be entering the fortress tomorrow. Not to mention that after that, Traltsard's army would be even bigger. As someone who wanted to attack her, that had to be avoided. And so today was the only day. He knew the positions of the tents in their camp, and so he and the entire Wild Hunt would attack. Traltsard would fight back without a doubt. She was not the kind of demon king who would leave her men and escape, and so she would come out to fight them. Then he just needed to keep the others away from Traltsard and surround her. As long as they had the element of surprise, he had a good chance of succeeding. Legras, are you prepared? Of course, no matter what happens, we will accomplish our goal. All right, let's go. It's time that old hag bows out. Certainly. And so, with Nair in the lead, the members of the Wild Hunt set out silently. As always, no one was able to see them. The camp Demon King Troutsered. Demon King Troutsered was in her tent, thinking about what had happened and what would happen in the future. The battle with Legard will happen. I've known it for hundreds of years. We'll be fine, however, with all that has happened. Perhaps Legard is no longer the same. She was worried. She should be superior in both experience and mana. However, Legard was younger. And so Troutsered was not confident in her ability to fight in prolonged battles. And there was one other thing that she was concerned about. Will Merelda be fine at the castle? The Wild Hunt were an unpredictable element in all of this. And Troutsered could not stop thinking about them. Nair had defeated Lesser Demon King after Lesser Demon King. He had so much momentum, but what was truly dangerous was how he seemed to just vanish and appear out of nowhere. That made him a bigger threat. He could appear right in front of you before you knew what was happening. That is probably why he was able to kill all those Lesser Demon Kings. He was fully prepared, while they would be taken by surprise. And in such a situation, even a Lesser Demon King would not be able to fight at their best. But Merelda is a cautious one, so it should be fine him. She could hear noises coming from outside. But there aren't any soldiers close by. Troutsered was surrounded by her most powerful men, but she didn't let any of the ordinary soldiers come close. Is it just me? Still, she felt an unease growing in her chest. She listened carefully. It was faint, but she could hear something. What is it? What happened? But there was no answer. Thinking this strange, Troutsered stepped out of the tent. Daduun, a fireball came flying down and hit the tent. What? What happened? As she watched the tent as it was consumed by fire, Troutsered searched the area. A battle must have started close by. She could hear the familiar sounds of fighting. An ambush. Just as Troutsered realized this, the ground shook. Chapter 282. Wild Hunt Nair. Nair heard the reports and chuckled to himself. Troutsered's army had stopped right at the place he expected them to. Not only that, but the scouts were able to tell him the location of the tent that Troutsered would likely be staying in. Hey, Legras, are we fully prepared? Of course we are. There will be no problems. Good. Well, it's time to attack then. Even if they attack the camp, Troutsered would be worried about collateral damage and not be able to fight at full power. He would take advantage of that. Dragons did not have any obvious weaknesses. They had high magic and physical defense ability, which meant you had to chip away at both their stamina and mana to weaken them before killing them. Yes, they were incredibly dangerous foes to go up against under normal circumstances. Because of this, Nair would use a trick that he had kept up his sleeve. He started to move with his entire army. However, Nair's gaze was often directed to the rear. There were some strange members amongst the company, people who were covered in black armor. The original Wild Hunt often dressed like this. They wore armor to hide their identities, and so their faces were also completely covered. That was the reason that the Wild Hunt were feared as an anonymous company. However, it was just another lie, an illusion created for a single goal. A rumor that spread about the Wild Hunt was that they all dressed in black, and everyone thought it was to hide their identities, so they could not imagine that there were, in fact, other reasons. The rear seems to be lagging. Perhaps it's difficult, even through fallen holy iron. Well, it could not be nullified. Legras then said that he would hurry them on and moved to the rear. There was a pillar of salt in Nair's country. They were proof of past invasions from the celestial world. Crystallized, hardened holy power. And even now, the center of the pillar was unleashing holy power. This was why residents of the demon world stayed away. If they tried to get close, the holy power would eat away at their body. However, it was a different story when it came to altered holy iron. When holy iron is altered, it has the ability to block off holy power to a certain degree. It was called fallen holy iron. And so, if you had armor that was made of fallen holy iron, you could carry a mass of holy power. Nair was thinking of using it when he had to fight someone stronger than him. When we reach Troutsered's tent, I'm going to scatter the salt of holy power. So make sure that everyone stays far away. I understand. Leave it to me. Legres nodded with a confident expression. What would happen if residents of the demon world were exposed to the salt of holy power? Their movement would be limited, as would their abilities. And all of their abilities would be weakened. It would be a disaster if he himself was exposed to it. And yet Nair had brought this two-edged sword with him. It was all for this very moment. The preparations were perfect. He just needed to put it into action. Nair and his men advanced under cover, and it was just as they were nearing Troutsard's tent that it happened. Galan. It was here. The day had finally arrived. I had been thinking of little else since Troutsard told me about the wild hunt. How I would defeat Nair. How I would slaughter the person who tricked, used, and betrayed me. I thought hard. I should start by destroying his plan. He was definitely up to something. The entire reason that he had come to Troutsard's country. It was to acquire the Demon King's orb of control that he needed to become an elder vampire. And so he would likely attack Troutsard directly. Thinking this, I snuck into the castle. Of course, no one knew. Troutsard's castle, which I have visited multiple times now. I had been locked up in a tower once and wandered around after escaping it. And so I had a general idea of its layout. I knew where I should go if I wanted to hide and stay out of sight. There I stayed and watched Troutsard's movements, because I was sure that Nair would be doing the same. If he was aware of how Troutsard would act, he would use it and attack by surprise. That was his personality. And so I did everything in complete secrecy and waited for Nair to appear. He had us. I had guessed right. He did come. While he was concealing himself, I had seen him do it before. Back when General Merelda was fighting on the front lines, Nair watched while keeping himself hidden. But I knew. While he could hide, he couldn't hide his traces, especially when there were so many of them. And once I had seen traces of their movement, I could not miss them again. The only thing left was to wait for the moment when they think that they have one and ambush them from the side. As I didn't even tell Troutsard, no one would know what I was doing. Nair would not be on his guard, and everything was going according to my prediction. Now, it's time to hunt. Nair and the wild hunt had started to move, and just as always, I could not see them. However, I could see the grass being crushed under their feet, and so I jumped out from the shadow of a tree. Zash, the deep-sea dragon's sword slashed through the air, and just like that, one of the people in the front was cut down. I continued. 2, 3 slashes with the sword. While I couldn't see them, they weren't like Jicky and Manny, who could disguise their presence. Once I was this close, I could feel where they were. As I continued to cut them to the ground, I apparently killed one that had the ability to conceal, and the ability was deactivated. Now, come at me. I stopped in front of them and spread out my hands. It was here that the fight would really begin. Attack. Someone shouted, I see. They were at least quick to react. I continued my rampage while searching for Nair's presence. Now that they were no longer concealed, I had a good view of the enemy. Nair seemed to be somewhere near the middle. Tusk, that's quite far from here. It would be difficult to cut my way through half of his men just to reach him. Oh, well, there was an order to everything. I fought back as the enemy rushed towards me and waited for the right time. Besides, the wild hunt had become notorious for a reason. Nair wasn't the only one that was strong. Even the lowest of soldiers were better than most. Damn it. This isn't going to be easy. While I had ambushed them and made the first move, they regained their balance quickly. Their combat ability was high, and they were better trained than any army I had faced before. Normally, they would have easily pushed me back. In fact, I was retreating as I fought. They had the momentum now. However, yes, they're all concentrating on me. I smirked. I had bought enough time. So now I would hand over the leading role to the second team. As I thought of such things, an explosion sounded from their direction. A magic attack had been slammed right in the center of where they were. Chapter 283. Because I had stood in their path, the wild hunt was now focused solely on me. That was fine. I was the only one here, and they were not strong enough to beat me if there were any distractions. So I knew that they would come at me in full force. However, situations have a way of changing rapidly. I had sent my men far away so that they wouldn't be seen. But I did tell them to launch magic attacks once the fighting began. In other words, my plan had worked. Boom, kaboom, the magic bullets exploded. They were being unleashed by the lamias. In spite of their large bodies, they were good with magic. The lamias were known to wrap around their prey and strangle them before biting into their heads. I had assumed they would use poison, but it was apparently easier to use magic. It was no wonder. Boom! Because of this, I used the lamias as cannons in this plan. The enemy was looking around frantically, but they would find nothing. These magic bullets were like arrows. They flew in an arc from a great distance. And within these trees, it would be difficult to find the source of the attacks. A little present for all of you, please enjoy. I said while backing away. The last thing I needed was to be caught in the storm of attacks. Spread out. The order was shouted repeatedly from within the wild hunt. While these magic bullets had range and dealt a lot of damage, they did not have much precision. Still, enough were coming down to turn the place into a field of fire. So even if they spread out, they would still get hit eventually. I watched with folded arms as the blown-off arms and torn legs of the enemy went flying into the air. Now run, run some more, heh. I was starting to laugh like a villain. But I actually felt like the embodiment of justice, who was punishing the wicked, damn it. From what I could see now, the members of the Wild Hunt had high defense ability. And so even if they were hit directly, they mostly just lost an arm or leg. Ogres would have been turned into a pile of ash. It's really not fair. And with just one arm lost, they could still run. Yes, they were quite tough. Well, I still have another present ready. The magic stopped. It wasn't because they were out of mana, but I had told them to stop after a certain amount of time had passed. And the lamias had obeyed me faithfully. After all, what would come next was, Hayaha, purge them. Meatheads from the sky, the vampires had come. We are the invincible vampires. We only advance on the battlefield. Kill them all. Even in the land of death, there is no retreat. Don't worry about hurting your comrades. Push them aside and go forth. The questionable chants rang as they attacked the enemy. Damn it. How about you at least try to not attack each other? I had been worried that they would not even be able to wait until it was their time. I even thought of leaving them altogether. It was incredibly difficult to control people who went out on the attack with absolutely no regard for their own defense. You had to tell them repeatedly and use a little force to get through to them. How did this even happen? Vampires weren't supposed to be meatheads. This was now one of the 7 wonders of the demon world. Not that I knew what the other 6 were. In any case, the high-ranking vampires were charging into the enemy as if they were possessed by ogres. The ground was burnt by the previous attacks of the lamias. Nothing remained of the trees that had been hiding them, and there was one other thing that was very important. They've spread out, perfectly. This was after they had scattered in order to avoid being hit by the magic bullets. And then the vampires attacked them, kill them all. Claws slashed and enemy heads went flying. As vampires were of the high-ranking races, they were quite strong as individuals, and that carried more weight in chaotic battles like this one. They seemed to be hunting down the ones that deal the most damage first. Impressive teamwork. Attack the enemy with ranged magic, and then ambush them from the air amidst the chaos. It was a good pattern, and I would continue to train them in this direction. As I watched the battle, I saw that my vampires were superior in every corner, except the place where Nair was. He was likely with his closest men as well, and they appeared to be unscathed. Maybe it's time for Act 4. No, not yet. Maybe I should go in myself. And so I moved through the battlefield, wading through those who were fighting and into the enemy formation. All of you, I shouted, Ag, Ag, Ag. Yes, they were well trained, but for some reason, it did feel like I was leading a group of ogres. Trample them. Ag, Ag, Ag. They replied in unison, and the vampires moved with a greater momentum. Heads rolled as they went deeper in. Now, we are getting very close, Nair. I bared my teeth and laughed. Wild Hunt Nair. As he tried to move his army in order to ambush Demon King Troutsard's tent, the line suddenly stopped. Ahem. The Shadow Runners, hide together, was still activated, and so it was unlikely that the enemy scouts had spotted them. Besides, he had found them in advance and eliminated them. Were there more than we thought? He could hear the sounds of fighting now, so it was true. Apparently, Troutsard was even more cautious than he thought. There must have been numerous scouts in the surrounding area. He waited for a moment, but the line did not move. Huh, Legras, can you go and see what is happening? I am too short to see. Of course, Lord Nair, just wait a moment. As they had chosen a place that would help keep them hidden, There were a lot of trees that obstructed their vision. But just as Legres left to see what was happening, Hide Together was deactivated. What? But it's too early. At the same time, the line broke up. His soldiers were separated from left to right, and he had a clear view up ahead. And he could not believe what he saw. Galen, but why? Galen should not be here. It had not been so long ago where they met in front of Lesser Demon King Kyuka. How? No, but since he is here, it must mean that he has come to spoil my plans again. Now that Hide Together was gone, it was necessary to eliminate Galen as soon as possible. Surround him. As he shouted this, magic bullets rained down from the sky. The barrage of magic crashed down over his men. They were so powerful that trees exploded after being hit, and yet most of his men still survived. Yes, they could still fight if this was the best Galen could do, but there may be a lot of them. He didn't know who was shooting at them. Perhaps there were 40 or 50. Where had they come from? Legres. Have them spread out. It would be no good for them to stay together. They had to escape the range of magic attacks. Understood. Legres also knew of the danger they were in. Tusk, Galen, have you really gone and done it? He had set a trap. That meant that Galen had read his movements. Nair had always thought that Galen was not like any other ogre, but this was still a surprise. Spread out. Legres's voice echoed. While there was some group of magic soldiers hiding in the distance, they would be fine if they could survive this. Troutsard would know that they were there, but it couldn't be helped. First, he had to take Galen down. Move out of my way. He shouted. That was when the magic bullets stopped. Are they out of mana? It was perfect timing. Now he could hunt Galen. Hi-eha. But his joy was short-lived. Vampires had launched a surprise attack from the sky. Why are there vampires here? He could not make sense of it at all. Chapter 284. The ambush from the meathead vampires was executed with perfection. And even in the fight after that, they were pushing the enemy back. At least at first. However, once the chaos had settled, the enemy began to strike with a renewed force. And now, we seemed to be at a standstill. I guess they couldn't keep pushing. While the vampires were strong, so was the enemy. Things had gone well because of how the enemy scattered. And had it been an ordinary ambush, they would have been able to regroup quickly and regain the advantage. All right, I better go then. As I started to move towards Nair, someone blocked my path. Oh, that's interesting. This one looked strong, but he also looked a little different than the others of the wild hunt. His entire body was a bright green color, like the fresh grass in a prairie, a pretty color. And since I had never seen someone like this before, I didn't know what race he was, but he had a lot of mana. From what I could estimate, it seemed higher than General Farnes. Perhaps he was even equal to General Merelda. Even after evolving, I was terrible at reading someone's mana level. I was starting to wonder if it had something to do with having two souls. Mana emitted light, and so the intensity of the light gave you a general idea of its strength. At least that's what I thought. And in my case, there were multiple sources of light. The other me was close by, and so it made it difficult for me to read with precision. Well, it cannot be helped. Besides, more good things had happened because of the other me, and so I had no complaints. Are you the one who planned this? The man who came between me and Nair shouted with rage. He was very angry. His body even started to shine. That's not sweat, is it oil? The outer skin began to shine wetly. It was quite disgusting. It probably had something to do with combat, but what did it mean? Legres, that is Galen. He's actually quite amusing. But if he's going to try and interfere with my plans like this, then he must die. Of course, Lord Nair. We have already lost the chance to ambush Troutsard. I will not forgive him for this. I will kill him. They said to each other. What was this? Listening to the way that Legres talked, it was as if I were the villain here. There's no need to throw a tantrum just because your plan failed. Your parents would be so disappointed. I tried provoking them. Just then, Legres's skin began to change. It became bigger and harder, like protective armor. Was the oil from earlier like some kind of grease? There was something like a sickle blade extending out from his elbows, and he looked even more deadly than before. A race that is specialized for duels. His feet also transformed and became rounded, and crescent-shaped blades grew out. And there were needle-like spikes coming out of his knees. It would be hard to go about daily chores if he looked like that all of the time. So I suppose that's why it was a special ability? No, there would have to be a better reason. When you were covered in so many weapons, you would no longer be able to fight within a group. You would hurt your comrades more than your enemy. Legras, I'll fight too. We can't take any chances. We will kill Galen here and think of Troutsard later. So Nair would fight as well. To be honest, I had not expected someone like Legras to be here and wasn't sure what to do. My eyes scanned the area. Things did not look good. The meathead vampires were doing well, but the enemy had regrouped, and it was clear that the vampires were struggling now. Well, they had come out here so gleefully, and so I doubted that they would fall apart so soon. I would just have to believe in them. All right, attack me together, I'm ready. Legras, the walking mass of weapons, and Nair the vampire. While it would be a tough battle, I could not back out of it now. If I let Nair go, I may never get another chance. I lowered my posture a little. Then I raised the mana drain shield and held up the deep-sea dragon sword. Nair was fast like a god. And I doubted that he had gone all out in the previous times that I had faced him. Surely he still had tricks up his sleeve. And then there was this Legras. He had transformed into some kind of bug-like creature, with hornet stingers on his knees and even wings. Yes, the blades on his elbows were like that of a praying mantis. He had hard edges and blades wherever you looked. Someone built for combat. Now, come at me. I howled. Hayahe, 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 hayahe. Just then, a crowd of ogres passed between Nair and I. Oh, I had forgotten about them. Yes, the idiots had completely slipped my mind. This was my original plan. First, I would stop the enemy in its tracks. Then the Lamias would bombard them with magic. Once the enemy was confused by this attack, they would scramble to avoid being hit. At this point, the enemy would no longer be functioning as an organized army, and that was when the vampires would attack from the sky. Why had I planned it this way? Because the ogres were slow. Nair would have his own scouts in the area. In order to be able to attack him from outside that scouting zone, I had to stop the march. The third part of the plan would involve the ogres attacking. They would charge into what remained of the enemy army. However, only I would attack Nair. But due to Legras getting in my way, I had become distracted. And in the meantime, the ogres had already started their charge towards us. And now they had joined the fray, just as I was about to fight. I wanted to grumble about party crashing, but it was my own fault for forgetting about them. The enemy was even more surprised than I was, and then I saw it. As Legras took a step forward, an ogre with the eyes of a madman bashed into him. Legras stood his ground, but then another ogre crashed into him. By the time the third hit him, Legras staggered. And then came the fourth, and eventually seventh. Legras was knocked off of his feet. Before he knew it, he was staring up at the sky. Then my consciousness returned to the ogres. After the eighth one, they came down like boulders. Dodo. Legras was kicked, trampled, scratched, rolled until he was out of sight. Even I would not have been able to stop a stampede of ogres that charged towards me like that. It was impressive that he had even lasted as long as he did. Of course, it was a wasted effort. In the end, when all of the ogres were past us, Legras was nowhere to be seen. Not even a trace of him remained. But Nair seemed to have seen Legras as he was kicked away, and his eyes bulged as if they would pop out of their sockets. He stared dumbly at the backs of the running ogres. His mouth was still open. After enough time had passed, Nair turned and glared at me. He was furious. I had never seen him this angry before. Toto. After a short delay, the group of reapers ran between us in order to follow the ogres. Apparently, they could not keep up with the speed of the meatheads. Chapter 285. Galen, you've really done it now. Don't be so mad. Aren't we old friends? I said with a laugh. Nair grinded his teeth and glared. He thought I was making fun of him, which I was, very intentionally. And while I was just provoking him, it felt good. The annoying thing about Nair was that he would run away after losing the advantage. The speed at which he escaped was one of the reasons that no lesser demon king or demon king was able to catch him up until now. But as long as he directed his hatred towards me like this, he could not run, even if he wanted to. Yes, keep staring. Ha. I laughed in an eerie voice. What is so amusing? Nair seemed to become cautious, and he did not try to close the gap between us. Had he regained his calm, I might have to provoke him further. Hey, how do you feel now? You couldn't even reach your target and were stopped by someone like me. Is it fun? It is, isn't it? Tell me how you really feel. I bared my teeth and laughed. All expression left Nayir's face then. It was like a mask, though his eyes narrowed. I feel like tearing you to shreds. That was funny. I'm going to ask you one last time, Gollin. Why are you laughing? You're the one who was torn in half that other time. Are you completely healed now? Tisk, yes, for a while now. He was clearly angry. Of course, he was. I was bringing up the time I humiliated him so that he had to run. He must be boiling. But now the chances of him running away again had decreased. Maybe I should cut you in half horizontally this time, or maybe both ways. Huh, so you think you can do that, Gollin? Indeed I do. After all, you're weaker, aren't you? There were a few things I learned after fighting against Nayir. While he had a lot of mana, it wasn't an incredible amount, maybe just a little higher than Legra's. But you couldn't really determine the strength of the high-ranking races by looking at mana alone, so that was fine. What I had felt was that Nayir was becoming weaker. Previously, there had been an overwhelming strength that he was trying to hide. His mere presence was powerful. There was something that made you think, I could never beat him. But what about now? That overflowing power was starting to fade. I didn't know why, but there was a visible difference every time that I saw him. And then there was our compatibility in terms of combat. In fact, I had the advantage. Nayir was more specialized in defense. To be exact, he was good at healing himself. There was no mistake, as I had even questioned other vampires about it. His healing ability was equal to Demon King Troutsard's. Apparently, other vampires couldn't immediately regrow an arm that had been lost. Nayir had a special ability called Flesh Regeneration that allowed him to use mana to heal his wounds. I had mistaken this as something that all vampires could do, but it was in fact a rare ability. That showed how dangerous these undead were. He was also specialized in speed, which meant weaker attacks. That was one thing I was grateful for, after all. You aren't going to use your deep-sea dragon sword. I bet you haven't seen this before. I held up the hexagonal club. Nayir had never seen me fight with a staff. I hadn't shown him. I wasn't going to bash him with it. This was martial arts. If you wielded it with great speed, it became more powerful. The difference in reach was also big. And now I would use it with the enhanced power of Susanoo no Mikoto. I would beat Nayir with it. Let him taste the metal. I spread out my feet wider than my shoulders and lowered my posture. By lowering my center of gravity, I would increase my stability. I also held the hexagonal club so that my hands were further apart than my shoulders and positioned near my waist. Nayir would only be able to see its tip. Now I'm ready, come and fight me. I continued to provoke him. In this stance, blocking was everything. You would parry your opponent's attacks and then strike back. All right, I will. You will regret this immediately. He took the bait. Nayir lightly kicked off the ground, or so I thought, but he disappeared. Not holding back, I see. As I had faced him in this crouching stance, he had decided to target my back. It was a good idea. However, I had learned the art of fighting with a staff, and there were ways of dealing with people who came from behind. So without even moving my body, I turned the club towards Nayir. Ah! Surprised, Nayir suddenly stopped. He would have crashed into it had he kept going, but it was fine. I had kept him in check. I lowered my hand and struck Nayir's knee. And as soon as I heard the sound of it hitting flesh, Nayir jumped back. It hit his shin. I had wanted to crush his knee, but he was too fast. His reflexes hadn't slowed down at all. Gollin, you're faster than before. He was clearly shocked that I had been able to react in time. His head was tilted to the side as he asked me the question. You haven't seen anything yet. Really, it's the same with me. Apparently, he could move even faster. Well, I should have expected it. Even with better reach, he had been able to deal with me easily. Then you better be quicker next time, or I'll think you're all talk. Yes, then about this. Nayir vanished. It was amazing that he could reach his fastest speed in an instant. You would hardly believe that he was a living creature. All I could see were after images, like stop motion. Tisk, the sky then. I crouched low and swung the club. I didn't have many moves for dealing with enemies from above. And just as I thought I had blocked his claws, my back was slashed. Far away, one of Nayir's nails fell to the ground, so he had regenerated it in an instant and attacked me. Impressive. How was that? Yeah, I think it was a little faster. HMPH, is that what you think? Nair seemed to have regained a lot of confidence after his attack landed, but I had learned something. His style hadn't changed at all. His way of attacking was simple and careless. He was relying solely on his own speed. Hey, you seem awfully pleased for someone who just patted me on the back. Maybe you should set higher goals for yourself. Really? But you are the one who is wounded. It will heal in no time, just like any wound that your attacks could inflict. You sure like to talk. Nair's face contorted. This was a verbal battle, and he had not even noticed that I was leading him on. And so once again, Nair tried to attack in the same way. In the past, I had closed in on Nair and swung my sword like this. And so this was a gamble over whether he remembered it or not, but it seemed that my provoking him had caused him to forget. Here. I backed away with as much speed as I was capable. I was no longer in the spot that Nair was going to attack. As for me, you're wide opened. I had been charging the hexagonal club with mana, and I unleashed it all at once. As it slammed into Nair, an immense amount of mana exploded from it. A sphere of sparks like fireworks burst from Nair's back. There was now a great hole in his stomach. See? I told you, you're wide open. I could see right through him. Chapter 286. After the hole had opened up in Nair's stomach, he jumped over me and spun while falling to the ground. Rarely had I felt that I had landed such a clean hit. But just as I turned around in order to launch a follow-up attack, he had already sat up. Hey, that's too fast. The gaping hole was already closing up. Nair remained cautious of me while healing his wound. And by the time he was back on his feet, the hole was already closed. It was an incredible healing ability. However, I now understood. Nair's mana level had dropped so dramatically that even I could tell. It's not infinite, so his healing will be limited. According to the vampire legends that spread throughout the human world, they could revive even from ashes unless you drove a stake through their heart. But surely they weren't that tough. There were also other tales, that they burned in sunlight, couldn't cross rivers, hated garlic, and were weakened by crucifixes, etc. I had heard that most of them were a convenient means of getting people who were scared of monsters to convert to Christianity. Besides, what creature wouldn't die if you drove a stake through their heart? Especially residents of the demon world, as it was close to where the orb of control was located. It was generally right behind the heart. But it was difficult to target with races that were good at healing, as they were more protective of their orb of control. Well, maybe I can do it by just repeating this. Now that he was completely healed, Nair pointed at my hexagonal club. Apparently, he was very curious about it. You really did it, Galen. Where did you get that weapon? Who knows, I've forgotten. I had no reason to give him a straight answer. Nair scowled at my indifference. He must have sensed that there was something strange about its power. I had given away my weapons when fighting Kyuka, so I was empty-handed. And so Nair had no idea about the effect of the hexagonal club. Let me guess, you charged it with mana. It only took him a little thinking to find the answer. Two things were necessary in order to get the effect that the attack had. The first was to have a weapon that could be charged with mana. The second was to be a race that could do it. No matter how good a weapon was, it would be wasted on an ogre, who could only use mana to strengthen his own body. And so he had thought it strange and reached that conclusion. I was able to do it after evolving. There was no point in hiding it now. It seems to be the case, well, I won't be caught by surprise again. And so the fight continued. Nair attacked and I blocked. And whenever there was an opening, I countered. While Nair dodged most of them, he couldn't dodge them all. This repeated over and over. I had rarely fought a so evenly matched battle, but Nair had put too much trust in his healing ability up until now that his defenses were weak. And though it looked like I was the one being pushed back, it was not the case. We were both attacking and defending at a high level. I'm surprised that you can keep up with my speed. His voice was a mixture of surprise and resignation. No, it wasn't that I was keeping up with him. In Nair's case, I was able to predict his movements even when I couldn't see him. It was the result of experience. If he wasn't a humanoid, if he was a beast, then I would be in big trouble. What is it? Do you surrender? Still, I was happy to know that I was more than a match for him. I almost felt as if I kept going, I could beat him like this. But this was Nair. He would change tactics soon. As I waited cautiously, Nair drew back. I can't waste so much time here. He had gone very far back. Was he going to use a ranged attack? Well, he was most likely right about not being able to spend too much time on this. With this much fighting happening nearby, Troutsard was sure to notice. It would not be long before she acted. So, what are you trying to do at that distance? Was it just a trump card, or an ultimate trump card? From what I knew, Nair was good at ambushing with an incredibly powerful special attack. But what would he do, now that he was the one to be ambushed? I didn't want to use this here, but it looks like I have no choice. Nair called over the men in black armor. They had been sticking together all of this time. What? Are you going to make them fight for you now? I said with a laugh. Nair shook his head. I was looking forward to using it on Troutsard. But you can have the honor now. While Nair was smiling, he was actually furious. So, something that he had prepared so carefully was going to be used on me now. I can't wait. Apparently, he wasn't going to send the guys in black armor on me after all. The only thing that was odd about them was that they were carrying black boxes on their backs. What was inside? And then they turned around so that the boxes faced me. Just as I noted that Nair had moved even farther back. Suddenly, white mist started to shoot out and rain down on me. How is it, Galen, being covered in salt of holy power? The black boxes were like a vaporizer. Only what came out was actually powder, and it was now covering my head. I feel weak. It was like the strength was seeping out of my body, similar to when I get a fever and can't seem to do anything. Jaya. Hey. Members of the wild hunt that happened to be close by were now running around and screaming. Why are you all, I wondered, and then they started twitching. They died. That was fast. One after another, those who were touched by the powder fell to their deaths. Powder. He had said it was salt. How could so little of it just kill someone? Was this really that dangerous? I frantically brushed the stuff off of my body. It blew in the wind, catching more of the wild hunt. Ahhhhhh. They started shaking. What is this? It was like I was at some kind of party, and they were dancing. There was almost something exaggerated about the way that they moved. Even the way they thrashed around before death reminded me of a play I had seen. I think it was called Pain of Hell. It seemed that it was the weak ones who fell dead. Go Galen, what is the meaning of this? That's what I want to know. What was this vision of hell that surrounded me? Salt of holy power is a deadly poison for residents of the demon world. So why are you the only one who is fine? So this is what everyone is talking about. I put some on my tongue and licked it. It doesn't taste like salt. Maybe you should give it a different name. That's not the point, Nair shouted angrily. He was just mystified that the salt didn't have any effect on me, as if I knew why, but it wasn't as if it did nothing at all. I did feel weaker. Allow me to organize the information. The salt was real. It was doing incredible damage to the others. I didn't know why it wasn't the case for me, but I could make a guess. Perhaps it affected the soul. Let's say that it was able to afflict the soul directly. That would explain their exaggerated reactions. No matter how tough you were, you could not bear to have your soul attacked directly. So, why was I fine? Was it because I have a human soul? Perhaps I was only weakening, because my body was reacting to the salt. So it had an affect where my soul wasn't concerned. I was starting to feel like this was the answer. Even if it wasn't, it must be close. In that case, it was best to bluff. I tilted my head to the side, stuck out my chin, and looked down at him through half-closed eyes. So, was there any meaning to that attack? I asked wordlessly. Chapter 287. Looking around me now, I saw that things were crazier than I thought. They had dropped like flies, and the area was strewn with the dead. It wasn't my fault. And when I looked a little farther out, I could see others writhing in pain with expressions of despair. As for the people that had brought about this disaster, they were all dead. The black boxes were still strapped to their backs as they lay there. They must have been directly exposed to the salt of holy power. They lay on the ground without moving a muscle. The salt of holy power was a lethal poison to residents of the demon world. This was quite the savage method he had come up with. So, you were going to use this on Troutsard. I had wondered how he was going to fight a demon king. And this was his trick. Even a demon king would have taken great damage if they were hit by this. At worst, she would become completely helpless as Nair hunted her down. It covered your body, and yet you are fine. I cannot understand it. What's happening? Maybe it's because of my good deeds every day. No one had higher morals in the demon world than me. Yes, it was no lie. Well, I wouldn't be able to talk like this for long. After all, it was true that there was no strength left in my body. This was a pretty bad situation. I could tell when I tried to move my body slowly. Not only did I feel weak, but my joints were creaking. The symptoms were similar to having a cold. What if it was a cold? As for Nair, he wasn't affected by the salt of holy power at all. Of course, that was because he was far away, and he did not try to come any closer. It was very clear that he was cautious of me, of the salt of holy power. He had awoken from his fit of fury and was now thinking. Usually, I would have continued to talk while hoping that he would run away. But I had a feeling that this would be the last time we met. And so while I wasn't in the best condition, I wanted to end things here no matter what. But in spite of that, I was quite sure that Nair was considering making an escape. He had already used his trump card to no avail. If he had salt of holy power, then he could attack other demon kings. He had likely come here because he assumed it would be the easiest. Unless something truly unexpected happened, it should work. Attacking a demon king would be a daunting task, but Troutsard was an easier target due to her age. However, this led to some issues. If Nair ran away now, I wouldn't be able to chase after him, and then some other demon king would be targeted. Now, let's continue where we left off. I tried provoking him, but Nair would not take the bait. This was bad. And when I moved towards him with long strides, he moved away. What is it? Come over here. As if I'd want to move close to you when you're covered in salt of holy power. I see, that was true. Some of it was still on my body. And because I didn't want him to run away, I brushed it off. Now, is that better? I said, but he was still cautious. He showed no signs of attacking. Damn it, is he really going to run away then? If we did fight, I would be the one at a disadvantage now, but Nair didn't know that. And when I looked at him, I was sure that he was preparing to make a run for it. So, what should I do? When I took a step forward, he took a step back. Let's fight properly. Damn, he won't even answer me now. Tusk. I held my hexagonal club ready and lowered my stance. I would attack him then, or so I thought, but then something rolled in between us. What? Seifo. Seifo had rolled on the ground and stopped right in the middle. And then he fell asleep, spread eagle. He must have fainted. His body was covered in wounds, so he must have been fighting with Legras. Lord Nair. And then the green insect-like guy returned. Legras. So Seifo had been fighting him after all. When I looked at Legras, he was missing an arm, but that was all. Seifo's condition was much worse, so even with Seifo and Bika there, it was not enough to take down Legras. They had become so much stronger after evolving, but there was always someone stronger. I guess it's 2 versus 1 now. I suggested. Nair's expression suddenly changed. Was he more enthusiastic now? But what had happened to the other ogres? I had forgotten all about them. When I looked around, I saw that they were still running wild. Normally, they would be having their asses beaten, as the difference between races was too large. However, the Reapers were helping them. Ogres and Reapers. Surprisingly, they seemed to be a good combination. As ogres had high endurance, they were good as shields. On the other hand, Reapers were among the least tough when it came to the high rankers. And so it was better for them to hide behind something while launching their magic attacks. It looked like they were able to navigate the battlefield well, while the ogres took the heat. The members of the Wild Hunt were strong, but if things weren't even, then I would say our side had the advantage. If I could take down Nair, the battle would be over. I don't mind fighting you both at once. Come at me. I challenged them again. Legras fell for it. Lord Nair, I will defeat him. Oh, that's some confidence. I said sardonically, but it was all a bluff as there was no strength within me, but he was missing an arm. So maybe it would be a fair fight. That being said, if we did fight, Nair would immediately notice that I was weakened. What should I do? Chapter 288. Legras moved forward. He was going to fight. Can you really keep up with just one arm? Maybe you should back off. There is no need for concern. I'm ready, he said as he walked over Seifo. He focused on me alone and didn't even glance at the others. I had wanted to battle with words just a little longer, but he was now impatient to fight. And so I had no choice. They were really making me look like the bad guy here. Apparently, I was just that happy to have been able to crush Nair's plans. And I was becoming very talkative. I won't be needing this against the likes of you. I put the hexagonal club back on my back and showed him the palms of my hands. It wasn't as if I actually believed it. I just knew that with my current strength, I would not be able to wield it well. And so I would make up for it with technique. As for Legras, he would find it hard to stay balanced now that he was missing his right arm. Considering the fact that it was gone from the elbow joint, I suspected that it was Bika's doing. Once you were in her locks, you could not get out. I had taught Sappho and Bika well. Of course, since Legras didn't know that, he either went wild after she put him in the lock, or he continued to fight Sappho. And if you do that, your arm would break at the elbow. Sappho and Bika were not the type to swing around blades, so he probably just cut off the now useless limb on his own. How exciting. Oomph. But if he only had one arm, his attacks would be easier to predict. I dodged the scythe, grabbed his wrist and broke his joint, or I tried to, but he escaped. It's too bad that my grip has been weakened. He just shook me right off. Also, Legras was now cautious of my attempts to put him in a lock. In other words, he would not make the same mistake again. He was strong because he was able to adapt. You wasted no time in retreating. I guess you were all talk then. I provoked him now that he had backed off and then moved closer. It wasn't good to give them time to think. I was going to use Eiki. That being said, it wasn't like knocking people off their feet with breathing exercises. It was a technique where you utilized your opponent's power and attacked while adjusting your center of gravity. I wasn't sure if it would actually work on someone as good as Legras, but it was better than swinging around the heavy hexagonal club. At first, it worked almost perfectly, and I was able to land a few painful blows during our back and forth, but they didn't do much damage. He really was tough. Also, Legras could easily keep up with my attacks. He just absorbs everything. Maybe he has a lot of potential when it comes to martial arts. I wanted to drag him back to Japan and put him in our dojo. He would probably rise to acting master very quickly. No, that won't work. He was a bug. What won't work? He was infuriated by my mutterings. I hadn't even been insulting him, but it seemed to have looked like I was. That showed that he had a difficult personality, so he definitely wouldn't be an acting master. Hey Golan, could it be that you've been weakened? Nair said from behind me. He must have thought it strange that I was struggling against someone who was wounded. Well, it was clear that he knew. Is that what you think? I asked, yes. At first I thought you were just saving your strength, but it seems this is really your best. If that's what you think, then come and fight me. I can take you both on at once. I don't know about that. The fact that he was still hesitating showed that he was cautious. His experiences of being outfoxed by me in the past led him to think that it might be a trap. Perhaps he thought I was saving a special power and was just waiting for him to join. I'm ready when you are, I said while throwing Legras. At this point, he knew how to deal with my attempts to knock him off balance. Realizing the danger, I opted to throw him instead. There were a lot of throwing variations in judo, and when I was out of them, I would use wrestling moves. However, I wouldn't be able to defeat him like this. I was just buying time. And if this went on for much longer, Nair's suspicion would be confirmed. I would have no chance of winning if he joined. So, what should I do? After I threw him a few more times, Legras managed to do a clean rotation in the air and then landed on his feet. So he was used to it now. Damn it, he was quick. As I rummaged through the drawer in my head, trying to find something that I could do next, Legras was crushed with a wet sound. Demon King Troutzard's foot was on top of his back. Golan, what are you doing here? Apparently, she had come after hearing the sounds of fighting. Pest control. Pest him. Troutzard pressed down with her foot. While some people with certain tastes might have enjoyed it, Legras was not one of them. Well, she was like a grandma, so I'm not sure how many people would actually enjoy it. Legras was trying desperately to escape, but showed no signs of succeeding. It was kind of sad, seeing him flail around like that. He just looked like a bug that had been caught. I think he's saying that you're heavy. I said. Troutzard looked at me with annoyance. Was she self-conscious about her weight? With such measly amounts of mana, there is no way to enforce your own will. Legras's mana was measly. I thought it was rather impressive, but Troutzard was just judging him as an opponent. So she was saying that he had better increase his mana level if he wanted a chance. Harsh. Still, I was saved. Of course, I had been hopeful that there would be help from Troutzard's side, but I couldn't be sure of it. Besides, if they did come, Nair would run away, and so I hadn't really wanted to think about it. Kill the others. Troutzard ordered her men, and they all moved at once. The people she had brought, they were likely her best. Now the wild hunt would be annihilated, it was just a fact. So, where is their leader? Surely it is not this one. She added more pressure. If she wasn't careful, she might awaken something inside of him. It's him, over there. He may look like a brat, but he's actually a lesser demon king. Ahem. Troutzard's eyes moved to Nair. I could tell. Nair's brain was going into overdrive, run or fight. How could he run and where, or who should he fight? It was quite the decision to make, but I believed that he would try to run. Even if he lost all of his men, he could still try again if he made it out alive. He would think that, and so I had to take the option away from him. Nair. It looks like we've been interrupted. Yes, so what do you mean to do? Though he was talking to me, Nair's eyes were still on Troutzard. He was thinking that if anyone was going to hurt him here, it would be Troutzard. And so, I challenge you to a duel. While it's been greatly delayed, think of it as a Gecko Kujio. We had once been Corps Commander and Commander. Let's go back to that time and fight. Now, I've challenged you. What will you do? Troutzard smiled at this. I see. Yes, I would like to watch such a fight. All right, the deck was cleared. If Nair tried to escape now, he would never be able to live it down in the demon world. What's your answer? Chapter 289. After setting the stage like this, Nair would not be able to refuse. Not only that, but the situation was becoming increasingly more disadvantageous for him. Legres was under Troutzard's foot, and his other soldiers were being hunted down by Troutzard's soldiers. Troutzard seemed to have brought quite a lot of men with her. It was now entirely impossible for Nair to lead his men and turn the tide of battle. He had two options left. He could run away now or run away after beating me. As long as we were fighting, Troutzard would not touch him, and if ran away without fighting, he would become a laughing stock. A former subordinate had challenged him to Gecko Kujio. People would say that he ran with his tail between his legs. So, what will it be? Upon hearing this, Nair turned to me with a look of pure hatred. I accept, of course. But I'm quite surprised by you, Gollin. His face showed that he was almost certain that I was weaker now. Well, it was no surprise. I had been fighting differently compared to before, so he was bound to notice. All right, let's do it. I stepped forward while racking my brain. I can't use the hexagonal club. Besides, it was just an ordinary club if I can't charge it with mana. And so I had lost an advantage. While I could still swing the deep-sea dragon sword, that too could not be charged. And so I wasn't sure how effective it would be against Nair. In the first place, I had cut him in half with it before. And so he would be extra cautious if I used it. I can't think of a way to beat him. What did this mean? I had been the one to challenge him, and yet I had no good strategy. I had only wanted to stop him from escaping. But perhaps there was a better way to do it. It might have been better to just leave it to Troutzard. Well, I had already challenged him, so there was no going back now. Even though I was weakened, I could still do my best. After all, I had learned how to fight when tired, and even how to fight when one of your arms was cut off. I had also learned how to fight after tremendous blood loss, and you felt dizzy. Though I had always thought it was ridiculous to fight in such conditions. But it's quite close to the current situation, isn't it? I would not use any weapons in this fight. That seemed to be the right answer. That stance, I've seen it before. I stretched out both arms and crouched, just like Atlas. This would make things easier to deal with, but I had apparently shown it to him before. Oh, well. Now come. Then I will. Nair answered as if an echo, and he moved immediately. First, he attacked with his nails. I parried the claws that stretched towards me. My arm moved as if drawing an arc, and one after another, I dealt with the chain of attacks. This move, I thought it was a load of shit, but it's actually quite effective. When teaching me it, the dojo master had said something silly about getting the idea from a movie. He had called it the full moon defense. As for me, there is no way that I can use this, I had grumbled even while practicing. However, he had turned out to be right. It was rather useful, and so I was able to parry the attacks that came in rapid succession. Nair was looking at me with an expression of wonderment. Why weren't his attacks reaching me? He could not understand. Hell, even I thought that it was unrealistic, in spite of understanding the logic behind it. As long as the timing was right, the circular movement could block every attack, according to the dojo master. By the way, because he had created the full moon defense so quickly, he also lost interest in it. He was strange. Hey Galen, why are you always using such odd moves? In order for the weak to beat the strong, it's necessary to rack one's brain all of the time. So my claws aren't hitting you because you racked your brain. That's what I said. HMPH. Then how about this? Nair vanished. I couldn't even tell if it was just that he moved at a high speed or actually disappeared. Whoa. Pain suddenly shot through my neck. Apparently, I had sensed his presence and dodged him instinctively. Before I knew it, Nair's nails had slashed at my neck. Had I not moved out of the way, he would have likely cut through half of it. Huh, so you can dodge that as well. Well, yes. I had only dodged him due to chance. I wouldn't be able to do it again. I would only realize that I had been attacked after his nails were deep inside. Shit, the battle had almost ended in a flash. I ignored the blood running down my neck and stood still. The problem was the difference in power between us. I didn't have enough power to defeat Nair. On the other hand, Nair could easily do enough damage to give me a mortal wound if only his attacks landed. At a glance, it might have looked like we were equal, but it was only like that on the surface, because I had created that illusion. I was actually at a great disadvantage. What should I do? I do have a trick I could use. Well, I wasn't sure, it wasn't even finished, but without any strength left, it would be difficult to continue fighting. I better make up my mind. I decided to use it. I moved out of my stance and spread out my army, as if I was waiting for a hug. What are you doing, Galen? As I was acting strangely, Nair became cautious. As this was a duel, no one else would interfere. Still, it was interesting that he still seemed confident, when all around him, the wild hunt were being hunted down. But perhaps he had decided that they were all as good as dead anyway. He didn't care about them. He was only thinking about beating me and making his escape. There's no need to talk, just come. HMPH, you sure are confident. All right, I will. He was sure that I had no power left in me now. I could see it on his face. Nair's attacks were not about using misdirection, feints, or attacking from the back. He just used his pure ability, which was very high. And so, Nair moved towards me at top speed. However, it was just in a straight line. As he was taking the shortest route, I could see the trajectory. I've memorized your timing during the last fights. With both arms, I pincered Nair's outstretched arm. Slam. It sounded like a fly being hit. Nair jumped back in shock, and then he slowly looked down at his arm. Black smoke was rising from it. He understood what had happened. That I had stolen his mana. It's called Mana Eater. I said with a grin, Chapter 290. Demon King Tralzard. What is that noise? I was on my way to fight Demon King Legard. It was after camp preparations for the night had been completed. The sounds of battle could be heard from a nearby grove. Chuyudan chudan chudan, I could hear it faintly. This sound is it magic bullets, then the battle must be on a pretty large scale. I had sent out scouts before they set up camp. And so at first, I assumed that they had been involved in a skirmish. But it was not the case. This was much bigger than that. Someone, send soldiers to that grove, as many as you can. I had to find out what was happening. The scouts who had been sent out earlier were small in number. They may have already been annihilated. After waiting for some time, the second group of scouts returned. Apparently, a battle was being waged, but they could not get close enough to find out who it was. But two different forces were battling. It is very unlikely that such a battle happened close to us by accident. I will take my closest men and head there myself. While it seemed likely that it would be the Demon King's army, it was also strange that they had come so close without us noticing it. In the first place, if Legard had crossed the border, his fighting force would be focused there. He wasn't the type to use himself as bait, and so it was very unlikely. Besides, this was my country. I would not miss an army of that size moving through it. There was another possibility, the wild hunt. Sightings have been increasing recently. They had inflicted damage in almost every country. And since they seemed to appear and disappear at will, it was possible that they could have come here without being noticed. And so it's likely to be the wild hunt, but what about the other side? I knew of all my allies in the area. And it was doubtful that I had allies that I was unaware of. So, who could it be? We will move as soon as preparations are finished. According to my scouts, it was a sizable army. Though they could only watch from the trees, as they had to avoid the magic bullets. And by the time I reached the battlefield, both arms were in disarray. It was the ogres that were attacking the wild hunt. What? I blinked. Ogres. Why? The walls of meat, as they are called. They were going berserk about the battlefield. And there were reapers too. They supported the ogres adeptly, and though they faced powerful enemies, they seemed to be winning. Is such a thing possible? It was so shocking to me that I forgot to give out any orders, but I quickly regained control. Hayaha. 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 The ogres seemed very happy as they fought. Yes, judging by the reports, this really is the wild hunt. We must eliminate them first. And so my men rushed forward. The wild hunt had ravaged my villages and towns as they traveled up north. And while there were many eyewitnesses, we had never been able to find them in advance. But now they were right in front of us. I watched my subordinates charge into the enemy, and then I too moved deeper in. And then, Galan, why are you here? I froze while stepping on an enemy. Galan's actions were even more mysterious than the wild hunt. Galan should not be here. I pressed down with my foot as I tried to think of an explanation. Also, what was this thing under my foot? Galan had said that he was going to return to his country, but he also heard the news about the wild hunt. And then he stayed in the town, quietly. And according to reports, he was still there when we left. But it didn't seem like he was plotting something. This is strange. He shouldn't know that we are here. It was the same with the wild hunt. I don't know, why is Galan attacking the wild hunt? No, how is he even able to? It doesn't make sense. Where did he get the information from? Did he have access to classified information, even in a foreign country? And how could he attack the wild hunt when no one knew where they were? There was too much that I didn't know. But while I stood there in shock, Galan challenged their leader, Nair, to a duel. Galan was strong, but also gave the impression of someone who was too reckless. Normally, acting in such a way would result in your death before an evolution. It really was odd how he had survived this long. I will watch you. Before I knew it, I was shouting such things. Apparently, Galan and Nair used to work together, and so they had a score to settle. I was interested to see how this Gekko ended. Of course, I would have to defeat Nair regardless, after all the damage he caused in my country. And so if Galan lost, I would make my move. But until then, I would not interfere. However, what was with this mountain of corpses surrounding me? They all had expressions of pain and suffering. What had happened here before my arrival? Galan and Nair's battle seemed like a seesaw battle, but there was something strange about Galan. Like his body wasn't quite right. I thought he was saving his strength at first, but there was more to it. He had no strength left in him. Could there be a worse circumstance for Gekko? What had he been thinking, challenging Nair like this? What? There were two things that shocked me during the fight. One was Galan's skill. Without using physical strength, he managed to brave the attacks of someone so powerful. I had lived long, but did not know that such a thing was possible. Is he parrying? It seemed more like he was lightly touching his opponent with his hands, but it was not the case. These were highly calculated movements that went against Nair's power. Even I could not calculate like that. I had always felt that brute force was everything. So, there are other ways to use one's power. If others could fight like he did, the instances of powerful people being defeated would become more common. Well, it would not be easy to imitate such a thing. It was impossible unless you understood both your own and their movements perfectly. Anything less than that would just be a surface-level imitation. And then there was the other thing that shocked me. He absorbed his mana. It was something that lesser demon King Yamato had once done. As there was something similar about the two, I had told him about it, but to think that he could use it already. King Yamato absorbed it from the palm of his hand, but Galan seemed like he had to sandwich them with both hands. But it was still amazing. After all, in the demon world, your mana level was everything. The tide of battle changed depending on how you used it. If you could absorb an opponent's mana and make it your own, then you could fight forever. That meant that no matter how much power the other person had, you would be able to win eventually if you kept absorbing their mana. Galan, what a frightful being. I had no other words to describe him. Galen absorbed Nayir's mana several times and made it his own. Now that he knew it was possible, Nayir seemed like he didn't know what to do. I thought that Galen would win at any moment, but then something happened to change the situation. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 291. Demon King Traltsard. I kept watching as they fought. It was one surprise after another. Galen had called this mana absorption Mana Eater, and while it looked a little different, it was essentially the same technique that lesser High King Yamato used. So Galen really did evolve into something close to King Yamato. Very little was known about King Yamato's early days. All the stories about him were of after he became a lesser High King. This was because no one from that time was still alive. After all, it was a very long time ago. As I thought about this, the situation changed. Nayir moved back and started unleashing magic. "How is this, Galen?" "Having trouble," Nayir said with a triumphant voice. But to me, it seemed like he was getting ahead of himself. Vampires had high physical ability, and they also had many skills. Some of them were incredibly useful, like being able to fly and heal. However, they also had weaknesses. In Nayir's case, it was endurance. He was not as tough as someone like Galen. And while vampires had so many tricks up their sleeves, none were very strong when the mana had to be distributed to all of them. With Nayir, he would not have that much mana left to use for magic attacks. In other words, the reason that he hadn't used them earlier was not because he was saving them. It was because they weren't that powerful. And from what I could see, it was clearly the case. Vampires were high rankers, but his magic attacks were what you'd expect from a mid-ranker. Well, let's see what it does to Galen. Galen was good at dodging magic attacks. One clean hit would be enough to kill an ogre. And so he had to be good at it. And since Galen had evolved from an ogre, that weakness would have likely stayed with him. But he is dealing with them with his inherent toughness. Galen was dodging them while slowly moving forwards. However, some of them did hit him, and every time he took damage somewhere on his body, but he succeeded in getting closer. So, he can absorb magic as well. He dodged, blocked, and occasionally absorbed Nayir's magic attacks. And it seemed like he was getting better every time he absorbed it, like he was learning as he fought. Perhaps he did not want Galen to get close. Nayir stopped shooting and jumped back, but that was when Galen targeted him. He had gotten close so quickly, and he grabbed Nayir's arm and held him there. He's fast when he needs to be. I might have missed it had I not been watching closely. However, what was he going to do now? While Galen's arms would certainly be stronger, Nayir was a vampire. They could be monstrously strong out of nowhere. Snap! Nayir's arm broke. Galen quickly let go and grabbed the other arm, which he also broke. He moved from one target to the next after that. As he strangled the neck, he snapped Nayir's flailing legs. He is always full of surprises. It was as if he knew which direction Nayir would try to run, and he was always a step ahead. Nayir must be furious. When he thought he had run away, he learned that he had been led there all along. And then he was caught and strangled. And when he tried to free himself, his limbs were snapped. While he can heal his bones quickly, how many times can he continue to do it? But if he doesn't heal them, then he will never be able to catch up, as more bones will be broken. It was rather horrifying to watch. He must have foreseen this battle against Nayir and been practicing. In fact, I could tell that Nayir's mana level had decreased greatly by this point. That will happen if your neck is snapped that many times. I had lost count as to how many times his arms and legs were broken. Now that he was caught, he would not be able to get away. He would be strangled and broken until Galen let him go. But if his mana fell any lower, would he even be able to heal himself in an instant? What is this? The mana surrounding Nayir had decreased. He had to use it in order to heal. And he had also used it when attacking Galen with magic. But even still, it seems to be falling faster than it should. I was careless. I thought that I was watching them closely, but I had missed something. So Galen has been absorbing Nayir's mana ever since he grabbed him. That's why Nayir was so desperate to get away. And Galen prevented it by breaking his bones over and over again. Broken bones were nothing to Nayir. Galen could break as many as he likes, as long as Nayir could get away. Like that, he was trying to heal faster than Galen could keep up with, so that he could escape. That is what's happening. I finally realized what Galen was doing. He would occasionally let go of Nayir entirely. as if he wanted to make it easier for Nair to escape. And so Nair would heal his bones and try to move away. But strangely, he couldn't. If he tried to go up, he was pulled back down. If we went to the right, he was spun around and slammed to the ground. And if he tried to go into attack instead, he was pushed into the ground. It's like a puzzle. And every time, Galan absorbed mana from him. By the time the two were separated again, Galan's mana had swelled up considerably. "You've really done it, Galan," Nair said as he panted. Galan laughed. "I have to thank you. Now I can use this." Galan unsheathed the deep-sea dragon sword that was on his back. "Really? While you may have mana again, I doubt your strength will return," Nair said mockingly. Galan's only answer was Super Arm Strengthen. Arm Strengthen was a special ability that ogres had, and so this must be an enhanced version. There was suddenly a palpable tension between them. Nair was more cautious than ever, and it was affecting those around them. The onlookers gulped as they watched over the two. Galan was the first to move. I couldn't help but mutter, "Why?" If you were staring at each other like this, moving first meant giving the other person the opportunity to deal with you. It wouldn't matter if you could move at a speed that they couldn't follow, but what reason did Galan have? Galan held the sword with his right hand and attacked the air directly behind him. Huh. What? It wasn't just Nair, but everyone else was stunned. What was Galan attacking? All their eyes moved to the spot, but there was nothing there. Boone, with a stronger momentum this time, Galan attacked the empty area behind him once again, and as he stumbled forward, the sword accelerated even more. Wyatt, with Galan in the center, the blade swung, making a full circle around him, and then slashing through the neck of Nair, who had moved in to attack. And like that, Nair's head went flying. Pan, it was a brilliant attack. Nair's head spun as it flew high into the air. Secret technique, backhand slash. Galan said the mysterious name. It was likely a special ability of his. Now that it had lost its head, Nair's body slowly fell to the ground. What Galan want? When it had been announced, I had felt that the chances of him winning were slim. After all, this was the leader of the Wild Hunt. Nair was a veteran who had killed many lesser demon kings in a short amount of time. Surely Galan would not be capable of winning. And then I watched them fight, and it was clear that Galan was not at his best. Yet he still won. It was hard to believe. Galan leaned on his sword as if it was a staff. Yes, he was clearly not well. Now it's over. And then he stabbed Nair's heart with his sword. It was only then that Galan smiled. But then, Nair's head fell down from the sky and bit into Galan's neck. "Whoa!" Galan cried out and tore Nair's head off and threw him onto the ground. But that wasn't enough for him, and he stomped on it until it was completely crushed. Ugh. "Galan, what is it?" He immediately fell to his knees and tried to support himself with one arm but failed. He collapsed on the ground. "Galan." I ran towards him, not just me, the others did as well. When we sat him up, I saw that Galan's neck had become black. He's been poisoned. Vampires were able to transform the mana in their bodies and create poison. However, it would also eat away at their own bodies. So most did not use it. That's how terrible a special ability it was, but Nair must have been creating it, even as he fought Galan, so that even if he died, he could take Galan with him. Galan. "Stay strong." I called, but there was no answer. I continued to talk, but it was no use. He would not reply. He's D. I could not say the rest. Chapter 292. Where am? Oh, it's just the usual place. A place shrouded in mist. A place with nothing. I was inside of the orb of control. That means that the other me should be somewhere close by. Ah, there he is. I hadn't been able to see him at first, but he was squatting a short distance away. I raised a hand and said, "Hey," but he barely reacted. He just slowly turned to me and raised his hand a little. "What is it? Are you feeling low? Also, aren't you a little pale?" Like there was less color in him, I wasn't sure. As if he was fading away. "What happened to you?" He looked like a ghost. "It's nothing," he said, giving me a thumbs up to show that he was all right. However, that in itself was painful to see. "It's clearly something. Are you sick? Why are you squatting? Are you in pain?" "It really isn't anything. Don't worry about me." "Of course I'll worry. You look faded." It was like he was starting to become transparent. I said that I'm fine, damn it. "It's here already." He clicked his tongue. "Here, what is? We're inside of the orb of control, aren't we? Is it Melvis again? I could not forget that presence. Is that what he was afraid of? No, the hole. The hole is here. Hole? Oh, you mean that hole. The one that we jump into in order to return. But we had only just met and had barely been able to talk. No, it's different. This one is very dangerous. We cannot escape from it. I don't understand. You can't run away? What do you mean? It didn't look like he was joking, but what was he thinking about? I stared hard in the direction that he was looking. That. Is that the hole? Something that looked like a big, black tornado was moving towards us. I'll say it again. It was a big, black tornado, and there seemed to be lightning crashing inside of it as well. Yes, that's the hole. I managed to survive it once earlier, because you weren't here. It's too big for a hole. That thing could swallow up a whole village. What do you mean you would have survived if I wasn't here? You could not run away if that thing got close to you. So how had he managed? It didn't make any sense. As I looked at him oddly, he slowly opened his mouth. It's a hole that leads to the underworld. When I escaped it, I got a glimpse at what was on the other side. I saw the dead souls that writhed within. Wati. What did he just say? A hole to the underworld. Souls? Why the hell would such a thing appear in our orb of control? No, wait. Why was I here? Remember. Why was I sent here? Nair. Nair's head had bitten my neck. There was horrible pain. I reflexively tore it off and stomped on it, and after that, my eyesight grew dark, and then what? I remember now. Poison, I must have been poisoned. And then I got weak and collapsed. The last thing that I remember seeing was Troutzard's face. That old woman had been the first to rush towards me. I had died looking at an old woman. You remember. I was following Nair's head as it rotated in the air, but I didn't make it in time. I'm sorry. No, it's nothing for you to apologize about. It's my fault for not noticing it. Yes, Nair's head bit me and his fangs sent the poison. Aye, that's right, and then we died. In other words, the reason that you look like this is because we were poisoned. This isn't, no, never mind. In any case, the fact that a hole to the underworld has appeared here means that there is no way to escape. The hole had been far away at first, but it was now much closer. It was more like a typhoon than a hole. Are you serious? I'm going to die here. Indeed, there was no way to escape from a hole that swallowed up everything in this world. Running wouldn't be of any use. Besides, the other me seemed like he had accepted his fate. I suppose I had to do the same. I had a fun time. So did I. And then we shook hands. We shook hands and then our arms locked together. We would always be together. Our final moment had arrived. As if gravity were being manipulated, our bodies were sucked towards the hole. It's just so sudden. And like that, my consciousness ended. Or not, no, it wasn't the case. I had entered a dark tunnel and was not able to see anything. But once I was through it, I entered into a world of pale light. Is this the underworld? I could see an ocean far below. It was made of souls. That was why it was glowing. And then the sky. The clouds were also made of souls, glowing clouds, so this was what the other me had seen on the other side. This is the underworld that Melvis visited. In the center, there was a thick pillar that connected the sea to the clouds. Souls would rain down and drop into the water, while others would rise to the clouds through the pillar. The circle of souls. As this continued, the souls would get purified until they were brand new. Hey you. What is it? We were currently just souls. We could not see each other. However, we could still talk. We're going to fall into the underworld sea. Yes, we're descending slowly now. We will definitely fall into it if this continues. Listen to me carefully. There is one way to get out of this. What? Do you remember what Melvis said? If the soul and flesh are connected, then you cannot leave the underworld. Yes. The reason that he was able to return to the demon world was because his soul was still connected to his body. In other words, resurrection, or call it a near-death experience, dead souls would come here. However, there are times when someone isn't actually dead, and in such cases, those souls are returned, and it seems as if they have come back from the dead. And there was one other thing, our true purpose. You can also leave the underworld if you become a pure soul, right? When you are purified and cleansed, you are sent out and reborn in another world. The circle of reincarnation. Yes. Listen to me, if this continues, I will be reborn. Hi. What was the other me saying? Reborn? He had been acting very strange ever since I met him today. In fact, my soul is already mostly purified. And so I don't have much time left, I can tell. And then he laughed. Why, your soul is purified, are you sure? But that means you will lose your memories and everything. Why is this happening? Because of the salt. It started to carve away at my soul. So I knew what he was talking about. The wild hunt soldiers had died so easily when exposed to the salt of holy power. It wasn't that those soldiers were weak. Nair had brought them with the intention of killing Troutsard. Would salt be enough to kill such soldiers? So why had they all died? It damaged them with no regard for strengthening abilities and mana levels. And yet I was fine. Was it because I had a human soul? If that was true, what about the other me? To be honest, I was in such pain that I wanted to roll on the ground. But strangely, it doesn't hurt anymore now that we are here. The reason that he barely reacted. The reason that he was pale. So it was the salt of holy power. Well, yes. I'm sorry for not noticing. No, it's nothing. Even I had no idea that it would have such an effect. The reason the salt of holy power was dangerous to residents of the demon world. It was because it directly affected the soul. I put you through something horrible, that damned Nair, if I ever see him again. He's already dead, he is here, isn't he? No, never mind that. More importantly, I'm only going to say this once, so listen closely. Say whatever you want. I'll listen to what you have to say, I'll do anything. I'm glad to hear it, I won't last here much longer. You may not believe me, but I can tell. Preparations for my rebirth will be starting soon. However, our souls are connected. Yes, we're always together. And I don't think that will be allowed when I am reborn. And so when it starts to happen, I want you to move away from me and go. Push me to the side so that you will be reborn instead. What are you talking about? I thought we were going to stay together. You just said that you'd do anything that I asked. I want you to ride the wave of rebirth instead of me. That is my request. I don't know where you will be reborn, but I'm sure that you will manage. As if I could just abandon you here. You must, I am going to lose myself. My memories will be gone, and I will be just like the other souls that are here. And then I will be prepared for reincarnation. If we stay together, then your soul will be purified as well. I don't want that to happen. This is my wish, my first and final wish. Please, please make it come true. No, we have to stay together. You can't just decide that I should leave. Leave me? See, we're almost there. Once we are inside of the water, I will lose consciousness. Listen, it's a promise. It won't be my soul, but you can take my memories with you. And then we sank into the sea. The other souls floated to the surface and were pulled towards the pillar, but we continued to sink. After some time, I could no longer see other souls around us. And then I saw that the bottom of the sea was shining. And we were pulled towards it. So this is where you were reborn, I thought, but then I got stuck on something. I suppose souls could not go any farther. Hey, can you hear me? There was no reply, but I continued to talk. Apparently, we can't go any farther. Maybe they have high standards for rebirth, and we're not allowed. I could feel that my soul was caught on something. We've always stuck together. There is no way that I would leave you here. You knew this would happen, didn't you? You're terrible. I would have stayed here with you until my soul was purified. Forever. But I made a promise. I doubt that you would be angry if I broke that promise. You would just look annoyed. You know what? That gets on my nerves even more. You have a knack for doing that, you're a genius. Hey you, I'm sorry, I really am. It's not like you wanted to separate from me either. And yet, I forced you to say such things, I'm sorry. Saying sorry won't fix anything, but I'll do it. I'll make your wish come true. I'll do it no matter what. And so I removed the other soul, which was now just a foreign substance, and I threw it up to the surface. The soul of the other me rose up and disappeared into the distance. I'll carry your memories, and so, let's meet again in our next life. Farewell, and like that, I entered into the place that he should have gone, sinking towards the floor of light. Chapter 293. After slipping out of the underworld, the souls swam down the narrow road to reincarnation, crossing through the barrier that isolated the worlds. They were lined up neatly, as if waiting their turn, and one by one, the door to a new life was opened. However, there was one infant soul who tried to enter, but was rejected. The soul was too big for its vessel. After bouncing off, the soul floated dazedly for a while, and then went inside of a different vessel. I don't recognize this ceiling. My eyes opened, I could tell that my memories were muddy. Why am I here? What happened? I shook my head over and over and tried to grab at any memories that were in reach. My name was Galen. A young ogre, no, that's not right. I evolved into a Susanoo no Mikoto. And then what happened after that? My last memory, I had been fighting against someone. Ah, now I remember. It was Nair. I had found him and challenged him to a fight. And then what happened? Everything after that was foggy. Did I win? Or did I lose? There were fragments in my head. I knew that I had struggled. For some reason, I could not fight well. I couldn't see how I would be able to win. Ah, that's right. Mana Eater, I used it. It was starting to come back to me now. I had been covered by salt of holy power, and my mana level had decreased. Not so much decreased as erased. There was no sensation of it being used up or leaving me. It was as if it just suddenly vanished. That's why it's called Mana Eater. Using it at the last moment, that does sound like me. Mana was dangerous, not something you should just take into your body without thinking. After learning how to use Mana Eater, I had tested it out on my own kind, Seifo and Bika. In the end, I had felt terrible nausea and a feeling of fatigue soon after. Apparently, your body would reject it if you directly tried to absorb someone else's mana like that, like having water in the lungs. Your body could only recognize it as something that shouldn't be there. It got better after some practice, but not perfect. It was necessary to convert it so that the mana's properties would match you while you absorbed it. Kind of like an AC/DC converter. To be honest, it was so troublesome that I had doubted that I would ever use it. And so I had stopped training with Mana Eater after that. It had fallen to the rank of a possibly useful but overly troublesome skills. Ultimately, I used it when I had no other choice. I would have likely lost if I didn't use it, so it was all good in the end. Apparently, I had become competent enough with it. More memories started to come back. At the end of the fight against Nair, I had succeeded in cutting his head off and killing him. Though vampires were good with healing, there was nothing they could do after you crushed their head. Troutzard should be able to take care of the rest. Yes, she wasn't the kind of person who you wanted to see a close-up of, but her fighting capability was unrivaled. So I was sure that she would be able to deal with the situation. And then the other me. His last moment came back, almost against my will. When Nair's head had bitten into me, something horrible had entered into my body. A powerful poison. I didn't know the details, but it was likely something that only a few of the vampires had. And I had been bitten, and then we died. Normally, our souls would have gone to the underworld, where our souls would be purified, and then we would be reincarnated. As the other me had already been mostly purified from the salt of holy power, he would go straight to the path of rebirth. That narrow road at the bottom of the sea. The open mouth that led to a new life. But because we were stuck together, we could not enter. If I moved away, the other me would have continued on the path, so I suppose I robbed him of that. Because after cutting him off, it was I who headed down towards reincarnation. He wanted me to take his memories. His soul was purified. Even if we meet again in this life, we would not know each other. But I know, his memories will always be here. I hit my chest, so where am I? And what is this body? I looked down, I was not wearing any clothes. And when I touched my head, I did not have the horns that ogre types were known for. The body itself seemed sickly. And that feeling of having mana that applied to all residents of the demon world had become very thin. It's almost as if I'm human. I appeared to be lying on a stone table, and my back hurt. That too was very human. And there's someone sleeping next to me, a woman. A human woman who appeared to be in her mid-20s was lying down on the stone table as well. I looked around. It was a light-decorated stone building. As we were indoors, I didn't know where we were. Well, at least it's not cold. I got off of the table and poked the woman's cheek. No reaction. I don't even know if she is alive or dead. She also wasn't wearing any clothes, but never mind that. I was very curious about where we were. There were no windows in the room. The only thing here was a stone door, double doors, and they looked very heavy. I grabbed the handle. It is heavy. It's like we were being trapped inside. But when I tried pulling harder, the door opened. Pishie. There was a terrible crushing sound as it opened. And then a strong gust of wind flowed into the room. It was warmer than the air inside. A hallway. A straight hallway stretched out ahead. The walls, ceiling, and floor were all made of stone. I left the room and walked down the hallway. There must be something up ahead. And then from the other end, a creature approached. It swam through the air like some kind of snake or dragon. I had seen creatures like that in the demon world. Their heads bobbed up and down as they moved through the air. My, I see that someone has come in. I am Pajan the Lindworm, the keeper of the sealed tomb. What sealed tomb? What's that? You don't know of the sealed tomb? How odd. May I ask you where it is that you came from? Where? From the underworld, I think. And where is this underworld that you speak of? Could it be that King Yamato has created a new underworld? King Yamato. What was this place? Chapter 294. The man who called himself Pajan the Lindworm was floating in the air in front of me. He was about 3 meters in length, a little smaller than the lamias. Pajan had a full, white beard on his face. His eyebrows were also white. There were numerous deep wrinkles running across his face, indicating that he was quite advanced in years. Both the face and overall form gave me the impression of an Eastern dragon, the kind who would grant you a wish. However, the big difference with those dragons was that he had no arms or legs, so he was like a snake or worm. Not a dragon, but a kind of demi-beast. The underworld is a place where dead souls from the demon world, celestial world, and human world gather. Upon saying this, I realized something. Now that I thought about, there were not many people in the demon world who knew about the underworld either. It was mostly just some of the high-ranking races. I had only learned of it recently myself. A place where dead souls gather, I see. Such worlds exist, and that is where you have come from. Yes, and now I have a question. Were you talking about Lesser High King Yamato? The one who went missing long ago. King Yamato is the one who made this world in order to protect our ancestors. We sometimes call him Founder Yamato. But I've never heard the title, Lesser High King. Never heard it. In the demon world, everyone knew of Lesser High Kings, just as they knew of Lesser Demon Kings and Demon Kings. Something about all of this was not right. In the first place, where are we? Not this specific place, but this world. What a strange question. This is the world that King Yamato created. The garden, a place that is ruled by different laws than the human world. Human world? So we're in the human world, not the demon world. Yes, to be precise, it's a different world that King Yamato made inside of the human world. While the demon world is our homeland, we were told that it is impossible to return. I see. I was starting to understand. Unless Pajan was pulling my leg, this really was the human world. Or an other world, perhaps. So my soul had been reborn, not in the demon world or celestial world, but in the human world. But aren't people usually reborn as babies? I appear to be an adult man. Is there a problem? Tell me, my body right now, what do I look like? You seem to be able to move just fine. I don't believe there is anything wrong with your ability to function. Damn it, he didn't get it. Is this a human's body, or some other race? Which is it? It is neither. You are currently what we call a personification. And what is that? A temporary vessel, used so that the high rankers can mimic a human. A temporary vessel for high rankers to mimic humans? What the hell? It exceeded my understanding. I'm sorry, let's go over everything again. My name is Galen. I used to be in the demon world. Then I died. My soul went to the underworld. I told you what that is. I thought that I was going to be reincarnated, but I'm here in a temporary body. I'm very confused right now, so tell me what you can about this world. I do not mind explaining it to you. But where should I begin? In that case, just tell me about this place. Very well, about this place, it was a long time ago and I've only heard stories. But I will tell you what I know. And like that, Pajan the Lindworm told me about how this place came to be. Ultimately, it was quite shocking. So this really was the human world. A separate world made inside of it. But while humans lived in the human world, they did not know about this place. We have strict orders to people who go down into the human world. They are to never speak of this place. Who gives the order? Apparently it was Pajan, as he was the manager of this place. It had been 400 years since he gained the position over this sealed tomb. He managed the building and the personifications, and he intended to work for at least another 100 years. As for this King Yamato that he talked about, I was quite sure that it was Lesser High King Yamato. There were people here who were nearly 1,000 years old, and this world had existed for as long as they could remember. And so this world was much older. It would have to be over 1,500 years old. It could even be over 2,000 years old. Someone who had lived that long and was capable of making a place so big, it could be no one but lesser High King Yamato. Especially if this place really was in the human world. And there was another shocking thing about this world. It was filled with mana. I had no idea how hard it would be to create a place within the human world that was filled with mana. However, if he could do it, then he really was worthy of the title Lesser High King. Pajun continued to talk. He then told me that this other world was separated into 4 blocks. Each one was based on one of the 4 seasons, and so together, this was the Garden of 4 Seasons. The 4 gardens were named like this: the Field of Everlasting Spring, the Coast of Everlasting Summer, the Forest of Everlasting Autumn, the Village of Everlasting Winter. You could think of the world as a cake. Cut it into 4 equal pieces and assign them clockwise: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Actually, there was a place in the center where they all met, and you could not enter it, so perhaps it was more like a donut. Apparently, I was currently in the Forest of Everlasting Autumn block, which made it the 3rd one. It was a comfortable climate, not too hot and not too cold, and there many of the non-combat races lived here. I understand that this place is called the Forest of Everlasting Autumn. So, what do I have to do to meet this King Yamato? I see, King Yamato is in the Field of Everlasting Spring, but it is very far away, and so you will have to travel for several days in order to visit him. So, each block is very big then. Indeed, they are. Furthermore, you cannot go directly to the Field of Everlasting Spring from the Forest of Everlasting Autumn, and so it will take time. That's right. It was on the opposite side of the donut. Since they didn't share any borders, I would have to travel through the other blocks. I could only reach Yamato through the Village of Everlasting Winter or the Coast of Everlasting Summer. This world was rather annoying. Chapter 295. In order to meet Yamato, I had to leave this block and cross the blocks ruled by winter or summer. The order was spring, summer, autumn, and winter, or the reverse, and so you could not go to spring directly from autumn. Just to confirm, I can reach the Field of Everlasting Spring, where Yamata is, if I go through summer or winter. That is correct. However, I would not advise it. Why? Those who would rebel against King Yamato have gathered in the Coast of Everlasting Summer. I have heard that it is a very dangerous place. While you may have been a high ranker, you are in a humanoid shell now. It is too dangerous. Why was there an anti-Yamato faction in the world that he created? Were they children going through a rebellious phase? Then shouldn't I just go through the Village of Everlasting Winter? Not only is it an incredibly harsh environment, but going through it will be quite the feat in itself. This is a place where ice wolves freeze to death, so a personification like you would not be able to move for very long. I see. Why was this block made to be so dangerous? Well, some of the races prefer the cold. But you said ice wolves freeze to death. Cold is an understatement. Why would he make such a place? Well, there was demand. In no way. It must have been a very small minority. But from what I just heard, the winter block sounded like hell. If I had to choose, it would be the summer block. But I didn't know how dangerous this rebel force was. This world was made by King Yamato, right? So why is there a rebel force? Yes, King Yamato is against any hostilities towards humans. However, let's just say that the other races have their habits. Some of them cannot help themselves from fighting. And so King Yamato does not allow them to come in contact with the humans. I see, so that's where they disagree. It was simple enough. The demon world wasn't a peaceful place where most of the residents could live without getting into fights. There were always people who saw chaos as a reason to live. There aren't any humans here, are there? It was filled with mana. This wasn't an environment that could sustain human life. As far as I am aware, no human has ever come to this place. I knew it. There were no humans in this world, only residents of the demon world. But if he can make a place like this, surely he could create an environment that humans can live in. Yes, I think that it would be possible for King Yamato. However, he made this world in order to prevent the others from coming in contact with humans, and I believe he has no intention of changing that. So he made a place exclusively for residents of the demon world in order to keep them away from humans. A way to isolate us. How long ago was this? I heard that it was a very long time ago. There wasn't some problem that arose that forced him to isolate this place. It was like this from the beginning. Yes, there must be some reason for that. When residents of the celestial world come down to the demon world, their power and abilities are halved. They needed holy power to survive. Mana was a poison to them. The same thing would happen if we went to the celestial world. As for the human world, if my speculation was right, then their atmosphere would not be poisonous for us. But since there is no mana, our strength would diminish a little. My guess was that residents of the celestial world and demon world would only be able to use about 70% of their power. But while such demerits existed, I still didn't see why he had to keep all of the residents of the demon world isolated here. The reason that he made this world, I felt as if the answer to that question must be hidden here somewhere. Yes, I really do look like a human, don't I? Of course you do. You are a personification. You are made to be indistinguishable from them. And you said that these were made for going down to the human world, so it's fine if you are in this state. Yes, as personifications do not release any mana, they can exist without disturbing the humans. In other words, they not only look like humans but feel like them. Exactly. On the other hand, being inside of a temporary vessel means that it's difficult to be aware of what is happening outside of the body. Outside the body, you mean looking at someone's mana? Yes. Currently, you must be finding it very difficult to get a grasp on mana. It's because you are completely cut off from the mana outside of your body. It is fine now, as you are surrounded by it, but if you visit the human world in this state, you will only be able to act within the constraints of that body. To put it simply, you will only be as strong as a human. That would be like a death blow to the high rankers. What battle fiend would want to go to the human world under such conditions? Power was everything in the demon world. Or at least, that's what the powerful tended to think. Still, does that mean it's possible for me to go there as I am now? Yes, you can reach it from this sealed tomb. Apparently it was possible, then why don't I go? Would it be possible to return here, after I've had my fill of the human world? It is possible to go, but returning, the main body and the personification is connected by the souls. What do you mean? He explained it to me. It was rather simple, actually. Only the high rankers could use these bodies. Normally, it was difficult to move a soul into a vessel. A weak soul would get damaged or degrade once in the personification. And so even after the soul was moved, you would not be safe. As had just been said, the bodies did not release any mana. I was so accustomed to using mana to determine things about my surroundings, and so it would be very confusing. And these bodies were difficult to use. All the high rankers felt this, and that was the biggest problem. If you descended into the human world like this, you would not be able to use mana or any of your special abilities. Your physical strength was that of the personification, the exact same as the average human. The stronger you were in the demon world, the more troublesome this would be. Apparently, there were a few who went down to the human world anyway, but they always returned immediately. It was no wonder. As for how they were able to return, their souls were pulled by their bodies, leading them back to this world, that table that I was lying on when I woke up. That was where the body lay while the soul was inside of the personification. During that time, it would not degrade. As long as the body was there, the soul would try to return to it. That allowed people to return from the human world. But you're saying that it's not possible in my case. My body was in the demon world. It was also dead. If I had nowhere to return, I would have to stay in the human world. And so, I think that it would be wise for you to reconsider a trip to the human world. Yes. It would be no good if I went down there if I couldn't come back. After all, I wasn't even registered. I would probably resort to crime before much time had passed, and then be arrested and spend the rest of my life in prison. I would rather meet King Yamato than go to the human world. Yes, that was the first thing to do. Chapter 296. It would be too risky to go down into the human world like this, but Yamato would know a lot about both this world and the human world. And so, I should meet him first. Besides, if I was able to meet him, I could confirm that he really is the lesser High King who once dominated in the demon world. All right, I'll go and meet King Yamato then. The Field of Everlasting Spring, yes. How do I get there? The Village of Everlasting Winter is a land of extreme coldness. You will not be able to pass through. And the Coast of Everlasting Summer is overrun by rebels. Yes, you've already said that. Let's see. I'll go through summer then. I'm sure that deep down, they are nice people. No, I would not agree with that. Like I said, I lived in the demon world. Such mischievous people can be found everywhere. What is important is to talk. I'm sure that they will understand. Yes, talking, we weren't beasts. We always acted with reason. More importantly, do you have any clothes? I feel rather uncomfortable like this. I'm very sorry, I didn't even notice. Over here, we have everything that you would need when descending to the human world. Speaking of which, Pajan was naked. In the demon world, some races wore clothes and some did not. And there were also some in-between, who only wore clothes based on their own personal preferences. But leaving that aside, beast and water-type monsters generally did not require clothing. This was because they had fur and scales instead, and Pajan's body was covered in scales. Pajan then led me to a storage room. The clothes were waiting in a corner. These look very. There were clothes for men and women, and they were all very old. Some were from the Heian period, and there were togas in the back. They just seemed to get older, and some are from different countries, so is this the newest one? I took out a kimono. It was the kind that Ronins often wore in historical TV dramas. I had seen the dojo master wear something similar. What do you think? Are there any that you like? Why is everything here out of some period drama? Oh, all of the people who went down to the human world returned in these clothes. So how long ago was the last person? Is there a problem? No, never mind. I feel like anything I say won't matter. Ah, I see. Even the newest one would make me stick out like a sore thumb the moment I went back to Japan. And if the old kimono was the newest thing here, the last person might have gone down hundreds of years ago. Hey, I want to ask you something. Are there other places that you can reach the human world from? Yes. While I am the manager of this sealed tomb, there are other, similar places with people who manage the personifications. He then explained that there were 3 other places like this one. Perhaps it was for every season. And so I put on the old kimono and strapped a sword around my waist. The sword was also in the storage room. Well, it's more of a katana, just barely better than nothing. The deep-sea dragon sword I had used before was stronger than Japanese swords. Its blade was broad and thick, and I knew that it would not break no matter how hard I swung with it. This sword I had now was about half as thick, and it was also narrow, which worried me. When I looked for some footwear, I could not find any shoes or boots at all. Actually, there were some clogs, but I pretended that I hadn't seen them. Maybe if I wore them and kicked a ball around, I could look like a nobleman. Sandals, huh? I guess they will do it. There were a pair of sandals made of straw, and so I decided to wear them. If I went down to the human world like this, they would think I was on some film set. Are you finished changing? I thank you, now I can start my journey. That is good to hear. However, now that you are in this body, things will be different. You will feel much discomfort. Really, it is a little odd, yes. But not that bad. You cannot sense other people's mana. Even your own will be hard to grasp. Right, and what's so bad about that? Well, you would usually determine a person's strength by measuring their mana. Aren't you worried that you will not be able to do it? Apparently, the average high ranker became anxious about such things, but I had always been bad with measuring a person's mana, so it wasn't as big a difference for me. Besides, there had been another me there as well. That also affected things, so perhaps things felt more natural to me now, if anything. You don't need to worry about me. More importantly, tell me the route I need to take in order to reach the coast of everlasting summer. Very well, I called a guide for you while you were changing. That was very perceptive. After all, you are heading into dangerous territory, so I thought it best that you have someone who knows the roads well. I was then led to a small room. A boy was there, waiting while kneeling on one knee. This is Juga the Red Hat. He used to live on the coast of everlasting summer. I am Juga. I volunteered to go as soon as I heard that you were going to battle. I am at your service. It's good to ha battle. Did you say battle? Was it just me, or had I been misconstrued completely? Chapter 297. The boy who called himself Juga was a red hat, a type of goblin that was especially fond of fighting. The fact that he had come from the coast of everlasting summer meant that he was either driven out by the anti-Yamato forces, or he had run away by his own free will. I don't have any intention of fighting, I said, nipping that idea in the bud. Even if there was trouble, I would try and settle things peacefully. In the first place, could I even fight in this body? I would have to test it and find out later. Is that right? But I heard that you were going out in a disguise in order to journey while punishing the wicked. Juga looked at Pajan as if to say, wasn't that the case? Journey in disguise. Did he think I was some lord from an adventure story? There aren't many high rankers in the forest of everlasting autumn, and so hardly anyone has appeared that could be put into a personification. Pujan added, apparently, Juga thought that I was some high ranker who was using this body to hide my own identity. I could just tell him that I have been reincarnated from the underworld, but it would take too long to explain all of that. And so I just insisted that I was doing this as a hobby. To others, I would just say that I was a high ranker who was on his way to meet King Yamato. And I just happened to be in this body because I was eccentric. I didn't know if Juga believed any of this, but I wouldn't elaborate any further. Hey, Pajan, how much does my power decrease when I'm in this body? What happens to my special abilities? You will not be able to use your special abilities and anything unique to your original body. Aside from that, it depends on the strength of your soul. There is mana here, so it might be the same. In other words, someone like Nair would not be able to extend his nails or fangs or make venom. The body was not capable of doing that. On the other hand, you could still use magic attacks and strengthen your body by charging it with mana. These were all imprinted into the soul, and so you could make use of your power through mana. The reason that you couldn't extend your nails was because even if it was imprinted into your soul, the flesh could not react to it. Just like how there would be no point in transmitting a signal if there was no one to receive it. However, if I went down to the human world, there would be no mana around me, and so everything would be restricted. It was very inconvenient. I can strengthen my body, but I suppose strengthening my old body and strengthening this one will be very different. Indeed, and if you become reckless without understanding that, your body will break. And it will be very difficult to repair a broken body. Apparently they had spares for these bodies a long time ago, but since they kept breaking at a fast rate, they didn't have as many left now. Didn't King Yamato make these? That had been my assumption. No, I was told that they were made in the celestial world. They used such bodies when they had business in the human world, and King Yamato borrowed them. So he stole them from the celestial world. I liked him already. Now that I thought about it, I had heard that holy power in the celestial world was based on faith and the power of prayer in the human world. Well, a fallen one had said that, so it must be true. And these bodies were made by residents of the celestial world. What else did this reveal? They must have been going down to the human world in order to strengthen the faith of the people. It said that once the barrier was put up, the celestial world no longer had sufficient holy power. Perhaps it was because once they could no longer go down there, people's faith weakened. And so did the supply of holy power. Well, never mind the celestial world. I would find no answers no matter how much I thought about it. More importantly, where in the field of everlasting spring is King Yamato? Also, can I really meet him if I go there? I would be very annoyed if he lived at the top of some tower, and I had to fight my way through every floor in order to earn the right to meet him. And they will tell me, sometimes there will be more than one guardian on each floor. I cannot say for sure, as I myself have never been to the field of everlasting spring. But it is said that King Yamato lives in the Crystal Palace. Crystal Palace, that sounds very fancy. Crystal Pala. Yes, the Crystal Palace. Right. Pajan's eyes looked a little scary. But I do think you will have a chance of meeting him if you go in that body. After all, there are not that many high rankers here. They are quite rare, in fact. I see. It wasn't like the demon world, where there seemed to be lesser demon kings and demon kings everywhere. In comparison, this place was the size of a cat's forehead. If such strong people fought over lands in this place, the entire other world would become a wasteland. After all, it meant that enemy lesser demon kings would be in arm's reach at all times. People would be fighting every day, so it was no wonder that high rankers were rare here. Also, there is one other thing. What is in the center of this world? Pajan had explained to me that this place was separated into 4 areas. At first, he said to think of it as a cake, but then he changed it to a donut. But as you could not go through the center, I had to go around. Still, I wanted to know why. What is in the center, a barrier or a wall? There is a mountain in the center. A mountain? then wouldn't it be easier to climb it? It was true that mountain climbing was difficult. But surely it couldn't be any worse than taking the much longer route through the coast of eternal summer. It is a mountain of salt, a looming, giant mass of salt. No one is able to get close to it. A great mountain of salt. Yes, I could imagine that. Also, was it what I was thinking about? And what have you been told about this mountain of salt? It's the heart of the barrier. No, not the mountain of salt, but the thing that is inside of it. The heart of the barrier was inside of the mountain of salt. What if it's a dead body? I had an idea of whose. That would mean he used Zeus's corpse to make this world. This Yamato was crazy. He just used anything. Chapter 298. The image I had of Yamato was starting to crumble. I had really just thought of him as a great man. After all, he was the strongest person in the demon world, the only lesser high king to ever exist. In the past and future, from east to west, he alone had achieved that dream of becoming a lesser high king when so many other great demon kings had failed. The first and the strongest. That was Yamato. But now I was starting to see him as someone who was very difficult to deal with. For instance, if you consider the timeline, there was no way that Yamato could have gone to the human world, because Zeus had already built the barrier around it. He had closed off the human world in exchange for his own life. Zeus was the strongest man in the celestial world, that was my understanding. At least, he should be close to it. And he had died making that barrier. Clearly, he was a stubborn man, and that barrier had never been broken. And then there was Zeus's partner, Hera. Hera wanted to bring Zeus back to life, and so targeted Yamato's orb of control. There was a great invasion from the celestial world, and the demon world became a battlefield. And in what would be a decisive battle, Yamato and Hera vanished in some place between time and space, or so it was said. And so how did he appear in the human world? It exceeded my own understanding. Regardless, something must have happened that allowed him to come down here. My guess was that after he came here, he found the residents of the demon world who had been left behind. And then he made this world in order to protect them, by using the body of the deceased Zeus. It was crazy. Who would think of doing something like that? The structure of this world was likely also borrowed from Zeus's barrier. This other world. Much like the personifications, it was likely something invented in the celestial world. The fact that Yamato had seemingly succeeded easily meant that he must be quite the tough character. I can't wait to meet him. I was very curious to see what he was like. Very much so. Now, how long would it take me to reach the field of everlasting spring? I asked Pajan, and he said that it would take 40 days. That was a lot longer than I was expecting. If we departed from the sealed tomb, we would arrive at the coast of everlasting summer in around 10 days. And if we followed the coast, we would eventually arrive at a place called the Descendant Library in 10 days. This library was near the center of the coast of everlasting summer. Here, information of the races that lived in the other world was collected and managed, so there was also a manager and a place to keep the personifications. After leaving the Descendant Library, we would have to travel another 10 days before reaching the field of everlasting spring. And then, it was another 10 days to the Crystal Palace, where Yamato was. So that was 40 days for just getting there. I could not help but feel that it was very long. All right, I'm going now. Farewell. I took Juga the Red Hat and left the sealed tomb. Before leaving, he told me that this tomb was used to hold the remains of those who contributed to the other world, or achieved something great in the human world. When I said that I wanted to have a look, he told me that it was sealed with a similar art that was used to protect this world. But when I asked him about whose remains rested there, I heard the names of great historic figures. This is why they say that truth is stranger than fiction. The road will be gentle for quite some time. Juga said as I looked at our surroundings. Everywhere I looked, pampas grass was blowing in the wind. This really was the place of autumn. Autumn in Japan was much like this. I didn't know if I felt nostalgic or not. Perhaps there weren't even fields like this in Japan anymore. I remember traveling to Hakone once and seeing a cluster of pampas grass. But it was nothing compared to how far they stretched out here. Juga was hopping around and walking oddly, like a child who was trying to avoid puddles. Hey, Juga. Pajan said that there weren't many high rankers in this world. Do you know how many there are? It was a strange question, but even in the demon world, they were hardly the majority. So I wanted to know how few there actually were. If we're talking about the forest of everlasting autumn, then I only know of a few. But the coast of everlasting spring is filled with fighters, so there must be quite a lot of them there. I see. So those who like to fight will go where battle is more likely. But how come they haven't started fighting each other? It was bound to be filled with people who believed themselves to be the strongest. Vargan the Phantom Light Dragon and Nosh the Fang-Crushed Dragon live in the coast of everlasting summer. No one is as strong as those two. I had never heard of either of those races, but they were likely special evolutions. And dragons were usually obsessed with fighting. If there were two such people, then perhaps it was no wonder that the others stayed in line. So, it's this Vargan and Nosh who are the leaders of the rebels. Yes, Nosh is a descendant of a dragon that the humans once worshipped, and that's where his sense of worth derives. And so, he desperately wants to visit the human world in his current form. His current form. In other words, he wanted to be worshipped as a dragon, not as some imitation of a human body, just like his ancestor. And Vargan. He often speaks about wanting to eat as many humans as he can. Oh, so he was an evil dragon. Chapter 299. Juga and I had left the sealed tomb, and we traveled slowly through the field of pampas grass. I'm going to move around a bit. Huh? What? As for me, I still wasn't used to this body, this personification. Without waiting for a reply, I dashed out into the field. When I looked behind me, I saw Juga had an expression of shock. I felt like I did after evolving. Like my soul didn't know how much power I was able to use. And so, I ran around and jumped as a way of taking the body for a test drive. My physical capabilities are definitely a little worse than before. Moving around feels comfortable enough, but the results just don't match up. If I ran at my fastest, I could not reach the speeds I used to be able to. I was a little slower. That being said, it wasn't too big an inconvenience. I could live with it. It likely has to do with the durability of this body. It's almost like there is a wind blowing against me when I run. But that was more than impressive. I'd expect no less from someone who is the annihilator of rebels. He said when I returned, "What, the annihilator of rebels? I've never heard that before." I just thought of it right now. Since you're going to the coast of everlasting summer, shouldn't you have an intimidating name? And so I thought of one that will make them shake in their boots. Juga said with a smug expression, "You really think that it's cool?" It had been a while since I heard something so embarrassing. Of course I do, why wouldn't I? All right, and why do I need such a foolish name? We weren't playing here. Once you cross the border, you will be completely unknown. And so it's convenient to have a name that fits your strength. And it would be better to name yourself before they have a chance to give you a worse one. Really? I suppose I would look weak because of this body. I wasn't sure. That being said, what could be worse than the name he just gave me? When it comes to personifications, you won't be able to tell how strong a person is. Of course, only the high rankers can have their souls transferred. But it's still better to have a descriptive name. I'm not sure. It was true that I would have trouble seeing how much mana a person had here, even more than I did in my previous body. On the other hand, they would not know how strong I was. After all, this body didn't release any mana into the air. Still, did that warrant giving myself a painful name? I don't think that it did. By the way, old Pajin told me that I should tell you about the coast of everlasting summer while we travel. Oh, yes, it would be very helpful if you told me everything that you know. It was going to be a long journey, after all. Instead of just walking, we could talk. It would make the journey so much better. Very well. That being said, I can only tell you about the area where I actually lived. That's fine, so what kind of place was it? Compared to the forest of everlasting autumn, it was unbearably hot. That's no surprise, but there are some races that prefer the heat. However, it wasn't humid, which was nice. The sunlight is very strong, and the sun can be seen for the whole day. Now that I thought about it, the forest of everlasting autumn had been quite cloudy. There was something appealing about that as well, but I also like the idea of basking in the bright rays of the sun. So the sky is clear for the whole year round, and it's a 10-day walk to it, right? So what is it like near the border? The border, there is a wall of white mist that reaches high up into the air. But it doesn't block your path, so you can walk right through it. A wall of white mist, I wonder how that works. Perhaps it was like those things used in refrigerators that prevent the cold air from escaping. I don't know any of the details in terms of how it works. I'm sorry. However, after walking for about 100 meters within the mist, the season will change. And the temperature will shoot up. So the mist is blocking out the heat. This sounds like it will be a very interesting experience. The seasons changed as you walked. Even the demon world hadn't had any places like that. Once you leave the mist and walk a little farther, you will be able to see the sea. Land would be on the left side, while the sea would be on the right. And we'll just follow the road that stretches along the coast. I see, so there is a road. After that, I continued to hear all kinds of things. Jugo was born in the coast of everlasting summer, and so he knew a lot. The conversations tended to branch out, and as we continued our journey, I learned a lot about this other world. Do you think we could get through without meeting the rebels? They were the problem, the rebel force that lived in the coast of everlasting summer. Pajin had been quite worried, as there were a lot of them gathered there now. And most of them were races that liked to fight, and so I would prefer it if I didn't meet them. I think that is quite unlikely. While Vargan and Nosh are in the Hollow Cave, there are many others who are not. Right. Well, if we do meet them, do you think that we will make it out unharmed? That all depends on you, Sir Gallen. I think we should be fine if you bow your head and say that you won't go against them. Will you do that? It was much like the demon world. The hierarchy was determined almost entirely by strength. If you wanted to do your own thing, you had to show your power. It was easy to understand, and it was the same here. Chapter 300. If you were strong, you could do anything no matter where you went. That was one good thing about the demon world. Good thing? Well, never mind. Still, it seemed that things were similar here. So there was no problem in bringing my old mindset with me. And so I tried some simulations. Let's say that we are walking in the coast of everlasting summer, and then some people who are in the area happen to notice us. Of course, these people are part of the rebel forces. Hey, you, where are you from? They will say, we came from the forest of everlasting autumn, and we're on our way to the field of everlasting spring. That seemed like the best answer to give. Say that we are from somewhere else, and make them think that we're not interested in them. Ah, so you're outsiders. Forget about your destination and become my subordinate instead. I'll find some use for you. Hey, do you want to fight? There was no point in mincing words when they were so rude, so that would be a perfectly appropriate response. What did you say? A fight. And then we would start fighting. It was a common thing in the demon world. And I could not be blamed. However, it was no good. I couldn't do that. I could use some restraint. For instance, when asked to become a subordinate. Take pity on me. My race is not good with combat. We just want to pass through. Let us go. What about that? Make them think I was of the non-combat races and ask for mercy. It seemed quite promising. Then you can be my servant. I don't have enough people running errands. Now go buy me some bread and milk. Yes, that was also quite likely. Well, except for the bread and milk part. The thing was, residents of the demon world were not very cooperative. The people near the bottom were especially bad at listening to other people, and so it would be better to reject them very clearly. We were going to the field of everlasting spring and had no intention of staying here. Bread and milk. Go buy that yourself. In fact, get some for me too, and don't you forget it. A rejection of this intensity would be just about right. However, it would result in a fight. So, in other words, it was no good as well. I would have to simulate again. From the beginning, they see me and immediately start talking, we'd start from there. Hey, I've never seen you before, BF Fa. I tried punching them on sight. It was best to get the first hit. BR brother, you hit my B-Brig. There would likely be others, and they would mean trouble, and so I should get rid of them too, and once again I would get the first hit. What's all this racket? Are you an invader? Get him. The invader. There was usually a commander type nearby, so I would have to get rid of him as well. Otherwise, the enemies would keep coming without end. But it was too late to stop this round. I was already surrounded by soldiers. So, what should I do? In times like this, I have to do this. And then this? No, then that will happen. This is quite hard. Why is the difficulty so high? Once the enemy boss came out, it was a matter of how many soldiers you could take down quickly. But I was alone. That really wasn't enough. Sir Gallen, is something wrong? You've been deep in thought for a while now. This will be difficult. What will be? If I take down the weakest enemies first, I'll have to wipe them all out completely. But that's too much for me to do on my own. I'm not sure how to solve this problem. There must be a good way, but no matter how I think about it, I'll have to wipe them out. There didn't seem to be any way around that. Do you mean the rebels? Yes. Unless I do something, the 2 dragons will eventually come out, and that sounds very annoying. Yes, they would likely arrive before I had even killed half of the henchmen, and there were 2 of them, according to Juga. It would be very difficult to fight them without my trusty weapons and armor. Still, what else can I do? No matter how I reacted to them, I would be forced to enter a fight. Hey, Juga. Do you have any good ideas? Amazing, you're amazing, Sir Gallen. What? I knew that you weren't called the Annihilator of Rebels for nothing. Yes, it is the perfect name for you. Too perfect. Juga, you're very rude. What the hell was he talking about? Here I was, racking my brain for a way to get out of this, and he was calling me Annihilator. It was too insulting. However, Juga did not listen to my protests. Chapter 301. My reason for traveling to the Field of Everlasting Spring was to meet Lesser High King Yamato. For a long time now, I had wanted to meet him in order to ask him something. Was that person I met when I was younger, was he really Yamato? There was a barrier around the human world, so he shouldn't have been able to come to the demon world. So I wondered if it was actually someone else, but there was still a small chance that it was the real Yamato. There were other things I wanted to ask him as well. It was said that he fell into the place between time and space, and no one knew where he was after that. And so it is quite a shock that he is alive in the human world, in this other world, no less. What kind of life had he lived up until now? Well, never mind that. The problem is King Melvis. How would Melvis react when he learned of this? I had a feeling that he would drop everything in order to come here. He had already said that there was nothing left to do but search the human world, so perhaps it was time that he started putting that plan into action. But it is strange. What is strange, Sir Gallen? Oh, I was thinking aloud to myself again. I was just wondering why King Yamato made this world. It said that he did it in order to protect us. Yes, I understand that. But why didn't he try to break the barrier that surrounded the human world? It was strange the more I thought about it. Zeus's barrier would have to be very strong. He had made it to close off the human world, and so breaking it from the outside would be difficult. But what about if it was from the inside? With barriers, you needed something that held it up. Kind of like the legs of a chair or table. Having 4 meant it would be strong. It could still stand if you just lost one. But if there was only 1 leg, then everything would be lost if it was lost. There were fancy chairs that only had 1 leg, and they would fall if you took that leg away. The barrier would be the same. As this leg was inside of the barrier, you could not break it from the outside. Of course, Zeus would never have expected Yamato to enter the barrier after it had been made. The leg would definitely be in the human world, and if it was destroyed, then the barrier would vanish. But why didn't he do it then? Surely Yamato would have found it and destroyed it with ease. It was another question I wanted to ask him. Our journey went smoothly after that, and we arrived at the border 2 days ahead of schedule. We had perhaps rushed a little along the way. So, we just go through this mist, and we'll be in the coast of everlasting summer. Yes, but we really didn't need to rush. While we had shortened the journey by 2 days, Juga looked a little tired. That's not true. Now that we have saved a few days, it won't matter if we're delayed a little once we're inside of the coast of everlasting summer. Before leaving the sealed shrine, Pajan had given us a bag with a decent amount of food inside. It was enough for a one-way trip. And since there were plants and animals in this world, we could hunt on our way, just like any other journey. He had likely brought animals into this world after creating it, and they had multiplied. In any case, the longer the journey was, the more likely we were to run out of supplies. You never knew what might happen, and so it was best to make as much progress as you could while you had the chance. Just as Juga said, the white mist faded away after about 100 meters, and we stepped out into the coast of everlasting summer. Whoa, the sky is so blue. Yes, this was a world of summer. It reminded me of my summer vacations as a child. Yes, if we go straight for about 10 days, we will reach the Descendant Library. And that's the center of the coast of everlasting summer, right? Now that I think about it, if there is a sealed tomb and a descendant library, what are the others? It was these landmarks where they kept the personifications. So there must be something similar in winter and spring. Do you mean the Crystal Palace and the infinite ice snow? So that's what the Crystal Palace is. And I suppose this infinite ice snow is the village of everlasting winter. Yes. It is said that the infinite ice snow is a prison at the end of a long passage made of ice. And they say that celestials who used to be in the human world are locked up within. Are you serious? There are residents of the celestial world there. No, I doubt that they are actually there. Surely they would have died, being held in such a place. Apparently, it was just a rumor. This passage made of ice was a long, spiraling hallway, and if you continued along it, you would eventually go underground. And in its farthest depths was the dungeon. Some said that late at night, you could hear the wailing of the celestials coming from underground. While it was probably just the wind, it was still a terrifying thought. Still, it was quite impressive that residents of the demon world could live in such a cold place. It was true that the coast of everlasting summer was hot. It was hot even during the night, but according to Juga, it wasn't just people who were strong against the heat that lived here. There were quite a variety of races as well. However, once Vargan and Nosh, the two great dragons, raised the flags of rebellion, it became an uncomfortable place to live. And so many abandoned their homeland and fled to the lands of spring and autumn. Why does King Yamato ignore these rebels? I couldn't help but wonder. They were right there, in front of him. Surely no one would ignore a rebellion that was happening so close by. I don't have an answer for that either. However, such things have happened in the past before, so perhaps it doesn't bother him as much. So that's what it was. It seemed likely enough. Perhaps a little dragon revolt was nothing to make Yamato feel any concern. That was a scary thought. That was how strong Yamato was. As we continued to walk down the road, a group of 5 to 6 people moved towards us. Ah, you two, I don't recognize your faces. Are you from some other place? Chapter 302. Ah, you two, I don't recognize your faces. Are you from some other place? They said it was too predictable. Is that a challenge? If you bastards want a fight, you'll get a fight. With him. Juga shouted defiantly as he stood in front of me. Juga, what the hell are you doing? Stop trying to be a comedian. Oh, you, a personification. One of them stepped forward and looked at me up and down. How unusual. Yes, it is a personification. Another said as he too began to inspect me. Well, they hadn't attacked us yet, so maybe we could talk it out. That's right. Even crying brats will shut up in front of the one they call the annihilator of rebels. He is one to fear. Make no mistake about that. Why was Juga acting so important, and the one they call, he chose that name himself? You. Do you know of this annihilator of rebels? No, I've never heard such an embarrassing name. There you go, now they were looking at us as if we were fools, and embarrassing. They were not holding back, all of you. Perk up your ears and listen carefully. This annihilator of rebels has come to destroy those rotted dragons, Vargan and Nosh. Now, hurry up and lead us to them. No, that's not what we talked about. I had no intention of doing that. I just wanted to make it out of the coast of everlasting summer in one piece. What? This annihilator of rebels is going to kill our leaders. Then there's no time to lose. We're under attack by the annihilator of rebels. Hey, wait, stop calling me that. No, never mind that. Stop believing everything that Juga says. I have to tell Lord Vargan at once. And I will go to Lord Nosh. Then we should split up. All right, let's go. And then they scattered. Huh, they were just cowards after all, weren't they, Sir Gallen? You, what the hell do you think you're doing? Juga was grinning at me, and so I dropped my fist onto his head. After questioning Juga, I learned that the men we saw earlier were rebel soldiers who were on patrol. He said that the matching scarves they had around their necks was proof of this. Why scarves? I has asked. But he merely said that it was the mark of a rebel. As for why he had gone out so boldly like that, he said it was because Red Hats had been driven from their homeland and forced to separate from each other. And he hated the rebels for this. While Juga was currently working under Pajan, he had no idea what the rest of his kin were doing or even where they were. It was possible that they all died. Even in the demon world, it would be difficult for the non-combat races to survive after being driven out of their homes. Or you could say that it was easy for them to die. Hard to live. Easy to die. I do have a way with words. Regardless, such were the reasons that Juga hated them. I had sensed it ever since we first met. He really wanted me to fight them, and since I had an idea that it would happen, I couldn't be too angry. But they didn't seem like they were that hostile to me. It wasn't like they were going to attack us unprovoked. I couldn't say for sure that they would let us through without trouble, but it didn't seem like they saw everyone as an enemy. That showed that there was some order in this place. Perhaps they were a proper military organization, but they still persecuted us. They are the enemy. I don't know, well, maybe they are. In general, the non-combat races were employed by people who were strong and could fight. And so if they were driven out, then there was nothing that they could do. They could not challenge them. That being said, it did not mean that their lives were entirely bad. The strong tended to be simple-minded and could not do basic things that were necessary to live. Obviously, small things like cooking and throwing away trash, even the strongest could do that. Not that they would, most of the time. And it wasn't because they saw such work as a form of defeat. This was the way that the high-rankers thought. It was too much trouble. Someone else would do it. No one wants to do it, then we'll make someone do it, something like that. And so the non-combatants would act as their arms and legs. Their presence was a necessity. And so if they were mistreated or harmed, then like Juga, they would often abandon their home and leave. It was the fighters that would be inconvenienced by this parting of ways. Because of this, few people truly looked down on the non-combatants. Of course, there were some scum who were the exception, and so I had been expecting these people to be scum. The rough type. After all, the non-combatants had run away. Surely there could be no doubt about it. However, there seemed to be order here. It was quite surprising. Well, let's continue on then. As the soldiers on patrol had all run off somewhere, there was no point in staying here. We would probably meet them again sometime later, and so we continued along the coastal road. Chapter 303. The first 5 days passed quickly after we entered the coast of everlasting summer. That meant we were about halfway through our journey to the Descendant Library. So far, so good. We had only met the patrolling soldiers that one time. We hadn't heard a word since. Perhaps we could make it through without meeting anyone else. It was just as I started to think this, that it happened. What is that? I was the first to spot it. There was a gray wall up ahead of us. The wall stood boldly over the road, and it appeared to go around in a circle, and it became narrower at the top. It looked a little like pudding or a pillbox. There were square lookout holes, so maybe it really was a pillbox. Pillbox, it was a kind of temporary defensive fortress. Juga, do you know what that is? No, I used this road when I escaped to the forest of everlasting autumn, but there was nothing here. So it must have been built recently. When did you go to the forest of everlasting autumn? About 40 days ago. I see. 10 days had passed since we left the sealed tomb. That meant that I had met Juga a month after he escaped. So the pillbox really was quite recent. Well, what should we do? We could go around, but I have a feeling that it would be dangerous to go any closer. I doubted there were any guns in this world, but it was still eerie that such a thing had been made to block the road. That being said, even if we wanted to go around, on one side you had the sea and shore, while the other side was a steep cliff. It really had been made in the perfect defensive position. You can't just attack it head-on. Juga did not understand what a pillbox was. As it's very easy to strike back at the enemy from there, it would be very troublesome to try and take it like that. The hole was too small, so I wouldn't be able to fit inside. And while there should be an entrance somewhere, it would likely be locked. But why is something like this here? I suppose people that come from the forest of everlasting autumn will usually pass through here. And so they probably wanted a fortress that they could attack from. It was made to stop any invasions from the autumn side. Why? Perhaps they were protecting something important. Hey, Juga, there's something I want to ask you. Where is the rebel force's main base? You mean the hollow cave? Well, it's just up ahead. I see. So it was rather simple. I had misunderstood. Just by everything I had heard up until now, I had assumed that the base was in the Descendant Library. But it was not the case. Now that I thought about it, he did say something about the dragons living in the hollow cave, and the cave was somewhere close by. This fortress was built here in order to protect it. That would also explain the patrolling soldiers we had met. Their main base was nearby, so it would not be strange that there were people roaming about in order to defend it, and now we had to get past it. It seemed like backbreaking work. The people defending it would know how to strike back as well. So, what to do? I stopped to reconsider my current specs. I didn't have the weapons that I had before. All I had was one sword that was probably made by humans. And I had no armor, just clothes. I might as well have been wearing paper. But worst of all, my body was no tougher than that of a human. While I could still strengthen it with mana, it was a downgrade compared to how I was after evolving. At least I can still use my special abilities. Even though I was in this body, my soul was still the same. And my soul was telling me that I was still a Susanoo no Mikoto. Personification or not, that had not changed. Then there's combat experience. I had lots of it, both as an ogre in my past life and a human in the life before that. If it came down to a fight, I could hold my own, I think. But this sword seems like it won't be too useful. It was clearly made to be wielded by a human. The blade was thin and brittle. I would not even be able to cut down a tree. The combat races were able to strengthen their bodies with mana to varying degrees. This was especially true for high rankers. It would have helped if I could charge a weapon with mana in order to strengthen it. But I couldn't charge up this blade at all. Plants and ore in the demon world would absorb mana naturally. Every substance in the world contained mana. But apparently, the materials used to make weapons in the human world did not contain mana. And so it was impossible to charge such materials with mana. Well, there's no point in whining about weapons I don't have. I'll just have to make do with the cards I'm holding. And so I slowly walked towards the pillbox. A spear came flying out of the lookout hole. I dodged the spear while grabbing it out of the air. The person had good aim, it had come straight towards my throat. And the force was impressive as well. That means someone quite strong is inside. It would be very dangerous for me to advance without being prepared. Chapter 304. Sir Gallen. Hi. It must be because of this building. That's why the rest of my tribe was not able to run away to the forest of everlasting autumn. I see, so that's why. The pillbox was made to block the road, and you could not go around it. After a certain point, people stopped arriving after running away from the coast of everlasting summer. I had thought that it was strange. They must have been captured. Why were they captured? Was it so that they didn't leak information about this fortress? But aren't there very few fighters in the forest of everlasting summer? That's probably why they didn't do anything else. Ahem. It was likely that Yamato and his men in the field of everlasting spring were the ones that they actually feared. The majority of their fighting force would be gathered towards that side, while here they just had one fortress and patrolling soldiers. That would make sense. Besides, I doubted they had any great army either. And so they could come out and attack. Their defenses were focused on just one side, something like that. Sir Gallen, what should we do? All right, let's go and talk. What? Look, I'm sure they are scared too. That's why they locked themselves up. We just need to talk so that we can understand each other. That would be best, so let's go. It was important to talk. Sir Gallen. No, Sir Annihilator of Rebels. Hey, are you trying to get on my nerves? Just call me Gallen. Boobut Sir Gallen. It's fine, just watch. I'll show you how to resolve conflicts peacefully. I raised both of my hands and walked towards the pillbox. Right now, I felt like a hero of the battlefield. Coast of everlasting summer Juga. Sir Gallen raised his hands and walked forward. He was going towards the fortress that he called a pillbox. Would he be all right? It was only a moment ago that a spear had come flying out at a great speed. Our enemies would all be of the combat races, and they were inside of that strong-looking building. These were people who had already put their lives at risk in desperation, the moment that they decided to rebel against King Yamato. This was the other world that King Yamato built, the garden. Even I understood how reckless it was to fight against him in this place. And yet, they had still done it. They did not care to live peaceful lives in order to survive. They had chosen to walk down the path of destruction. Could such people really be persuaded? He's talking. So he really had gone out in order to persuade them. Sir Gallen was facing the hole in the pillbox and shouting something. While he seemed very serious, I couldn't hear what he was saying. And after seeing the spear, I was too scared to move any closer. Amazing. I could not do that, go close enough that I could converse with them. And he had proved that it was possible. Perhaps Sir Gawain was an even greater person than I thought. Oh, now they're attacking. Sir Gawain dodged it and started talking again. The attack stopped. There was an answer from inside. They were probably arguing. I suppose this was the kind of dialogue that Sir Gawain was expecting. Ah, now he's taken out his sword and he attacked the fortress? No, the sword broke. Sir Gawain's sword had made a scratch on the outer wall. Was he testing to see how hard it was? But it was happening too far away for me to understand what he was trying to do. Now he threw the blade away. What is he thinking? Ah, now he's punching the wall. What's happening? Sir Gawain continued to hit the wall with his fists. While the sword had only made a scratch, more of the wall crumbled away every time he hit it. Visible chunks were flying into the air. Ah, they're attacking him again. Spears were being thrown at him. However, perhaps it was because he was too close. They didn't seem to be hitting him with much force. Sir Gawain just brushed them away with his hand and continued to punch the wall. What? A hole opened up. Didn't he say that it was a fortress? Are fortress walls really that weak? And now the hole is widening and Sir Gawain just went inside. I just stood there and stared. I had a feeling that he was doing something amazing. Apparently, there was a lid on top. You could go in and out of the pillbox from the top. It opened up and everyone ran. 1, 2, I counted the people that escaped. There were 7 in all. After a while, Sir Gawain's head poked out. He then gestured for me to come. With hesitation, I moved towards the fortress. Ooh, Sir Gawain, what happened? I tried talking to them, but it didn't work out. He said, while scratching his head with a look of embarrassment. Didn't work out, but he just took over the base. Besides, he had only been talking near the beginning. I had been watching the whole time, and he had definitely spent more time trying to break the wall. Second longest was the time spent fighting inside, and talking was the third. So, Sir Gawain, what is it like inside? I was too scared to look. It's actually quite spacious. And since there are a few of them stretched out here, I'll question them. It was then that I truly felt glad that I was a non-combatant. He was right that it was quite spacious inside. And they were indeed stretched out, in a pretty terrible condition. Chapter 305. The Coast of Everlasting Summer Juga. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Sir Gawain was strong after all. These rebel forces weren't anything to talk about. Sir Gawain said, "This one is the commander," as he slapped the cheek of a man who was lying on the floor. Ooh. The man regained consciousness. He was going to be questioned now. Juga. You keep watch outside. They might return with more men. If that happens, shout so that I will know. Understood. Sir Gawain had entrusted me with a mission, and so I would have to watch the area. I would not miss a single person. I climbed up to the top of the pillbox and squinted. Inside, Sir Gawain was questioning the man. I could occasionally hear loud voices. However, since the hardened earth was so thick, I couldn't hear most of it. After some time, the questioning ended, and Sir Gawain came out. Congratulations, Sir Gawain. But when I ran up to him, he had a very troubled expression. He was just staring at the road up ahead, and would not answer. Sir Gawain. I called him again once I was closer. Then he finally seemed to notice me, but his expression was the same. Damn it. He spat. Why? Sir Gawain had destroyed the fortress as soon as the battle started. And then he had gone inside, and the enemy had fled. Did his face look like this because of what he had heard? He had been talking to someone before the fight, and then talked again with the commander. But up until a moment ago, he had been acting normally. It was only after the questioning that he changed. We're going. What? Without waiting for my reply, Sir Gawain got down from the fortress and started walking. The hollow cave would be up ahead. It was the main base of the rebel forces. And while there was only one entrance to the cave, it was said to be very big and complex once you were inside. In spite of being a cave, there was a giant hall and very deep vertical tunnels. The stories of the place alone were astonishing. Sir Gawain, what happened? You're going to go and defeat Vargan and Nosh, aren't you? That was what I wanted to ask. They were the reason that I was separated from the others. How many different races had been driven out of these lands after they took over? If Sir Gawain was going to defeat them, then that was something to be celebrated. However, Sir Gawain was acting very strangely. He was clearly very angry, but I had no idea why he had become angry, and so I could no longer talk to him. We continued to walk silently. Along the coast we walked, and then I realized they were in front of us. But they weren't moving any closer. When they saw us, well, Sir Gawain, they would frantically run back. And then there was no one. This repeated several times. And so the roads were empty as we walked. Sir Gawain. What a relief, he finally answered. Everything had felt so tense a moment ago, I was scared. Why were you so angry earlier? That was one thing that I had to know. The reason that Sir Gawain was so furious. Do you respect King Yamato? He didn't answer my question. Instead, he asked me something very strange. The answer was so obvious. I do respect him. Of course I do. I see. He seemed indifferent. But why? What did Sir Gawain getting mad have to do with respecting King Yamato? Sir Gawain, something is wrong. What happened? This was a gamble. If I pried in too much, his anger might be redirected towards me. However, that did not happen. Sir Gawain stopped and turned his face to look at me. They rebelled against King Yamato. Yes, I know that. They don't know how to do anything but fight, so it would be troublesome if it became forbidden. Sir Gawain said that it was the destruction of their identity. I didn't know what he meant exactly, but I had an idea. Is that why you are angry, Sir Gawain? I realized it, I understood it. Don't do this, don't do that. Binding people, it's no wonder that they exploded. You mean the rebel forces? Yes. Before fighting, I asked them something. When they were arguing, as they were too far away, I had not been able to hear them. Sir Gawain was grinding his teeth. They said that they wanted to fight, wanted to die fighting. They shouted about how they hated this life. The commander was the same, they all felt like that. What was it that was taken away from them? Sir Gawain said they wanted to die. They could only think about fighting and death. But not just any death. They did not want to kill themselves, a battle with meaning. They wanted the satisfaction of dying in battle in this land that they were born in. They had all said the same thing. I couldn't help but think. This was not unusual. King Yamato made this other world, and in order to protect everyone who lived here, a rule was put in place. We were forbidden from fighting each other. That was the only rule in this world, and they had broken it. You said that there had been other rebel uprisings before. Yes, it seems to happen every few hundred years. Those who are dissatisfied start to run wild. I don't know if he lets them destroy each other or he hunts them down himself. But I suppose that's how things are settled. But why? Why, he was likely asking this about King Yamato. So, Sir Gawain was against King Yamato's way of thinking. For what reason? It's no surprise that they want to die. If you can't fight freely. No rivalries between lords, no Gekko Kujio, it's like rejecting the life of the demon world. Sir Gawain was laughing now, but it was strange, he did not seem to be happy. Then I won't kill them. I'll suppress them instead. You want to die, as if I would let you. Hey, can you believe it? Sir Gawain bared his teeth and laughed. As he was in a personification, no mana leaked to the outside. And yet, I felt cold when I looked at his smile. My body started to shake. Right now, Sir Gawain was very terrifying. Now, it's time to make an appearance. Hi. Sir Gawain pointed with his jaw. There were a great number of rebel soldiers ahead of us. Some wielded swords, while others had spears. There were even some who were preparing to use magic. 200, maybe even 300. Now let's start this feast. There is no night that does not end, so let's dream while we can. In spite of this great army standing in front of him, Gawain did not balk and continued to move towards the enemy. My legs grew weak at the mere sight of them. I was too scared to go any further, but while I stood frozen, Sir Gawain continued to advance. After a while, his back seemed like it was far away. Sir, G. I was about to call after him, but changed my mind. As someone who could not move, I had no words to say to him, and so all I could do was watch. Chapter 306. No, that's not right. It doesn't work that way. It was completely wrong. We residents of the demon world were not capable of living such sophisticated lives. Don't fight amongst each other. Live in this paradise. He can eat shit. Haha, apparently, I'm a lot more like them than I thought. I beat down the enemy that approached me while I advanced. It felt good, I used to hate it, but now it was fun. The ogre village was crude and uncivilized. They were meatheads who could do nothing but fight. But they were also so foolish that they could be taken down with one magic attack. They had been different from humans in almost every way. It was my human memories that troubled me, and I had been unable to fit in the demon world. Always, it was as if I was one step removed from everything. No, I was looking down on them from above. But after losing my flesh in the demon world, I realized something. I've been on this side of the fence for a while now. Aren't you all the same? It must have been hard, you must have been in pain. Not understanding why you were here if you couldn't fight. I know. Fight through it all and die. That's what you want. I know it very well. I'll fight you all. I punched, I had never punched as much as this. And I tore, I threw. I crushed, you're enjoying this. As your faces are shattered, you seem satisfied. Yes, I understand. But before I could finish beating up the small fry, the headliners arrived. Dragons with an overwhelming presence. Both of them had come at the same time. Which is which? But I had forgotten their names, so it didn't matter. You, who are you? Let's skip the talk, come at me. But the two dragons hesitated. They would not come. Why were they hesitating? Weren't they waiting for such an opportunity? Then they should attack me. No questions asked. If you won't come, then I'll go to you. And so I ran in a straight line right towards them. This was a new fight. An enemy who was superior. I would have to go all out. And even then, I had no idea if I could win. But that's what makes it good. My smile only broadened. A fight against two dragons. What could be better? It was the fiercest battle. Neither would back down. Neither would yield. To be honest, most of it was a blur. The two dragons were special among the high rankers. Before I knew it, I was being pushed back and was on the brink of defeat. They had started in their dragon forms. Perhaps they weren't able to take human forms. I didn't know. What I did know was that even though I fought with the intention to kill, there were two of them, and I was losing. Rag. I clung to their bodies and tore off their scales. Against monsters with such high defense ability, my martial arts training was useless. It was all about force. And even then, I was only getting weaker. I only have one leg now. Apparently, it had been bitten off at some point. My vision was filled with red, and my mana was nearly empty. I am going to die. That's what I thought. It's when you think that you can't go on anymore. That's when the real fight begins. While it might have sounded like my pride talking, it was the truth. I had used my special ability, Mana Absorb. Now it was time for some payback. I would rip out all of the mana from their flesh. There was no need to hold back. I would suck it out until they burst. How's this? As I shouted, one of the dragons sunk to the ground. Its eyes were rolled up into its head as it collapsed. The other one had bubbles of blood flowing from its jaw. As it was twitching violently, I doubted it would return to the fight. What do you think? I raised my arms high, and the others who remained began to run. The weakest of them had run as soon as the battle started, so that they wouldn't be crushed by the dragons. The ones who remained would have been decently strong. Their will to fight had been crushed once their bosses were defeated, and they ran with expressions of grief. Damn it, get back up. I hit the fallen dragon on the head, but there was no reaction. You can still fight. Though I was shouting this, my own body was covered in wounds. One eye was closed shut, and part of my stomach had been gouged out, and one leg was missing at the knee, which meant that I couldn't walk. Still, I leaned against the dragon's head and jabbed it with my fist. I wanted to continue. This isn't over. I knew that I was forcing myself, but it didn't matter. I'll continue my rampage if you don't get up. But there was no reaction. Did you hear me, you bastards? There was still nothing. Maybe I'll go and destroy this whole other world then. There was a reaction, but it wasn't from the dragon. That would be a little troublesome. I'd rather you didn't do that. A calm voice came from above my head. So you're here, I said, and the person descended slowly in front of me. I am Galen. I know who you are, but I'd still like to hear it from you. Me? You want to hear my name? Yes, from your lips. While I only had one eye, I could see well. I glared at him. Very well. It's only polite, I will tell you then. My name is Yamato. Is this the first time that we've met? He said. I opened my mouth to reply, but by then, my vision had already gone black. Chapter 307. I'm dreaming. Yes, this is a dream. After all, I am currently in a human form. This is a dream of the time I had a mother, who was very hands-off when it came to raising me, and when I trained with a mysterious dojo master. I was always left at that dojo when my mother was off at work. It was a very odd place, and there were people who came there, where you wondered how they had all met. A mercenary soldier who walked through battlefields, a fearless person who fought in underground arenas, people who guarded royals in foreign countries, and there were even some who were assassins. They would tell me about their lives, and when they felt like it, teach me original techniques. These weren't the modern, sports-like martial arts, but the kind that was popular during the feudal era that were meant to kill. Military martial arts, ancient martial arts, and also qigong. They told me that these would become useful one day, but I was sure that I would never have to use them. Still, I absorbed all of it. I didn't have a father. It had been this way as far back as I could remember. When I asked my mother, she would pretend as if she had just recalled something, but it was all lies. He became a star. We just met at that festival. I fell in love on the battlefield. With that last one, I had to say, "You've never been on a battlefield." In the end, she never did tell me who my father was. It seemed like the dojo master knew, but he too never told me. However, I had the distinct impression that my father was no longer in Japan. Perhaps he really was wandering in a battlefield somewhere. As I had been left off at the dojo so many times, I started to just spend my time there more often. And before I knew it, I started to teach instead of being taught. Upon seeing this, the dojo master made me his subordinate, though he called it acting master. "Huh, you want to open a new class?" He was very fond of new things, and was easily affected by what he saw on television. "Why do I have to teach that?" When I went to the dojo the next morning, he had opened a diet karate class that was targeted at women. And he said that I had to teach it. Before that, it was diet boxing. Apparently, he mistook me for someone with multiple talents. And he continued to open different classes and make me teach them. He even brought low tables into the dojo and opened knitting and computer classes. I did everything I could to resist him, but if there were already students waiting there, I would have no choice but to yield and teach them. And then came that fateful day. As always, I was on my way to the dojo. So it was a dream? No, it wasn't. It was my past life. And then I realized something strange. My body is healed. While in a vessel known as a personification, I had fought against the rebels and lost different parts of my body. I had been doing well, scattering the small fry, but then their leaders appeared. I think they were called Vargan and Nosh. The Phantom Light Dragon and the Fang Crushed Dragon. I had fought them. While I had a reason to do it, it had been reckless. And I nearly died as a result. My body was so battered that it could no longer be used. And yet I had been healed. I had so many wounds, but I can't even see them now, and I wasn't wearing any clothes. What's going on? Why were my clothes always missing in this world? As for the place, it was a room that was just moderately furnished, and I had no memory of it. Where am I? "Ah, Sir Gallen. You're awake." Juga's head poked out from the doorway. "Juga, where are we?" "We are in the field of everlasting spring, Sir Gallen. In fact, we're in the Crystal Palace." "Oh. Why? I had been fighting in the coast of everlasting summer. That meant the Crystal Palace was still more than 20 days away on foot. No, never mind that. Yamato? After the fight, I met Yamato, I think. Sir Gallen, you are now inside of a new personification vessel." "Oh, right. I was told to let them know if you came too." And with that, Juga ran off somewhere. While he was a busy one, he was useful. I had learned a lot during that short conversation. We were in the Crystal Palace in the field of everlasting summer, the place where Yamato lived, and they had unused personifications resting here. That's why I was able to be transferred to a different one. And so I have no clothes. I understand all of that now, but nothing else. In times like this, it's best to stay put. I decided to wait in the room. In the meantime, I would think. Perhaps Yamato brought me here. Considering that he was the last thing that I saw, it must be so. Juga had only promised to take me through the coast of everlasting summer. So it was surprising that he was still with me, but I suppose he had been brought here too. In any case, it was good to have someone here that I knew. I looked at the objects in the room for a while, and then a woman of unknown race walked in. She was wearing a white kimono. She looked like a snow fairy, but had green horns coming out of her head. That being said, there were no ogres like her. "The founder will see you now. Come this way." Founder. But then I remembered that Pajin had once called Yamato that. Then he really had been the one to bring me here. And so I followed after the woman. Now, what will happen next? Chapter 308. The room that I was led to was very big, and there were already 5 people waiting there. Otherwise, it felt quite empty. The handsome man in the center was probably Yamato. His hair flowed behind him, and there was an elegance to his appearance. And there were 2 strong-looking people standing on each side of him. The person who led me here took a bow and then left. In other words, there were only 6 people in the room, including me. They call me Founder Yamato. I don't really care what you call me, but my men can be very fastidious. So it would be easier if you just called me that. I understand. I will call you Founder Yamato then. As for me, I am Galen. I decided to try and speak politely. I would have actually liked to hit him as soon as I saw him. But the pressure from the others kept me in check. In fact, his attendants looked like they would attack me at any moment now. I would be erased from existence before I could hit anyone. Well, one thing was obvious. They did not like me at all. Let's get down to business then. Who are you? Yamato asked in a soft voice. For a second, my expression was completely puzzled. Why, I had just introduced myself. But yes, there was more. With personifications, the soul is released after they take a certain amount of damage. I thought you would return to your original body, but you didn't. So I will ask you again. Who are you? I see, so that's what he meant. It made me want to toy with him a little. As I just told you, my name is Galen, nothing more, nothing less. I tried talking to him in an insolent manner. I already knew what Yamato meant with that question. After a soul is separated from its body, it will try and return to the place that it has a connection with. I had heard this from Melvis. So, there was no way that Yamato didn't know. As your soul showed no signs of returning, I asked your companion. But he said that he doesn't know about your original body. No, he didn't. I hadn't told Juga anything. Yamato continued. And so I tried putting your soul into a different vessel, and it worked. Now, this is the problem. Do you think that it's possible to switch vessels when the body and soul are still connected? He wouldn't be asking the question if it was possible. I didn't understand how it worked, but it was apparently impossible to go around swapping vessels. You can stop beating around the bush now. What is it that you want to ask? I said, pretending to be exasperated. While Yamato apparently had things that he wanted to ask me, I had questions too. I would not let him draw the information out of me without getting anything in return. And so, I had you checked. Your body and soul are not connected. In other words, you lost the body you were supposed to return to. You are dead. Here, Yamato paused deliberately. He was looking at my reaction. However, I purposely showed no emotion. Your strength of mind is impressive, but the souls of the dead go to where they belong. They do not enter personification vessels. Is that so? I was not aware of that. Though it's true that I came from the underworld, Founder, no, Lesser High King Yamato. Immediately, I could feel the hostility swell up in the room. However, it wasn't coming from Yamato himself, but his men looked like they were about to pounce on me. I think that I understand about half of the story. You died in the demon world. And you came to the human world in order to be reborn, only for some reason, you entered a vessel instead of a baby. And what is more strange, you have memories of being in the demon world. Is that right? I nodded. While I had only said I came from the underworld, I suppose the rest was obvious to him. But I didn't give him an explanation. I had been able to leave the underworld because of the other me. And that was something that only I needed to know. There was no reason to tell Yamato. Speaking of which, he was just muttering to himself. How valuable, but the human world barrier. Perhaps I shouldn't have nodded. I really don't care about me, but let's make something else clear. What are you planning with this charade? What do you mean? I had asked him a question as if it was finally my turn, but he just dodged it. The lands of the demon world are at war. Lords fight each other for supremacy. Of course, they do. Many of the demon world residents are unable to live without fighting. So, what do you mean to do by forcing the people here to stop fighting? Surely you can predict that things will eventually explode. I understood it after going against the rebel forces. Hell, even the leaders seemed to know their own fate. Fighting was part of their identity. They fought because they were made to. It was instinct. I was saying this, in spite of being a moderate among the ogres, so it must be true. There was no reason there. And once it was forbidden, they would resist even though they knew that they would lose. It was like they were all dancing on the palm of someone's hand. They knew it, but they could not stop. What do you think? He asked. Why do I think that he made them stop fighting? Or why did he deliberately create these rebel forces? I answered. It would be easier to get rid of them if they all came together. It would ensure that they don't get a chance to harm the humans. There are other reasons I can think of, but I have a feeling that none of them are the real reason. There was a clear will behind everything that had happened, something that only I knew. Oh, then let's hear it. What is the real reason? The atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. He was looking at me appraisingly, I think. Would it be dangerous to say any more? For a moment, my heart told me to lie. But I suppressed the desire. If I died here, would the other me be angry? Suddenly, I remembered his last words to me. Don't take my soul, but my memories with you. That's what he had said. Right now, I have his thoughts and memories with me. And so my heart wasn't mine alone. I can't back down here. The other me wouldn't have hesitated. I wouldn't want him to laugh at me from the other side. And so I would press on. I already knew what Yamato was thinking. That gaze. It was real. The pressure I had felt from his men was like a light breeze in comparison. And yet, I will say it, I won't withdraw. Founder Yamato, your goal is the modification of residents of the demon world. That's what I said. Chapter 309. What Yamato had done in this other world. I had realized it. I almost wished that I hadn't. He was modifying residents of the demon world, or you could call it a consciousness revolution. In any case, he was boldly trying to destroy the identity of the demon world residents. At this point, any ideas I had of Yamato had crumbled. I thought it was strange. There were too few people who could fight in the forest of everlasting autumn. As someone who is from the demon world, it was unbelievable. It's not about there being fewer high rankers, but the ratio between combatants and non-combatants is wrong. I understood that I was being reckless. I was nervous, not knowing when I might be killed, but I continued. And that isn't everything. There are red caps in the demon world, but no red hats. When did you change their name? The red caps were known to be murderous goblins. They were similar to imps in that they were numerous and weak, but they weren't non-combatants. At first I had wondered if they had evolved into non-combatants, but that was ridiculous. What had happened in this other world? Why had their name changed? Why had they become non-combatants? I had been thinking about this while traveling with Juga. Fighting amongst each other had been banned, and this had continued for generations. And so I thought that perhaps their instinct had weakened, and their desire to fight had faded altogether. The name of a race existed within the soul. So if they had separated from the original soul of the red caps, then perhaps it wouldn't be strange for a new name to appear in their heads. And so the red caps vanished from the other world, and the red hats were born. Was this evolution? No, it wasn't. If he had decided on the direction and changed them according to his plans, then it was a modification. Yamato was modifying the combatants to become non-combatants. He was doing it right now. I suppose that the races that have short lives would already have few memories of battles by now. Very good, replied Yamato. He did not seem to care. It was almost surprising, but my guess was correct, and I had been hoping to be proved wrong. So the garden is what it sounds like, just a miniature garden. A false world that was made to suck out the will to fight from residents of the demon world. To pull out their spines. I would have expected you to have a better reason for not returning. Yes, I was terribly disappointed. I wouldn't say that. Well, some of it isn't wrong, but that's not everything. Yamato said, regardless of what his reasons were, it didn't change the fact. If this is what Juga's clan was like, then the others must be similar. This is why Pajun had said that there were few high rankers. If one took a shrewd view of it, you might assume that they had rebelled and were then weeded out. They had been cut down for his convenience. Now, there was only one problem left. Why was he doing this? Yamato had come to the human world after the barrier was put up. I don't know when this other world was created, but perhaps he had already been thinking about the current situation back then. Your goal is to reconcile with humans. That was the only answer that I could come up with. So, was it true or false? How surprising. I did not expect someone from the demon world to be so insightful. Yamato looked genuinely impressed. But the only reason that I had been able to come to this conclusion was because I had memories of being a human. It was because I could think as a resident of both the human and demon world that I would even have such ideas. So, are you going to unleash the residents of this place onto the human world? Yamato's actions had no other explanation. He wanted to connect with the human world. You seem to have perceived much. In that case, I will tell you. Starting from the beginning. And like that, Yamato talked about the far past. Back when Yamato was still ruling as Lesser High King in the demon world. Hera was desperately testing all manner of methods to try and deactivate the barrier that Zeus had created. However, she was unsuccessful, and at long last, Hera gave up on trying to deactivate the barrier. After all, it was made by the strongest being in the celestial world, and he had sacrificed his life in order to make it. As it turned out, there were two requirements if you wanted to deactivate it. The first was that you had to be inside of the barrier. And the other was that it had to be done by someone who was equally powerful to Zeus. Upon realizing this, Hera tried to find a way to get through the barrier. And after sacrificing numerous lives, the theory was complete. So residents of the celestial world and demon world were sacrificed in great numbers. It was the result of Hera having multiple reasons to launch a wide-scale invasion on the demon world. The great sacrifices allowed them to open a temporary hole in time and space. Hera and Yamato were caught in it and jumped through the hole. Hera's goal was to bring back Zeus to resurrect him. At this point, she had not killed Yamato. Once the barrier of holy power was up, Yamato and Hera were nearly equal. No, perhaps Hera was slightly weaker. Not only that, but as time passed, the barrier of holy power would eventually crumble, and Yamato's men would join them. Hera did not have much time, and so she wanted to finish things in the human world before anyone could interfere. What was most surprising was that I didn't lose much power in the human world. At that time, due to Zeus's barrier, the human world was filled with holy power. And yet Yamato and Hera fought. It was such a vicious battle that they could have sunk a whole continent, but once it was over, it was Yamato who had won. However, I couldn't finish the job. This was because there were still celestials in the human world back then, and they got in the way. And so Hera had been able to escape. He didn't know where she was now. After that, Yamato went about hunting the remaining celestials. As he traveled the world, killing these residents of the celestial world, he started to find residents of the demon world who had been left behind. And so, I decided to offer them protection. He said that this was the beginning of the other world. Chapter 310. If you have memories of the demon world, you will know what Gekko Kujio is. Yes, of course. Gekko Kujio, how nostalgic. We soldiers had been sent out, forced to charge under a rain of magic that we could do nothing about. I knew that we would all die if it continued. And so I challenged him. That was the beginning of everything. There is no Gekko Kujio here. I nodded at Yamato's words. That's no surprise. I suppose it doesn't fit with the society you are trying to create. You can say that the demon world is a chain of Gekko Kujio. As the strong are allowed to take everything, everyone wants to rise to the top. Or they are forced to give up and live while looking down. Yes, that is Gekko Kujio. The reality of the demon world. I used Zeus's remains as a core and made this other world. And I brought back others of my kind who were scattered around the world. Because they would end up fighting with the humans. And even if they could win as individuals, they would lose as a group. They were losing already when I found them. The humans were building armies to resist them. What age was he talking about? People were fighting thousands of years ago. So I had no idea which age it was, but it must have been around the time people stopped seeing the monsters from mythology. Well, he couldn't have moved them all at once. So perhaps it had taken hundreds of years to gather all of the monsters that were around the world, but he must have missed some of them. If they continued to fight with the humans, the residents of the demon world would go extinct. And so I understand why you isolated them. However, why did you have to take away their instinct to fight? Yamato's actions went against the laws of nature. He was treating them like cattle or pets. Yamato was remaking the residents of the demon world so that he could control them. I had two options: destroy the barrier or don't destroy it. In other words, Yamato was capable of destroying it, but the barrier was still up. In other words, he had chosen not to destroy it. At that time, the human world was moving from the ancient age to the Middle Ages. I could see that if things continued like this, their population would explosively increase. The shadows had been wiped away from the world. There would be no place for monsters. It was the right time to make a decision. Shouldn't you have just deactivated the barrier? I purposely suggested the option he hadn't chosen. If I deactivated the barrier, then many residents of the celestial world and demon world would have come. Exactly. And then they would have caused a great war. The humans would be pulled into it. Surely that's not why you didn't deactivate it. No, it was because I saw a future in which the humans joined the celestials and fought against the residents of the demon world. And one day, the humans would grow into a race that even we could not stand against. He was likely talking about developments in technology. From the perspective of someone from the demon world, a single rifle was a very dangerous weapon. While high rankers would be fine, the bullets would be enough to pierce the bodies of mid-rankers. And what about other military technology? Lamias and vampires would not be enough. What if General Meralda was hit by a tank? And what if an Aegis ship launched a missile? Maybe they would be fine, maybe they wouldn't. What if the barrier had been deactivated during the Middle Ages instead? How would human weapons have evolved? There would likely be fewer anti-human weapons, and more weapons designed to take down residents of the demon world. Without a doubt, the atomic bomb would have been dropped on the demon world first. Currently, the celestial world and demon world were treated as fairy tales. But once people had proof, they would not be able to remain hidden. They would surely find a way to travel to the other worlds. You seem to understand it now. I didn't deactivate the barrier because I didn't want us to fight the humans. And so you're trying to increase the number of friendly races. To this question, Yamato shook his head. That wasn't it. I won't live forever. And after I die, this other world will not be able to exist. But you said you were using Zeus's body as a core. I'm a resident of the demon world. I am not as good with dealing with barriers as the Celestials. I have to use my own mana in order to maintain the barrier. Apparently, it was made differently from Zeus's barrier. It was harder to make a world from nothing than it was to make a barrier. And since Zeus's barrier used something called human power, which was plentiful in the human world, the barrier could be maintained as long as there were people. However, since this other world relied on Yamato's mana, it would cease to be once he died. So, you wanted to get rid of the combat races because of how you predicted the future. That is a rather frank way of putting it. Of course, I was going to pave the way for that. If Zeus's barrier was deactivated, then there would be a war between the celestial world and demon world on the human world. In the first place, the celestials wanted our orbs of control, and so it was likely that they would work with the humans. Yamato had thought hard about this and decided to maintain the barrier. And then he worked for many years, modifying the residents of the demon world so that they would not be persecuted by the humans after his death. Do you really think that is going to work? Chapter 311. I was skeptical. Would things really go as planned? And so I asked him, but Yamato's answer was most surprising. I've laid the groundwork for that very reason. The groundwork that Yamato laid out was very surprising to me. It exceeded my imagination. At the same time, it also made sense so that I had to say, so that's why. As for what Yamato had done, I spent many years making villains out of the Celestials. He said, for instance, Zeus and Hera. They had been worshipped as deities from ancient times. Due to their actions and appearances, they were seen as beings that would lead the humans, angels as well. Their existence was in such harmony with the religions, and they were seen as saviors of the human race. However, the barrier was built and then Zeus died, and no one knew where Hera had gone. After that, the rest of history was whatever Yamato wanted to make it. And so, he began to lead the hearts of men in the opposite direction. And what about Hera's research institution, Enra? Enra became known as Yama and was recognized by humans as the king of hell who punished the dead. So Hera's organization had become associated with hell. A research institution of the celestial world was now hell. I couldn't help but laugh when I heard this. It was the same with the name of Yamato's race. Yamato Takeru no Mikoto. There was a time in history when he was worshipped as a god. Why was a resident of the demon world a god? I had wondered. And now I know the reason. There were times when I felt things had been reversed when it comes to the two worlds. So it was all you're doing then. I cannot rewrite any perceptions they had in the past, but there were still things I could do. He couldn't stop them from seeing residents of the celestial world as gods, but he could make them believe that they were without mercy, and that there were some residents of the demon world who were friendly towards humans. He said that this was the result of both him and other high rankers going down to the human world while using the personification vessels. For instance, what would happen if the barrier was deactivated? The residents of the celestial world would be the first to come down. Yamato called this Armageddon, and he had succeeded in making the humans believe that the angels were going to come down and destroy them. And some time had passed, the residents of the demon world would come down and fight the celestials. Armageddon was a war of good versus evil, but if he could make the humans see the celestials as the aggressors, then he could avoid having them see the residents of the demon world as the sole enemy. As for how all of this would affect the way that things played out, it all depended on the actions of those in the other world. If they went out and attacked and ate humans, and were then annihilated by the military, then it would be impossible to repair their relationship. And so, in order to avoid such a future, Yamato was trying to change their fighting nature while in the other world. However, there were always those that rebelled. After all, that was just the way things were. People in the demon world could not help but fight, and so rebel forces would rise and then be crushed. This had repeated many times in the other world, so I understood the situation now. But if I was being honest, my reaction was, why are you going through all of this trouble? Apparently, when the time came, Yamato was thinking of letting loose the more mild-mannered of the races to the human world. And he knew when that time would come, when human hunger was gone. Japan aside, there were still places in the world where people were desperate for food. It was difficult enough fending for yourself, and it would be asking too much to want them to think of others. Yamato believed that the world wasn't ready to accept other races. That was the summary of what Yamato told me. It was quite the story. His negative campaign seemed to have been moderately successful. He was considered to be a god, after all, and had provoked the celestial world. He had created this other world, and prevented any residents of the demon world from attacking the humans. Enough time has passed for the residents to have become stories and legends, nothing more. Myths, legends, folklore, Yamato had probably made a lot of them. What did bother me was that there was no equivalent for the 72 demons in the demon world. Including Mephistopheles, these demons were all based on residents of the celestial world. Even Valak looked like an angel, and such stories had survived all the way up to the modern age. Also, there was the reason that Yamato had the personifications. He said that he had collected them while traveling around the world in order to kill all of the celestials. He said that the residents of the celestial world would use the vessels to teach the humans and strengthen their faith. The faith of the humans would become holy power and be energy in the celestial world. Thanks to the success of his negative campaign, no new celestials appeared in the human world, which meant that they would be suffering from a lack of holy power. He really was a resident of the demon world. It was in places like this that you could see how severe he was, and so I asked him what Zeus's goal was. Zeus was apparently researching the souls of humans, but he was enchanted by their diversity and made the wrong decision. And by that, he meant the fact that he had sided with the humans. Zeus had been worshipped as a god from a pretty early stage, and he was heartbroken at the sight of his worshippers being hunted down. It was the same time that more residents of the demon world had started to invade, but if he called residents of the celestial world as a countermeasure, the human world would turn into a battlefield. It might result in a war that cut down the world's population significantly. At the time, the human world was not very old, and so there were not that many humans. Depending on how things went, they could do irreparable damage. Thinking this, Zeus decided to close off the human world. Not only did this use all of his power, but it even took his own life. That's how powerful the barrier was. Furthermore, by making his own corpse the barrier's core, he ensured that it could not be destroyed from the outside. Zeus's plan succeeded, and though there were some from the celestial world and demon world who were left behind, the human world was closed off completely. In other words, whether you were looking at Zeus or Yamato, this was all the result of the whims and actions of people with power. What nuisances! That was my honest reaction. Chapter 312. What if Yamato and Hera had fought, but not come to the human world? Or what if he had come but not made this other world? How would human history have changed? The existence of the demon world residents would become known, and they would have been wiped out. Or perhaps some would have been kept as important research material. But that was the worst outcome. To be able to hide in the shadows, behind the scenes of human history, they were not smart enough to live that way. They would be found, they would fight, and they would eventually die. If one mythical or legendary creature was discovered, then there would be great searches to find the others. Even if the non-combatants were lucky enough to escape for a time, it wouldn't last long with modern technology. A creature from legend is discovered for the first time in 120 years. Perhaps such headlines would appear in newspapers. Yamato had gone around the world, gathering his own kind and killing off the Celestials. It had been the right decision, but the problem was what would happen after his death. Even Melvis was not immortal. While he stored massive amounts of mana within, his life could also end at any moment. But then again, he might also just live for another few hundred years. Still, he did have a lifespan. In Yamato's case, he did not look old, judging by appearance alone. However, there were races that died of old age, in spite of their outward appearance remaining the same. Yamato Takeru no Mikoto was a unique race, and so there was no prior example to show how he would meet his end. Thinking about what would happen after his death, he created monsters who wouldn't be hostile against humans, and he would try to slowly make them settle in the human world. If human society was advanced enough, then they may be able to accept such outsiders. However, could one really be satisfied with such a life? They would be like cattle. You clearly aren't satisfied. I had to laugh at Yamato's words. Perhaps snicker would be the better word to express it. Not satisfied. Yes, I'm not satisfied. Apparently, my mindset has been taken over by the demon world. Yes, I decided. I would stop having any respect for Yamato. He could eat shit. I would do what I wanted. Wasn't that the way of the demon world? It wasn't a world where the strong preyed on the weak. It was a more mad world. Fight to eat? To show your strength? Who cares? We just fought for the excitement. You appear to be very upset. I've made up my mind. What did you decide? I'm going to destroy this world. Immediately after, the air around Yamato changed. I could tell, even when in this vessel. It was like there was murderous electricity in the air. I won't let you. I will do it, and I'll break Zeus's barrier as well. If you do that, the human world will fall into great chaos. Many residents of the demon world and celestial world will die. Will you still do it? The entire demon world might be erased. That's how much power humans have now. I know that very well. Yamato alone was probably entering personification vessels occasionally and going down to the human world. And so he seemed to know a lot about the human world. But so what? I would crush Yamato, destroy the other world, break Zeus's barrier and everything else. That will help jog the memories of the people who had forgotten how to fight. I stood up. Yamato's guards glared at me menacingly, ready to kill. Do you really think that you can win in that vessel? If your body is in the demon world, dying here will mean your actual death. And so what? I had fought against the rebels in the coast of everlasting summer, but now I was the one who was rebelling. But it couldn't be helped, not after what I had heard. Founder Yamato, leave this to us. 2 of his guards took a step forward. I didn't know their names, and so I called them A and B. You should hide in the back, small free. I taunted. They were furious. They would be demon kings in the demon world. HMPH. And so, in this room within the Crystal Palace, the battle began. I see, the enemy was strong. It was probably a good thing that I couldn't measure their mana accurately. Most would have probably just lost the will to fight if they knew. After all, with just one swing of the arm, they smashed one of the palace pillars, shattering the stone as if it was made of glass. I continued to sneer. Their destructive power was incredible. It was no wonder that he said they would be demon kings. Even though I had strengthened my body with mana, I would be flattened if their attacks landed. Yamato's adjutants. However, I didn't feel the same sense of overwhelming power that I did with Melvis. As for the fight. Why? What? A and B raised their voices in surprise. They didn't know. They couldn't know. No matter how strong they might have been, they had forgotten how to really fight. If anything, Seifo and Bikao would have been a bigger threat to me. I doubted they had ever fought since they were born. They were like babies. No matter how great their physical abilities were, how could they have ever thought it would matter against me? Did they think that someone who had never fought in their life could go against a professional fighter? And so I said it. Come at me then. And gave them the middle finger. Chapter 313. They were carnivores who had their fangs removed, neutered pets, housebred to the point that their fighting instincts seemed to be lost. And so they were even weaker than I thought. It was probably true that they were the equivalent of a demon king, but it didn't matter how powerful an attack was if it didn't land. No matter how tough your body was, you would still have weaknesses if you didn't train. Everyone had soft spots. And there were limits to how your joints could move. Their center of gravity was high, and so they would lose their balance. If they didn't know how to get hit, then they would create large openings. And so it was easy to direct Adjutant A's attacks towards Adjutant B. Adjutant A's claws stabbed deep into Adjutant B's stomach. And the reverse was also true. Those who were not used to fighting were more susceptible to pain. Similarly, they grew easily frustrated when they couldn't hit their opponent. It's clear that you two underestimated my evolution. I said, but they didn't understand what I was talking about. A long time ago, C was the hardest difficulty when it came to rhythmic gymnastics. After that, techniques that didn't fit within C difficulty appeared, and so the word Ultra C was born. When I was a kid, I thought, what's Ultra C? By then, they had stopped calling it Ultra C and called it Difficulty D. Apparently, people thought that Difficulty C was too easy now. What a surprise. It was considered the highest difficulty just a few decades ago, but now it is the basics. That's how fast things advanced. It was the same with the history of fighting. From an age of hitting with stones, to clubs, bronzeware, steel, and then guns. And of course, martial arts. The art of defeating opponents with bare hands was passed on, modified through the ages, the fat was trimmed, and it evolved to be more efficient. Your fists are light. In the demon world, fists have much more weight. There was more weight to the fists of people who had killed, and understood that they in turn may be killed. They were wild meatheads, but they swung their fists with conviction. Conviction that they would defeat their enemies. That was the world that I came from. Why had I been revived in this personification vessel? Surely it was to return this world into its natural state? Heh, as if. The underworld had no will. It was just a coincidence. But even if it was, it felt good to snap back at the lesser High King. But you're a personification? How? Even if it's a good vessel, it should be impossible. Adjutants A and B were shouting. What a terrible misunderstanding. They were fools who thought mana was everything when it came to strength. Children who thought having a durable body meant you couldn't get hurt, but it was all an illusion, a trick. What do you do if you're born with a strong body? Hi. What do you mean? If you have a strong body, wouldn't you train it? Of course, you would. A weak human with no fangs and claws could still defeat a bear if they trained. And if you were born as a bear, wouldn't you train? Make use of your traits and train to the limit. Wouldn't you acquire the latest techniques? No, these two wouldn't. They were just bears who had stayed the same since they were born. There was one thing that made me thankful that I was born as an ogre. It allowed me to train in extreme ways that wouldn't have been possible when I was a human. In order to make the most of my ogre body, I had trained to an unbelievable degree. And the more I trained, the stronger I became. It also helped that it was a body that was made for such movement. You too are weak. They relied on strength but had no technique, and so their attacks were simple. I could tell what they were going to do, and your spirits are weak. How many times have you gritted your teeth and endured terrible pain? How many times have you nearly fainted, endlessly training without rest? And that makes it easy to see right through you. What? That's the last straw. Back when I was a human, and back when I was an ogre. I had trained and sharpened my skills to a razor's edge. Adjutant A came leaping towards me. I could think of 100 ways of parrying or dodging him, but I would do something different. I haven't made you roll yet. I kicked his legs out from under him, breaking his balance, and just as his center of gravity moved forward, I picked him up from behind. And what a surprise! He rotated in the air with his back facing me. This might be my favorite technique. It was similar to a spear hand in karate. A technique where your strengthened fingertips were thrust deep into your opponent. While traveling as a personification, I tried strengthening my body to the limit and unleashing this spear hand. It didn't matter if it was a tree or a boulder. I was able to bore a hole in it without issue. It's over. I thrust from the back to the heart, that was all it took, and then Adjutant A fell to the ground. Why you? Adjutant B suddenly moved towards me. Those who had never fought really were dumb. It was so foolish to come close at this time, but he was the type to telegraph his punches. He wouldn't understand. Even beasts are a little more cautious. I made use of his momentum, and just as he was almost past me, I turned his neck halfway. And once he stopped, I rotated the rest at full force. And then I rotated him completely once more for good measure. And like that, Adjutant B also fell. How's that? I turned to face Yamato. Chapter 314. I had defeated 2 of Yamato's men. However, there were still others. But perhaps they were weaker than the first 2, as they just glared and would not attack. On closer inspection, they seemed bewildered. It was no wonder. They thought that people with more mana were always stronger, and so they could not believe the outcome they had just witnessed. Who's next? Hurry up and decide. While they were gnashing their teeth with hatred still, no one attacked. I don't mind if you wish to go against me. Residents of the demon world are just like that. I understand. However, I'm going to ask you this again. Why do you want to destroy the barrier? Do you want a great war that will involve humans? Yamato alone was calm. Even though 2 of his men were dead, his voice was steady and without emotion. No, let me ask you. Why do you choose to twist natural instincts and insist on coexistence? If you give the order, they will gladly march into the path of ruin. That was strange to me. Even now, large-scale wars were occurring across the demon world. Many were fighting and dying. So even if some had been left in the human world, I didn't see the point of avoiding fighting completely. I thought about it when making this other world. Once a new generation was born, there would eventually be no one who remembered the demon world. Ah, yes, this place must be filled with those who have never seen the demon world. Now that I thought about it, the demon world had never been discussed in conversation, unless I brought it up. Perhaps there really isn't anyone alive who knows about it, aside from Yamato. When they descend to the human world, the humans will wonder. The other world that they live in must be somewhere close, and they won't have to learn about Zeus's barrier of the demon world. And if they don't know about the demon world, then they won't try to go there. Their attention would be focused entirely on the other world. Yamato intended on sending just a small portion of the other world residents out before he died. And then the humans would start to search for the other world. Or course, as the other world would be destroyed when Yamato died, all of their research would be for nothing. What did it matter if they studied something that would no longer exist? As long as they didn't find out about the demon world, that was what he was thinking. I also conducted bloodline experiments, but only half of them succeeded. Hi. Would you understand if I said that the personifications have multiple purposes? They had been made by the residents of the celestial world, and they were used to lead the humans in order to gain their power. The human power from their faith. To put it simply, the great figures of religion. The Celestials used the personifications, worked miracles, and gathered faith. And they observed the humans at the same time. And then there was the other reason. It was to give birth to humans who had characteristics from the Celestials, people who were born saints. After Zeus had made the barrier, Yamato gathered all of the personifications around the world and brought them back to the other world. Yamato and the other high-rankers had entered the vessels and gone to the human world. They spread doubt and slandered the celestial world. Sometimes they would take down religious leaders, and other times they would cause the humans to fight amongst each other. They were no different from some evil shadow organization. And just like the Celestials had done, they created superhumans who had characteristics from the demon world. Perhaps there were some near you. Perhaps you are one of them. Yamato said that, when I was a human, I may have had demon world blood from many generations ago. However, this had all happened so far in the past that even Yamato did not remember the details. And of course, there were no humans alive from that time, so there would be no way to confirm it. I see. So there is a possibility that I had inherited traits from Yamato or the other high-ranking races. It did seem likely that the dojo master and my unknown father had inherited them. They were kind of strange, after all. And since such people had an affinity with residents of the demon world, they were more likely to be friendly and accept them. Yamato really had been preparing things for a long time. As for using the personifications to slander the Celestials, I suppose it worked. After all, they had turned Enra into Yama and made people think of hell. And now there were more people who had characteristics from the demon world. For hundreds of years, little by little, the blood was passed down. who knew how many there were. And then there was the modification of the combat races. Now that most of them didn't know about the demon world, not fighting was considered the right thing to do. Obviously, I disagreed, but if it came down to which would be better received if they went to the human world, it would be the modified ones. After that, he just needed to slowly send the peaceful ones down to the human world, and his plan would be complete. Something like that. Yamato had prepared all of this so that they could live with the humans after his death. Things really were different for people who had too much time, and he had taken so many careful steps to get to this point. While I didn't agree with him, I had to admit that some of it did make sense. There's one thing I wanted to ask. Did you go to the demon world recently? How did you know? You look like him. A man that I met, who called himself Yamato. It was mostly his air and the way he talked. As it was when I was very young, it would be over 10 years ago, which would be recent for him. The person that I met when I was dying in the demon world. Was that really Yamato? If it was, what was he doing in the demon world at that time? Chapter 315. Back when I was just an ogre brat, I was so weak that everyone said that I would not live long. This was because my mana level was so much lower than everyone else's. You could say that I was incapable of storing mana in my body. The demon world was filled with mana. It was replenished when you ate, and you even took it in when you breathed, though it was in small amounts. And mana was inside of things you ate, such as plants and the flesh of animals. Basically, replenishing your mana was a simple thing. But in my case, I couldn't store much mana in my body, no matter how much I breathed and ate. I could only store a minuscule amount, barely enough to support my body. After all, residents of the demon world used mana just to live, and I had no strength. Even my insides were weak. I couldn't run, and it wouldn't take much to make me pass out. I would not be able to live long like this. That's what everyone thought, and so I was left alone. Knowing that I would die if nothing changed, I became desperate. And so I headed out to a place that was thick with mana. I headed to the miasma zone. It was a place where the mana had pooled after changing and becoming condensed and corrupted. Now, why would I go to such a place? I thought that if the mana was thicker, then I would be able to inhale more at once. And so I entered the miasma zone, and before much time had passed at all, I was poisoned and collapsed. It was the obvious outcome. And my second life as an ogre should have come to an end. But by some coincidence, I was helped by a man who was passing by. Thinking back on it, it really was strange. It didn't matter who you were. Everyone in the demon world would get poisoned if they stepped foot in the miasma zone. No one went inside if they could avoid it. So, why had that man been there? And the most important part. While the demon world was ruled by meatheads, this man knew a lot about souls. And in one glance, he could see that I had two of them. In the demon world, the soul resided within your orb of control. And it wasn't just mine that was inside, but the soul of the other me was there as well. And the man knew it. Why had he known so much about souls? I couldn't help but wonder. I think that I met you in the demon world. After all, he had told me his name. It was Yamato. I see. Yes, I remember it now. You really can't tell when someone is inside of a vessel. But I only met one person when I was in the demon world. It was a dying ogre child. And that child is you. You helped me when I lay dying in the miasma zone, and I'm grateful for that. That child, he had two souls inside of him, but I sense a second one now. The other soul was with me right up until the end. I had slowly increased the capacity of our souls, just like you instructed me. And it allowed us to live normal lives. No, perhaps I went a little too far, and it was constrained. Regardless, I died in the demon world and the other me disappeared in the underworld. He gave me the path of reincarnation and left. We were separated there. As I had increased my mana too much, the other me was not able to use our body for very long. That was about the only downside of increasing my mana. And our separation. It should have been me whose soul was purified in the underworld, and he should have been reincarnated. But he had allowed me to go, and he went off somewhere. That is a strange story. Souls that were stuck together were then separated, but souls are not supposed to be affected by distance or substance. How? Yamato was deep in thought, so you really were in the demon world. But why? What about the barrier surrounding the human world? If he was in the place between time and space, then he might have just returned. But Yamato was in the human world. within the barrier that Zeus had made. How had he been able to come to the demon world over a decade ago? Indeed, it was quite the coincidence that we met there. You must be very curious about that. Why did I happen to be there, and how I got through Zeus's barrier? Of course, I am. If it was easy to get through the barrier, you could have just returned everyone to the demon world. Then I will tell you what happened during that time. And then Yamato began to explain. It all started with Hera. Long ago, Yamato nearly defeated Hera in the human world, but she escaped before he could finish her off. That being said, the barrier was still strong. So it was clear that she had to be somewhere inside of the human world. However, he was never able to find her again. And so, I prioritized the search of my own kin and the destruction of the Celestials. And then Yamato made the other world and stayed inside. In other words, Hera was still out there. Was she planning revenge? No, her purpose would be the same. She only cared about bringing Zeus back. It was like a curse she had cast. At the very end, what should have been cast on Zeus was cast on me. And my soul and body were separated. It was the final defense of someone who was cornered. Something she had prepared in order to take Zeus's soul back. And because it was something that was supposed to be used on Zeus, it would have a great effect on Yamato. And so his soul left his body and drifted away. Well, that is something. Yamato and Hera really don't go together, huh? Chapter 316. If one had to visualize the barrier that Zeus created, it would be something like a sphere. And Zeus's body was in the center of the sphere. Well, if you could even call it a body at this point. But it functioned as the core of the barrier. So if the barrier was viewed as a hard sphere and the core was Zeus's body, the human world was everything in between. Only the outermost layer was the barrier. In other words, if you viewed the human world from the outside, all you would be able to see was this outer layer. Long ago, after Hera was defeated by Yamato, she plotted to somehow return and recover Zeus's body and soul. According to Yamato, Zeus's soul was inside of his body. And Hera had sacrificed much in order to reach it. While I had just described the barrier as the surface of a sphere, it could also be compared to an apple. It caved in near the stem. In this way, with Zeus's body as the singular point, the energy that maintains the barrier is released and flows into the surface of the apple. Hera must have learned of this and figured out that Zeus's body was in the center. However, there was no way to actually see Zeus's body. After all, Yamato had used the structure of the barrier and created the other world. Because all of the elements used to construct the other world were taken directly from Zeus's barrier. I was not going to give my own life to provide it with energy, like he did. In other words, the other world was not nearly as strong as Zeus's barrier. And so its fate was to vanish when Yamato died. Regardless, Yamato had made the other world before Hera's return, and so Hera didn't know about it. At first, Hera was not able to find Zeus's body no matter how hard she tried. Its location remained a mystery for a long time. She must have been very confused at this phenomenon of there being a barrier but no core, said Yamato with a laugh. After many years passed, Hera realized that the other world existed and how it worked. She searched for ways to get close to it and gritted her teeth at how difficult a task it was. Even more years passed, and Hera was finally able to get through the security net that was created around the other world. I was watching carefully for any celestial intruders, but she still almost got the better of me. Apparently, Hera was very good at such things, but she was discovered in the end, and that led to a battle. Ultimately, Hera was annihilated. When Melvis had gone to the underworld, he said that he saw Hera's soul there. So it must be true that Hera had been erased from the human world. However, when Hera was annihilated, she cast something on me that even I did not understand. But after thinking about it, I realized it must be a type of curse. It was the powerful technique that was supposed to help her get Zeus out of the human world. To put it simply, it was a way of getting out of the barrier from within. Upon being hit with the curse, Yamato's soul separated from his body. And like that, he traveled through the underworld and ended up in the demon world. Had it been cast on Zeus's body instead, his soul would have likely gone through the underworld and reached the celestial world. Once he reached the demon world, Yamato's souls entered into an abandoned vessel, and he stayed there for a short while. But during that time, he was forced to move through the demon world in that form. So the person I met was. It was me, while I was in a personification vessel. It had been brought down during the invasion from the celestial world and functioned in the same way as the vessels in this world. While you cannot see someone else's mana level, you also don't release any yourself, and you are not affected by mana or holy power. As for why Yamato was walking through the miasma zone, one of the reasons was that he wanted to avoid being seen by anyone, but it was also because he wasn't affected by it. And when we met, you saw that there was another soul inside of me. But I thought that he shouldn't be able to tell how much mana I had. My special ability deals with mana, but it also deals with the soul. Where did mana gather inside of the body? Of course, it was inside of the orb of control. Even someone like Yamato should not be able to measure someone's mana when inside of a vessel. And so he would have to use a different method to see it. The current of mana. Apparently, when Yamato touched me, he had sent mana into my body and seen how it flowed. And when he reabsorbed the mana, he noticed that there was another soul there. Why did he do something like that? I wondered. But the vessels were something that the Celestials made in order to descend to the human world. You could say that they were used as a human disguise. And so, in terms of durability, it was similar to the average human. It could be strengthened if you charged it with mana, though it wouldn't work in the human world. You would just be a weak human. As for the demon world, there were some whose appearance and age did not match. And so not being able to measure a person's mana could lead to disastrous results. So, though I had collapsed in the miasma zone, there would still be a possibility that I was actually someone who was strong, and just pretending to be weak in order to lure people in. You had to be cautious in the demon world, or you wouldn't last long. And because he knew this, Yamato had not let his guard down, even though I looked like a child. In any case, after our encounter, Yamato traveled through the demon world as he became stable inside of the vessel. And then he realized that his soul was still connected to his body. In other words, if he escaped the vessel, then he could return. And so he shed the outer shell and did not resist the current. That's how he returned to the human world. My meeting with him in the demon world had been completely by chance. I see, fate is a mysterious thing. As they say, God's in his heaven and all's right with the world. Well, now I had heard everything Yamato had to say. There had been some sidetracking, but it hadn't been a waste of time. Ultimately, it was the result of a lot of thought during a long history. You start to not care too much about small details when you've lived for so long. However, my mind was set. I would not tolerate this distorted world. The other me was no longer here, but if he was, I know what he would say. What is the point of being a resident of the demon world if you can't fight? And I agreed, so there was no point in talking any further. It was just a matter of who would have their way. All right, it's time we get started. Are you certain? I very much doubt you can beat me. There's only one way to find out. This is how things are done in the demon world. I see. Then I will not hold back, if that's what you want. I wouldn't have it any other way. We were past the need for words. It was all about fists. Still, my first ever Gecko Kujio was against a commander. How the hell did I find myself here? Fighting a lesser high king? I would never have thought that the battle on the lookout hill would lead to this. Had I known back then, I wonder what kind of expression I would have had. It was with such thoughts that I bared my teeth and laughed. Now, let's see the power of a lesser high king. This would likely be my final fight. Are you watching me? I'm going to do things my way. That's what we do in the demon world, isn't that right? And so I charged my whole body with mana. Chapter 317. Now that I think about it, my life really is full of fighting, isn't it? Ever since I had been reincarnated into an ogre. No, in my past life as well. It really seems like I've been fighting nonstop. This was in spite of the fact that I was just your average, quiet guy that you could find anywhere. But these fights had a way of finding me. Perhaps I was just wrong to want anything else in this post-apocalyptic world. I had to continue to fight if I ever wanted freedom and rest. That's how unfair life could be. Now, come at me. This would be the strongest enemy I had ever faced. The strongest person in the demon world. And so what? Who cared about titles right before a fight? It didn't matter now. After all, it was his arrogance as someone powerful that led him to modify the residents of the demon world. The one who is trying to make beasts without fangs. And I would not allow him to do it. And so I charged my whole body with mana. It felt good. I could tell that it was spreading throughout my body. Since I was in a vessel, I was limited when it came to using special abilities. But I could use body strengthen, and so I raised it to the limit. As I had just fought 2 of Yamato's men, I had consumed about half of my mana, but I would make do. I dodged Yamato's swift attacks while launching counter-attacks of my own. My fists scraped Yamato's face. Even though I was close to hitting him, he remained expressionless. He was still not going all out. It was as if he was trying to measure how much power he needed to use in order to defeat me. And I could tell, just by fighting him, he had a lot of power left. Being merely strong would not be enough to raise you to lesser High King in the demon world. He would need power that went far beyond that. I noticed this before, but you are quite experienced when it comes to fighting. Of course, I am. If you only knew how many desperate situations I've come out of. His voice was so calm. Damn it, and here I was giving it my all. I dodged desperately and punched desperately. That's how it continued. Yamato dealt with it silently. But after a while, his fists started to move with more speed. The only reason that I was able to keep up at all was because I had trained so long with martial arts, both as a human and as an ogre. It was because I had the same soul. All the training and techniques were a part of my soul now. But things would only get worse for me. That's what happened when you fought someone who was stronger. The possibility of winning was small, and so I prepared my usual trump card. Only this time, the other me was not here. My powerful buddy was gone, and I would have to fill that hole on my own. It's fine, I can do it. As I dodged the attacks, I started to understand Yamato's attack patterns. While fighting him, I learned that Yamato and I really were similar. This origin type, Yamato Takeru no Mikoto, was supposed to be specialized in physical strengthening. Usually, the physical types were weak to magic. However, Yamato's fighting style was different from the usual physical types. He would fly in the air and even unleash magic bullets. But was he an all-rounder? Not exactly. To me, it seemed less like pure magic and more like an ability that was the result of being very skilled at handling mana. Well then, it's time that I take this more seriously. Oh, so you were holding back, he said with a look of disinterest. Damn it, I wasn't holding back, and yet it hadn't been enough, and I did not have much mana left. I had so much at the start, and now it was almost empty. So, what to do? I had to fight back with what special abilities I had left. If there was one thing that I had a lot of, it was knowledge concerning combat. It wasn't just my knowledge, but the accumulation of thousands of years of warriors who trained in the art, the result of theorizing, studying, and polishing. And I had learned it, but it was still not enough to be effective on Yamato. So now I would change tactics. Oh. For the first time, Yamato raised his voice in surprise. Of course he did. I had not shown this move even once before. Mana absorption. Where did you learn to do that? He sounded interested. If you were in a personification vessel, others would not be able to see your mana level. But the fact that I was in a vessel at all would tell others that I was at least equal to a high ranker. In the past, when I had met Yamato, I was just a dying ogre kid. And so that's how he would think of me. Even though he understood that I had evolved, he would not be able to imagine how I had evolved. No, maybe he has seen through me a little. He was like a monster. So it wouldn't be strange if he saw that much. But you didn't expect me to be able to use this, did you? Indeed, it's a surprise. Perhaps he had thought that it was his own original ability. I had never heard of anyone else absorbing mana from someone. Since you're surprised, why don't you show me how you do it? I see if that's what you wish. He sounded a little enthusiastic for once. Yes, the road I had chosen was incredibly simple. To see who could steal more mana from the other. That was all. How did you have to move in order to get the advantage? You had to think while fighting. It was like a battle of the mind, only mana was involved. I would absorb Yamato's mana and deal damage, and Yamato would take back what I had stolen. As of now, it was like a seesaw. The mana was taken and then recovered. Of course, Yamato was much better at absorbing it than me, and so things would only get worse for me if nothing changed. And that's where this comes in handy. I put my hand on Yamato's chest and activated mana absorption. Mana that was incredibly dense flowed into me. This really is like a cheat. Residents of the demon world used mana just by living. This was because mana was in every part of their body. Mana was the energy that allowed you to move. It was like calories. More of it was depleted if you moved vigorously or used magic. You also used mana to heal wounds and recover from exhaustion, so being able to absorb it from an enemy really was like a cheat skill. This was one of the reasons that Yamato was the strongest in the demon world. Could there be anything that gave you a bigger advantage than being able to absorb your opponent's mana? And Yamato's fighting style involved fighting at close quarters. Not only was he good at this, but he had the skill and power to hit the enemy hard, and he could steal mana at the same time. Yes, Yamato really was overpowered. So, how does it feel to get a taste of your own trick? The reason that I had waited to use it was very simple. I wanted to fight a little first in order to decrease our mana, and then we would absorb it from each other. It would look like it was something that I wanted desperately, and Yamato fell for it. Of course, he did. He was much better at absorbing mana, and so if it became a contest, then he would win. Why? He looked confused after having a great deal of mana taken away. Yes, I wanted to see that expression, but I'm not going to explain this. It was the iron rule of professional wrestling. Attack their weak spot. Let him be afraid of what he didn't understand. I pressed my hand into his chest again and absorbed his mana. Ah, it felt good. Chapter 318. Yamato had not expected me to be able to use mana absorption, and so he probably thought that I had been wastefully spending mana during the last fight. Of course, that was not the case. If you're fighting someone powerful, it is only natural for you to have a trick or two up your sleeve. After all, I had fought so many opponents of that sort, and one of the tricks had already succeeded. I was able to surprise Yamato. It felt quite good. After that, we just took each other's mana. It worked because we both preferred close quarters combat. It was I who started this mana struggle. Even though continuing it would mean my own defeat, I knew that all too well. Yamato was likely thinking that I had made a big mistake. However, that wasn't true. As long as I had the second trick up my sleeve. How does it feel to have your mana absorbed like this? After the second time, my practically empty reserve was filled up again. As for Yamato, it didn't seem to have any effect on him. He looked normal. If it wasn't a bluff, then he might have plenty of mana left. What a surprise! I didn't even realize what you had done. Of course not. It was my second trump card, after mana absorption. What were the special abilities of Susanoo no Mikoto? Normally, special abilities were carved into your very soul, and so people just left it to their instincts. However, for a long time, I had not been able to use my special abilities. I didn't know why. Perhaps it was because I wasn't accustomed to my body yet, but I wasn't sure, and so I trained. As Demon King Troutzard had informed me that Yamato was good at absorbing mana, I tried training in that direction. Ultimately, I was able to use mana absorption, but that was all. And so I changed my way of thinking. There was an unknown special ability that was dormant inside of me. While my soul knew of it, I didn't know how to use it. With this in mind, I tested numerous possibilities, but it wasn't until much later that I saw the light. Here I go. My vision narrowed. This always happened when I activated it. My body moved slowly like a current. Yamato also moved as if in slow motion. Everything around me did. Perhaps this was what it would be like to walk on water. I stretched out my arm, so very slowly, and touched Yamato. In that same instant, my vision returned to normal. Take this. I sent the Kai that I had been nurturing in my body. This was my special ability, moment in time. A brief moment, like a slow blink of the eye. But during that time, I was the ruler of time. It was only enough time to take half a step at the most. Too short it would seem, but I could do what I pleased. There wasn't much that I could do while it was activated. However, if my opponent was also someone who fought at close quarters, then that opened other possibilities. This is how it worked. I prepared to absorb mana and moved close to Yamato. And then I activated moment in time. During this time that was mine alone, I put my hand on Yamato's chest. That was all I could do at this point, but it was enough. And just as the special ability deactivated, I started to absorb his mana. Yamato would realize that he had been robbed of time. Normally, no matter how fast someone moved, it was still happening at the same time base. If you could see the beginning and the end, then you could deal with it. However, it was not the case with moment in time. Well, I'm not going to explain it to you. It would be my most secret ability. And so I boasted to him as if I'd won. My first trump card was Mana Absorb, and Moment in Time was my second one, and my third trump card. It was something that Yamato would not be able to understand. One of the techniques I had polished during my time as a human Fajin. It was a permeation-type technique where you sent Kai into your opponent. A little more. I used Moment in Time to get close, put my hand on the side of Yamato's stomach, and sent out the Kai. I could feel it working. I had sent so much that it felt like it was scrambling his insides. I see, so it's a technique involving human power. You know what it is. What you just unleashed is a power that only humans have. Something that we should not be able to do. But perhaps you are an exception, as you have the soul of a human. I had sent quite a lot of Kai into him, but he didn't seem to feel it at all. Yamato really was a monster with no visible limit. Human power, huh? I call it Fajin. Human emotion feelings. If gathered together, it has the power to affect humans, and human power is the source. It is elevated through faith and rises to the celestial world, becoming food for holy power. If there was no human power, then holy power would also cease to exist. Then what happens to the human power that is blocked by the barrier? I had heard that the holy power in the celestial world was drying up. The human power swells up like a great wave and is dragged by the strongest emotion, either to destruction or rebirth, like war and reconstruction. The human power that cannot go through the barrier will advance in a single direction in the human world. Perhaps they affected the flow of history, and the Fajin that I used, apparently, it was something that didn't exist in the demon world. A technique that residents of the demon world couldn't use. Up until this point, I had been able to deal quite a lot of damage to Yamato, or so I thought, but he looked undisturbed. After my evolution, my attack power should have been high enough for me to go up against a demon king. And so I had not expected there to be this much of a gap. This was bad. I didn't have any other tricks to fall back on. What could I do now? There was nothing, aside from trying to continue to absorb mana in order to bridge the gap. But he would be able to stop me easily if I resorted to such a predictable attack pattern. It didn't matter what special abilities you had. If you used them, you would eventually run out. And then, the horrifying truth. Yamato had yet to go all out. I was completely out of options, and yet he had not even gotten started. This really is a bad situation. A horrible sweat began to drip down my back. Chapter 319. I could tell Yamato had been holding back. If he had wanted to, he would have been able to deal a lethal wound to me at any time. So, why hadn't he done it? You're really holding back. At least for the early part of the fight, he was probably just watching me, just to see how far I would go. That was fine. After all, it was my second fight in a row. I had wanted a short break after fighting his men, so it was perfect. At the same time, I was able to set things up so that I could absorb his mana, and I had used my time effectively. And after that, I was able to really press in. The fight should have continued with me having the upper hand, but even now, Yamato was the same as before. Nothing had changed. While he would dodge or block my attacks, he never used any techniques that surprised me. Am I holding back? Yes, don't tell me that you aren't. Surely a lesser High King can do more than what you've shown. A lesser High King would be able to destroy a town with a single breath. And if hit by such an attack, I would die and there would be nothing left. I would be obliterated, gone without a trace. That's what you mean in that case. I think you misunderstood something. What? The power I use to maintain this world is not insignificant. Maintaining this other world is so difficult that no one else could do it. Now that I thought about it, he had said it many times. This world would vanish after his death. While it had been made using Zeus's body, he was still the one who maintained it. Indeed, I could only imagine how hard it would be to maintain an entire world. It would take an incredible amount of power. In other words, currently, Yamato could not use all of his power, or perhaps his maximum power had been lowered. But that was also strange. He had not used magic even once during our fight, and it was unthinkable that he was only capable of simple attacks now. What was he trying to do? But that doesn't change the fact that you aren't fighting seriously. Is it so amusing to save your strength now? That's what it seemed like. He was enjoying this. That would be humiliating. I was using all of my power, and he didn't even break a sweat. I see, so that's what you think. Very well, I will go all out then. So you were holding back. Of course I was. That vessel you are using, I did not wish to break it. After all, they did not have many of them left. However, that just meant that they were valuable. It wasn't something he absolutely could not do without, but he would want to recover it without damaging it if possible. And there was another reason that he had been holding back. I want to see how the vessel has changed after you have used it. My soul, which had come from the demon world. Now that I was in a personification, perhaps there would be some differences between me and those who had lived in the other world for a long time. Yamato wanted to know. You certainly are a passionate researcher. Knowing that this was his reason just annoyed me even more. However, if things drag on for too long, I will have to make a compromise. He said plainly. I was about to answer with an A, but then I learned what he meant by compromise. Doggo, I felt the impact on my stomach. When I looked down slowly, I saw that a big hole had opened up there. What the hell? I didn't understand what it was that Yamato had done. There had been no wind-up at all. It had to be some sort of magic then. My guess was that he had fired off a magic bullet. Blood gushed out from the hole, and my strength seeped out of my body. I tried to cover the hole with my hands, but it was pointless. The wind was blowing right through me. I thought dumbly. I gave up on trying to recover it without damage. His voice could hardly be any calmer. He really is a monster. He had been able to turn the tables as soon as he wanted to. The only reason he had taken his time was to save power and to protect the vessel. It would waste too much time to try and recover it undamaged. He repeated, after seeing that I did not respond. Yes, he just said this fight was a waste of time. What did you? The hole can be repaired later. Also, did you know that? What? I couldn't talk properly. Unless you concentrate, mana clings to your blood and flows through your body. So if you lose a part of your body, it reduces the amount of power you can use. You lose mana when you lose blood, and mana would leak out from the part that had been cut off. Apparently, this could be overcome with training. It was a bit too late to learn of such things, but if I survived this, I would try it out. Not yet, not yet. I used mana absorption to take mana from Yamato. He just watched. He didn't resist. Once my mana was replenished, my vision stopped shaking. I see. Even though I had lost blood, I could hang on if I had some mana. Yes, it's quite an honor that even now, they remember me in the demon world. A chill ran down my spine. Yamato was going to do something. I didn't know what, but it was clearly something bad. Whether you are a human or a resident of the demon world or the celestial world, there is something that you cannot escape, and that is death. That was obvious. What is he going on about? Through death, the soul is freed from the flesh, and as the laws dictate, the soul descends to the underworld. I gathered what was left of my diminishing strength and attacked Yamato. He blocked it with ease. Damn it. It was no use. And so this technique alone would remain unknown. After all, everyone I used it on has died. I felt as if all of the blood in my body had turned into ice. I was going to die if I stayed here. But I would die if I tried to escape as well. Thinking this, I made a desperate charge. Yamato continued to talk. Unfortunately, it doesn't work on anyone equal or stronger than me, but what about this time? Equal. Doesn't work? How many people like that could there be in all of the worlds combined? He was talking nonsense. I glared at him. Yamato put both hands together as if praying, and then he raised them above his head. The body and soul are bound firmly together with chains, but I will remove them from you. I wonder, where will your soul go after that? Why? That is one of my special abilities. As everyone I showed it to has died, no one knows of it. At least, I think that's the case. Yamato swung down with his hands. Key-in, there was the sound of metal being cut. Immediately, the world stopped. No, it felt as if time had stopped for me alone. This is connection severance, a technique to cut apart the flesh and soul. There is only success and failure. The ultimate technique, can you hear it? Life or death, a technique to bring either one. And with those last words, I could feel my soul leaving the personification vessel. Ah, so this is death. And then my consciousness crumbled. End of Volume 5.